plate, but rather at the plate.
Hogg's having a great year. We always said we know he can hit. He's committed to a plan, and he's working extremely hard to make sure that he keeps it going. Hogg's been great for us offensively, and obviously we know what he does behind the plate and in the clubhouse, and it's been a lot of fun to watch him do what he's doing.
Guardians going to try to avoid the 3-game sweep and get back into a first-place tie in the AL Central this afternoon. Guardians wrap up their series in Chicago against the White Sox. Tanner Bibee gets the start. He is 2-8, a 4.03 ERA. First pitch at right field is set for 2:10. Guardians road trip, it's not gone well. Cleveland just 2-6. Trek started in Milwaukee. Meanwhile, the Brewers will face Ohio's other team tonight. They're in Cincinnati, taking on the Reds. Brewers looking for the 3-game sweep and a 4th straight win overall. NBA draft continuing tonight. Cavaliers expected to take part. Last night, Cavs used the 29th overall pick to take Alex Karaban out of UConn. However, the Cavs then traded his rights to Sacramento. Cavs now have the 4th overall pick in tonight's second round. Cavs also got themselves a second rounder for the very exciting 2032 NBA draft. Reports say the Boston Celtics offer up Jaylen Brown a potential deal with Milwaukee for Giannis Antetokounmpo. Eventually, Giannis dealt to Miami. Boston team president Brad Stevens still claiming Brown a valued part of the Celtics. However, Stevens also would not make any kind of predictions when it comes to the future. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
Summer's here, and Brown's training camp is just around the corner. Stay locked in with The Fan all summer long. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps, Cleveland's sports radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Well, we weren't expecting much from the Cavaliers in the first round of the NBA draft, so by golly, nobody was disappointed. How about that?
Oh, was there a draft last night?
There was no disappointment, Andy.
I was disappointed. I have FOMO. I always want them to pick somebody. I mean, I was kind of excited there for about, I don't know, fraction of a second when I thought they were taking Karaban. I thought I was like, oh, okay, cool. And then I was like, oh.
Well, you knew they were trading him.
I know.
That was coming up.
Shams.
No?
Yes.
As Chris Fedor talked about with us yesterday.
Chris told us too yesterday.
Trading out of the first round. Why? No guaranteed money in the second round. Guaranteed first-round contract. Last thing the Cavs need, more guaranteed money, especially for a guy taken at 29 where you keep your fingers crossed and hope that guy actually becomes something for you. Maybe he will, maybe he won't.
You know, it's basketball karma, right? It's all basketball karma. Because they had to put the full screen up with Karaban and the Cavs logo, knowing that it's wrong. I don't know how you could live with yourself doing that. I don't know how the commissioner can walk up to the podium knowing that there's been a player has been traded. This is a violation of the Stepien rule. Sad.
A lot of things I want to talk about the draft.
That's not one.
Some of the that's not really, but some of the little silly stuff that happens in it. Like, for instance, if you ever listen to Adam Silver talk, Adam Silver sounds, kind of like this. And then when he announces a pick, with the 14th pick in the NBA draft.
He does go up an octave.
Oh, my
God,
you're right.
What
is he doing?
I think he's just nervous.
I'm sorry. It goes up half an octave.
Jeff, can we agree? The NFL draft is the NBA draft is the wannabe to the end. They can try to do as many tricks as possible. They can try to make it as exciting as it is. It's everlasting burned in my head. When Kyrie got picked by the Cavaliers, I was in Jersey for that. And to me, it was so underwhelming. And the difference between that, even in the COVID year when the draft was here for the NFL, that was awesome. Even though, people weren't in full force and the weather was ridiculously bad, that was a lot of fun. Going to we were at Continental Arena, was what it was called at the time, in Jersey. It was like going into a comedy club with two stages that were up there for the TV crews, and then they just had a big board in the background. I don't know. There's something about it. It's just like it's a wannabe compared to the NFL. That said, it was a good draft for players. There were a lot of really, really good players that went last night. At least that's what we think they are. We don't know what they're going to be until they hit the floor. So
I wasn't surprised they traded out when you're sitting there watching the draft, you get intrigued by guys who were passed over 28 times. You know what I mean?
You do, yes.
Well, no, I mean,
you love that stuff, though.
it doesn't mean these guys are going to be any good. I don't mean to sound nasty about these young men because you never know who's going to be good and who's not. And, sometimes you get guys late in the second round, Manu Ginobili, who become terrific players. Nikola Jokic earlier in the second round become unbelievable players. That happens. It could happen again. Somebody from the second round will become a really good player. Maybe the Cavs end up with that guy. But you just kind of start talking yourself into people and guys and things and everything else going on in the NBA draft. I think if the Cavs are going to do anything of major significance, we knew it wasn't going to be in the draft. They weren't in position to do it. They're not financially in position to do it. It's going to have to come in the offseason here after the draft and probably involve a big trade involving one of their star players if they do such a thing, Andy. And after what happened in the draft last night, almost kind of makes you think that you might need to do something like that. Because I think teams in the Eastern Conference helped themselves last night.
I feel like the entire Eastern Conference got better. Now, the question is how good are we? And if they roll this back exactly the same, what's this team going to be compared to some other? The thing about the draft, though, I it's more about the trades, I think, than it is about the draft. Because the draft, you still need a year or two before some of these guys, a year, 2, 3, 4. What Towns was, how many years ago was Towns the first overall pick? It's been forever, right? And so finally he got something done this year. So, sometimes it takes time.
It takes a team
for
too.
These guys. Yeah, you got to make sure you got the right guys around you,
too.
It
takes a team. So that's all part of it. The Cavs are left now after the trade with the 34th pick in the draft, which means they'll be picking 4th tonight in the second round. In theory, you can get a player at that point in the draft who might be able to come in and be a rotation player for you at some point. They're still trying to work in Jordan Tyson, and he was a first-round pick. Everybody says this draft, deeper, better, guys who were kicked down into the 20s would have been lottery picks before, blah, blah, blah. You hear that like crazy. Okay, that's all well and good. We hope that's the case.
There have been some good players selected in this pick. Boozer was, 34, 35, somewhere in there.
Carlos was a second-round pick.
Yeah, he was right around the same spot. I'm just a little dive. Jay Crowder, Mario Chalmers. There have been guys who have contributed that have been drafted in the
who become good NBA players, and the Cavs might be in a position to get one of those.
You kind of have to wonder how many of the guys that we'll see now in the first couple, especially the first couple picks, could have been first-round picks, but teams are kind of like, do we want to give them the guaranteed money? Right? That seems weird, doesn't it? Like if you want I don't know. They moved out of it last night because they didn't want the guaranteed money. Like money changes what you want. I don't know. It's just. Do you understand the inherent problem with that? That if there was a better player that could help your team immediately, I'm sure if there was a better player that could help, they would have taken the pick. Right? Right? They had to believe that.
In their situation, Andy, player or
relief,
financial burden. They're in the second apron. You don't need more guaranteed money on top of that.
No,
they're trying to clear the deck a little bit, and so I kind of get it. On the other hand, you don't get better by just clearing the deck. You got to add talent, and if they thought there was talent there, they maybe should have taken somebody.
So, are you good with them not taking a pick last night? That's the question.
Yeah, I think I am. They're. Let's be frank. Nobody, or Andy or Jeff, or Meredith, and once you get past the surefire guys, you never know who's going to end up being really good. So like the Cavs traded the pick, and Alex Karaban goes to Sacramento.
Mm-hmm.
Is he going to be a really good NBA player?
It's like they said last night. I don't know. Dude's a winner. He is a winner.
That's great. Is he an next Alex Caruso? Guy who just plays great basketball and wins. The next guy who went off the board, Koa Pete, forward from Arizona, I thought he might be an interesting guy to fit in with the Cavs. And he left. And 6'8" forward. And this is kind of where you are. It's now guys that you think, well, I wonder if that guy's going to be any good.
It was interesting. A lot of people were saying that the Cavs were going to take Jefferson if you're looking at the mocks, and they missed him by one pick.
Right, and
so
that was
one
Ken and Brooklyn's guy from day one. And he went one pick before the Cavaliers. There were guys there are guys who are still on the board, who you think could that be the guy? And the issue that I think you're going to have here, like Henry Vesar, is a 7-footer from North Carolina who played at Arizona for a couple of years, but really, really shined last year at North Carolina. Can do a lot of things. A big guy who can go out on the floor, shoot the three. He's good inside. He passes the ball really well. And I've thought the Cavs needed depth inside like crazy. He'd be a nice guy to add to the team. Problem is the Knicks are sitting at 31, and they need the same thing. Knicks have the first pick tonight. I could see them just taking Vesar and add him to their front line. With Karl Anthony Towns, they're losing Mitchell Robinson probably in free agency. So they go get a big guy who can do a lot of things. That makes perfect sense for them. Grizzlies are at 32, Timberwolves at 33, and then the Cavs at 34. And a couple of other guys listed as the best players on the board. Baba Miller, kid from Cincinnati, who was at Florida State and Florida Atlantic. He's a 6'11" guy, and it screams, hey, Cavs need some size. He doesn't shoot very well, but he's really athletic. He actually handles the ball pretty well and rebounds, blocks shots. I think he'd be a nice guy to add depth to the front court. He could be there. Then you have a couple of guards who you think, all right, well, does this team need a guard? Malik Thomas is a kid from Arkansas. He's 6'3". How many 6'3" guards do the Cavaliers need? But he's one of the more highly listed guys left on the board. And then Isaiah Evans from Duke is a 6'6" guy who, from build standpoint, think of Wesley Person back in the day. Real slight 6'6" guy, but he shoots the three real well. And last year in his sophomore year, added some drive to the hoop action to his game and a little more well-rounded. I would think those two to three of those guys are going to be the first four guys off the board tonight. And I'll bet you the Cavs aren't able to get Vesar from North Carolina. I'll bet he's gone. Evans could be gone. Miller. And by the way, Baba Miller is Spanish.
It is?
Yeah, Miller. It's a real common Spanish name among the Amish community in Spain.
That is true. I mean, you never can get enough
Spanish Amish guys.
Spanish double roasted chicken.
Exactly right.
I mean, does it get any better than that?
Well, it's the pulled chicken and noodles. That's good stuff.
That double roasted chicken is so good.
Yeah, no, it's outstanding. Oh. I wonder who's going to be available, because that's going to be a big part of what the Cavs do tonight. Obviously, I wonder if they go off the board, and if there's somebody there of size like Vesar or Miller, and they don't take him, we're going to have something to talk about tomorrow. Coming up on the show, noon, Tom Withers from the Associated Press, Emeritus, and right here at The Fan. Tom's going to join us at noon. We'll get his thoughts on the Cavaliers and the NBA draft and the Guardians, who, by the way, have now lost 6 of 8 games since the top 3 hitters have left the lineup. That's not good. Chris Rose is going to join us at 12:40. What did you think about last night, folks? 216-474-0092. Cavaliers trading out of the first round. They'll be the 4th team to pick tonight. Unless they move on from that, you still might be able to add to your team. It's Baskin and Phelps right here on The Fan.
or any athlete's 19th birthday. The move essentially eliminating redshirt years in college sports. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite 923 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Cavs will be on the clock at number 34. You're excited, aren't you? Here's what kind of a first round it was last night. Yahoo Sports put out their grades for the draft. I like looking at such things just to kind of get a feel for what people are thinking about everything. Mm-hmm. It was all the way until pick 20 when San Antonio took Kentucky sophomore Jaden Quaintance, who's big guy, big body, 6'9", big build. He got a B-. The first 19 picks all received either an A+, an A, or an A-, and most of them A+. That's the kind of talent there was at the top of this draft. And the Cavaliers, obviously, at 29, they also made a trade, and Atlanta ended up with their pick at 23. They got a C+ for the guy they took. The guy that Sacramento took at 29, Caravan, that was an A+ pick, according to...
Yeah, they were raving about it on the air last night.
6'7" guy who's a shooter.
Yeah, I got a guy you might want to keep your eye out. Now, I don't necessarily know for the Cavaliers early in the second round, but Keyshawn Hall, who went to Rhodes High School here, just kind of give you the local flavor on that. Ended up at Auburn, but played at a bunch of schools. And I was just looking at mock...
Who doesn't play at a bunch of schools, Andy?
Well, I think, did he play at 5 different schools? I got it. I know he was at Georgia Tech for a while. He was at... No, was he? No, he wasn't at Georgia Tech. He was at UCF. He was at UCF for a while, and then I'm trying to remember where else. He played a bunch of places, but he ended up in Auburn. Had 19 points per game. 6'7". I mean, obviously, looks like he can play. He started off at Rhodes and then went out to Denver to finish his high school career. But just CBS has him going 60 to the Wizards. NBA Draft Room has him second rounder, 50 to Clippers. Bleacher Report 59 to the Wolves, and NBA Draft Net and USA Today both like him going to the Rockets. It just depends on where in the second round and which one of their picks they would use for that. So just keep your eye on it if you're looking for a Clevelander to go tonight, or at least born in Cleveland, went to Rhodes, and then moved off for high school. So Keyshawn Hall is the name you want to remember tonight.
I think the way the NBA is going was evident throughout most of the draft. AJ Dybantsa was the first pick, 6'9". Mm-hmm. Okay, talented guy offensively, can handle, shoot, 6'9". Second pick, Utah Jazz, local guy Darren Peterson, and apparently the Jazz came to Canton to meet with him over the weekend. 6'5" guard, shooting guard, 6'5". Number 3 was Cam Boozer, 6'8". We're seeing, lengthy guys who can handle the ball, shoot the ball, do a lot of things with it. Caleb Wilson goes to the Chicago Bulls. Yahoo gave it an A+, 6'9", big guy. That you don't see a lot of the guards went in the draft, but that whole small guard thing, you didn't see a ton of that. I wonder if the Cavs end up with a small guard tonight. With the second round pick they have tonight, Andy. Look, ideally, I'd like to see one of the 2 big guys we mentioned. Mm-hmm. That'd be awesome. Realistically, you just need to get somebody who can play in the league in the second round. If you think somebody's going to be a good player in the NBA, take him. And if he's a 6-foot guard, then he's a 6-foot guard. You can't be picky here in the second round. Who has upside? Who do you like? Can he play? Will he be able to be in your rotation? Draft him.
I'm just trying to think. They have 3. The Cavs have 3 guys that were drafted in the second round on the roster right now. So I don't know how you can get your hopes up. But, I mean, the names of the guys they have that were second-round picks aren't too shabby. Sam Merrill, Schroeder. No, Schroeder was a first-rounder. What am I talking about?
Sam took a long time to find his game, through the G League and everything else, but he can certainly flat-out shoot. Tyrese Proctor.
Yeah.
But, is Tyrese going to become a player? We're still waiting, right? It'd be unfair to think that he was going to as a second-round pick in his rookie year. But maybe he does.
It's just weird because you try to, I did this yesterday, and I continue to do it. Early guys in the second round are probably equivalent to NFL third-rounders, maybe even fourth-rounders.
Fourth? Yeah.
Yeah, and then
But Andy, those guys land all the time.
Yeah, they land.
They do. So I don't think there's any issue there. How cool is it that here in Northeast Ohio, obviously, in 2003 we had LeBron James as the number 1 overall pick, but here we have another kid who went to high school here for a while.
Yeah, this is a cool story.
LeBron went all 4 years, obviously, to St. Vincent St. Mary, but Darren Peterson went to Cuyahoga Valley Christian Academy in Cuyahoga Falls, and was there a couple of years, and then transferred out and went to some prep schools. But here's a guy from Northeast Ohio who was considered to be the number 1 or number 2 pick in the draft, and he ends up going number 2 to the Utah Jazz. I think that's great for our area.
I
really
do too.
Cool. He can play.
Is it
too.
Wyoga Lake Road? Is that what that is over there?
It is, actually.
That road produces some players, huh? No, I mean between the NFL and between Walsh and CVCA.
Yeah, they're right across the street from each other.
Yeah, and then Woodridge is right around the corner too, isn't it?
The alma mater, baby.
All those Woodridge. I spent some time out there. I was out there. Their track program is amazing, and I was out there for every time I'm walking by everything. I'm like, oh man, how did half of the station here end up going to Woodridge between you and Nick? I guess not half; it's less than that, but. So I'm walking around like, Woodridge? Woodridge?
Did you now?
No. I was just looking for a place to plug my phone in, and I couldn't find it. They were doing some construction. I almost snuck in one of the windows to plug my phone in.
That's nice.
Yeah, I didn't do it, though. Didn't do it.
Peterson was at CVCA. His high school coach was Matt Futch, who played at the University of Akron. And it's just a cool story to see a young guy from our area. And he's going to thrive in the NBA.
What was that kid's name? LeBron? He was pretty good too, right?
Well, I mentioned that earlier.
I know, I'm just kidding.
Well,
I think it's hard, man. I think it's hard for any high school kid to be really, really good now and not get compared to LeBron. Like, everyone's got to be the best since. Like, before that, it was compare him to Clark, right? Oh, this is the best guy to come out of Ohio since Clark Kellogg. And then all of a sudden it was, oh, this is the best guy since LeBron. Peterson's had that kind of tag on him a little bit. People were saying that left and right.
When he was a freshman.
Yeah.
And, if you watched him play, he's really good. And, he's a 6'5" guard. Well, 6'5" shooting guard, that's more than big enough. That's terrific. He can be out on the wing. He can defend a little bit. We'll see what he develops into. I know there was a little bit of health concerns from some teams about him, but I wouldn't think that that's too much to worry about. And it looks finally, Andy, like the Utah Jazz benefiting from obviously a trade for getting picks like crazy from the Cavaliers and some players. One of them still there, at least for now, in Lauri Markkanen. But you're going to have Peterson along with Ace Bailey, young guy, Cody Williams, Keontae George, who's a good point guard, Lauri Markkanen. They picked up Jaren Jackson Jr. in a trade, and they have a really good big man who was out most of the year in Walker Kessler, who's a free agent. If he leaves, all right, that hurts. If he sticks around, they could have a team next year. They could be really fun to watch, and they could be really good.
I'm just trying to think of who doesn't have a team now.
That's the thing.
Milwaukee?
Well,
Milwaukee did not get better.
Meredith
didn't get better today.
I think Meredith's Washington Wizards are going to be good.
They
have some talent, and they brought back Trae Young. DePanza is going to walk in the door and be good to go. And Sarr is an interesting big guy for them. Anthony Davis is still there for now. For now, there's still a lot that's going to happen, but Washington's going to be better. And see, this is
the 20-year rebuild is finally paying off, Jeff.
It's all it takes, MK. All you need is 20. There are just teams, and especially in the Eastern Conference, I think the Bulls are going to be better. And the Cavs are not going to be able to just stand pat, Andy. They're going to have to do some things here in the offseason. I think their team, to me, their roster is too backcourt dominant, and I think they're going to have to change some things up. We're going to get.
I'm listening more, but at what point do you have to kind of sit back and go, enjoy the process? I know this is very Jeff Phelpsian.
What?
Enjoy the process because you got a 50-plus win team that was able to do some things during. Again, you have to ask yourself, how much do you value the regular season? 2 years ago, lights out. The return on investment for the regular season was minimal at best. Last year, another good season, productive, a lot of wins during the regular season. Only lands you the 4 spot, though, which should lead you to the toughest first-round matchup, which you got. Right? By standings, it should. If you're a 4 seed, you're playing the 5. That should be a tough matchup in the first round. Should be. It was. And then, I just, what do you expect for next year? What do you expect for next year?
Well, see, that's the thing. They're going to be competitive, but if you just roll it back, stand pat, tweak just a little bit, the question comes up, is that enough? Is that enough? I personally don't think it is, but I also think they're in a really tough spot to get better. In the second apron for now, you're apparently going to lock yourself into James Harden. James is terrific, but is that the right fit for this team? And, as I mentioned, you've got all these guys, wing players going early in the draft, wing players dominating today's NBA, guys 6'5" to 6'10" who can do a lot of things. And the Cavs don't have very many of those guys. And I think that's where their roster needs work. And I don't know how you do it as locked in as you are, as draft pick strapped as you are.
Even if you weren't locked in, Jeff, who are you going out and getting?
Well,
to make this team even better.
But you are locked in. If you weren't locked in, you could go out and get a bunch of guys. You could trade picks. You could do all kinds of things. You don't have picks to trade.
But you need to upgrade, so you would need to...
Well, you would think you need to upgrade.
Well, that's what I'm just saying. If you think this team could get better, let's live in a world where the money didn't matter. So who's the first guy you're trying to replace and upgrade off the starting lineup? Even just, it's Harden, isn't it?
Dean Wade, Max Strus, that position.
All right, yeah.
And I like Max. I think Max is a terrific guy coming off the bench. I think if in today's NBA, he's not your ideal starting small forward.
I was listening to, was it Brian Geitzler, right? The guy from Sirius
XM NBA rating.
He made a good point. The Cavs didn't make that trade to get blown out in the Eastern Conference Finals. He's right. I can't argue with that.
The Mitchell trade?
Yeah. No. The Harden trade.
Oh, okay. But I think it gave them a better chance of getting to the Eastern Conference Finals. And now you've got to figure out, honestly, Andy, I thought it was for this year, and then you were going to do some other things with that money. Apparently that's not possible. So they're going to have James on the team, and then they're going to have to work around him.
What makes me, because he was sour on Jared Allen too. And I'm like, can we stop being sour on Jared Allen? I don't get it. The guy works his you-know-what off. How about utilize him? How about, he made a point that I thought was interesting too about, Mobley playing more of a true center, like letting him be the man in the middle rather than the man on the side. Is that the way to make Evan Mobley better? Get him the ball more. We've both been talking about that all week.
You could change things up a little bit and not start the two of them, but then who are you going to start?
Well, you need another forward.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And you need another guy like we've talked about size-wise.
They already don't have the forward they want. So it's like if you went into that, now you're down 2 forwards, really.
In theory, yes. In theory. I have some observations after watching the first round of the draft. Not necessarily about basketball. Some about television. But some about what teams that are pretty good did last night. You're going to like these, Andy.
I also think Cavs fans totally lulled to sleep today just because Cavs did nothing.
I couldn't agree with you more. Yeah. Fun observations next on Baskin and Phelps.
extension that includes $36 million guaranteed over the next 2 years. Last season for the Falcons, Pitts with a career-high 88 receptions. Listen to the Fan Rewind, weeknights 11 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Number 34, here we come. Is that a good sign? It's Austin Carr's number. Cavs are picking 34th. It's Austin's number. Andy Baskin having headphone issues.
I can't get my headphones on.
Andy just went to put his headphones on and almost strangled himself.
Oh, yeah.
That's good YouTube material right there.
I'm sure they're loving that on YouTube right now. The cord went like around my forehead. I'm like, what am I doing here? So, yeah.
We'll see what they do tonight.
Jeff, are you with me that like it just feels so lackluster today? Like I can't ever remember. It's just so empty.
Yeah,
it's an
okay,
empty
fine.
feeling. Come on, let's be honest.
Enjoy the draft.
What was there to enjoy?
I'll tell you as soon as we talk to Ken in Brooklyn.
That's
Hello,
like going
Ken.
to get a drink at the bar, and they're like, "Yeah, the water fountain's over there for you. Knock yourself
What's up,
out."
Ken?
Hey, man.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
You know I'm not happy this morning.
Well, you missed
that,
your
right?
guy by one
You
pick,
missed your
right?
guy by one.
That's
yeah.
right. Now, by the way, I just want to let everybody else know I'm just not good at players. I'm good at coaches too.
Nice.
All right, because I suggested.
Did you call the Michigan?
Norrie, who's
He was
going to Portland a couple years ago.
Yeah, for the Cavs. He interviewed with
Yeah.
the Cavs and all.
And he's actually from outside of Columbus, I believe.
And he's going to Portland.
Yeah. Good luck in Portland. Okay. I think they got a decent team, but, I don't know if I want to go to Portland. Anyway, here's the deal. Yeah, I'm really upset at the Brooklyn Nets this morning.
So it's your guy.
Yeah, and I'm going to tell you what, guys.
Well, maybe they
that
were
was
listening
their
to the
guy.
show and they heard Ken in Brooklyn said, do this, and they were like, oh,
that was their guy because immediately when he came off the board, the trade was made. They had the contingency plan with the trade. Now, the thing I'm upset about the trade is the New York Knicks took a late first round pick and turned it into 5 number 2s. And we got one this year and one, and God knows we could be dead. Okay? I'm just saying, guys, the mayor knows a few things.
Yeah.
And he should be working for the
do you just want
Cleveland
to take a
Cavaliers.
victory lap, or do you have anything behind this?
Ken, let
No,
me
I'm
give you
just saying,
let me give you something you're not going to like.
Now, the one thing that they're going to have to do, they're going to take 34. They're either going to take probably a big Bob Miller out of Cincinnati or Henry Vesey over from UNC.
I would be happy with either guy, wouldn't you, Ken?
Okay, well, I would.
But if they're on the board,
what the problem is though is the minute this draft is over, they better be on the phone signing every undrafted free agent that's 6'7" or bigger, because they got to find that wing somewhere, somehow, some way. Because I'm going to tell you what's going to happen, guys. With all the small guards we got on this team, every team's going to come in here and jack up threes, and they're going to hit them just like last year. They got to get that guy.
Ken, I couldn't agree with you more. Thank you very much. Ken's not going to like this. I mentioned earlier the Yahoo grades. Lowest grade of the first round was Brooklyn taking Joshua Jefferson.
Oh, it was?
Yeah, Ken's guy. He got a C.
Oh, he's not
that
gonna be
pick got a
happy.
C. So, Andy, I have some little ditties from last night.
Oh,
I want your thoughts on some of these.
okay. I wish I had little ditty music.
First 8 picks were all freshmen. First 8 picks were freshmen.
Okay, first 8 picks were freshmen. How about that?
That's interesting to me.
Just goes to show how strong that college basketball game is.
The 2 teams that made the Western Conference Finals, the defending champs from Oklahoma City, they went for a big guy and a shooter. I think there's no coincidence there.
Nope.
Just, big guys and shooters. That's not a bad way to go. And the Spurs picked up Quaintance and Terrace Reed. And Terrace is a great big guy. They picked up 2 big guys to go along with Victor Wembanyama. And I thought, boy, that's smart drafting right there. So they added size to give Victor a little support. I thought that was really good. Now here's the stuff you're going to like, Andy. Okay?
I am all ears, Jeff.
This is TV stuff.
Oh, cool.
I watched the ESPN broadcast.
Yes.
I did not watch the ABC broadcast.
What?
The ABC.
Oh, it wasn't the same?
No, the ABC broadcast had had Kenny Smith.
Kirk Herbstreit? I don't know. I was watching ESPN. It's different.
It had Richard Jefferson and Kenny Smith, and it seemed more entertainment based. And the ESPN broadcast had Malika Andrews, who did a nice job hosting, and then it had Tim Legler and our guy Jay Billis.
Yeah, and once Billis was there, I was locked.
Exactly.
I was
Billis.
locked.
I'm going to watch. ESPN.
It was amazing to me, the minutia of things that he knew about the players.
Oh, yeah.
Like just little.
Well,
They must have been,
when he calls our show, it's
they were
unbelievable.
probably games that he had called.
Yeah.
Because he was in depth. Somebody was breaking down somebody later in the draft. He was going, oh, maybe it was even our guy. That he was talking about how he made a pass in a game that was a game winner. And I was like, man, if you know the assists, wow, that was pretty good.
Well, here's the thing on the ESPN, and I'm guessing it was the same on the ABC because obviously it's same company. They obviously knew who the picks were going to be, especially early on. A little later in the first round, they kind of missed on this strategy a little bit, but they immediately started focusing in on somebody, and they were basically telling you who the pick was going to be.
Right.
Everybody knows backstage before it's announced who the pick's going to be. Oftentimes. And so it kind of took the drama out of the pick. My wife
By
just
the way,
walked through
even
the
when
room a
they're-
little bit, and they
when
say, "Is
they're-
that the guy they're going to pick?" And I said, "Sure, seems like it." And then boom, they take that guy.
Well,
It took the drama out of it for me.
Even when there is drama, Jeff, they know it. They know the drama is over well before you do.
Yeah. I just didn't like that. Just kind of let it sit back and go. With something about the drama that I thought was cool, the number one pick, A.J. Dubasa, he said, they asked him when he was on the ESPN set, when did you know you were going to be the number one pick? He said, when you did. He gave his phone to his dad. He didn't want to hear from anybody.
Wow.
He didn't want to talk to an agent.
It's almost
Of
like
course, he
having
doesn't
a
have
kid.
one. He didn't want to have
Well, his
teams
dad, Kevin.
calling him. He said, I wanted to hear my name be called and be surprised. He thought he was going to be the number one pick, but he didn't have his phone with him. I thought, good for you. That's really good.
You know how, just going back just a little bit, you know how you're able to produce those shows and know who's getting picked before?
Yeah.
$2.6 billion a season. You pay for that.
Well, yeah. But doesn't it take some of the drama out of watching it?
Yeah, it's kind of flat. There's no. Ooh, was there any question?
I mean, you could have almost thought every pick, hey, here are the three guys that might go here, bum, 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 and build a little drama,
right?
Rather than saying, Steve Smith here is a phenomenal guy, and he would fit right in with what they're doing.
I saw one mock yesterday on CBS had like 6 mocks. CBS does such a good job with mocks that had Peterson going number one.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it was AJ all the way.
Right.
Yeah.
There's one other thought as I was watching this. What the figure skaters call the kiss and cry area.
Yeah.
Lisa Salters was doing the interviews, and Lisa does a really nice job. But they had a little living room set up. All right, remember seeing that?
Yeah.
They needed a bigger couch. They had these large guys getting drafted, and then mother and father, in some cases, they had two parents sitting there, or brother and sister, or sisters, or whatever. Some guy's dad almost fell off the end of the couch because his butt's hanging over the side of the couch because it's just not big enough. Get a bigger couch. Make these people comfortable.
Oh, I thought you were saying his backside wasn't big.
No, he wasn't a big guy. But, the kids are 6'10". There are legs everywhere. And I thought, that's a really small couch. And then Lisa did one thing. I think she's outstanding. Mm-hmm. She did one thing that drove me nuts.
She's good, though.
Yeah, she does a great job. She did one thing that drove me nuts, though.
Okay.
Oftentimes, she called the parents mom and dad. Like Andy Baskin just got traded. Mom, what'd you think when he was growing up? She has a name. You have cards. Call her by her name. It just drove me nuts.
So you know why
Dad?
I would do that? Because you're not
I called
going wrong.
one guy dad in my life. You know who it was? My dad. I called one woman mom. My mom. Lisa, get their first names. You got cards. Write them down. It drove me nuts. And usually stuff like that doesn't bother me too much. But that one did.
There's a picture on ESPN of AJ and Adam Silver. And, like, every time I see Adam Silver, I'm always, like, first of all, he could have got the Lurch role in any Addams Family movie, right? That's a gimme, isn't it?
With the 14th pick, he wasn't big enough.
Well, no, he just had to. No, but he's 6'3". And so when you see him stand next to you, you're like, man, that kid is big.
Yeah.
Because every time, Adam Silver can normally hang with the players when it comes to, the height.
Yeah.
6'3",
Another thing that I thought was hilarious. So you put these people on the too small couch, and then Lisa calls them mom and dad, and she asks.
I can't believe you're picking on her for this.
No, that's the only thing that I think she's great, but I just call her by their name.
She's one of the best side reporters,
she's terrific.
No matter what
she's
sport
outstanding.
there is.
Yeah,
Yes,
she does a great job. Nobody bothered to tell these poor people to put the microphones up so that you can be heard. They're holding the microphones at their belly buttons. It's like, come on, man. If you're going to hand them a microphone, tell them to hold it up toward their face.
Yeah, but most people eat the microphone then, too.
But you got to move it up a little bit, at the very least, don't you?
Normally people put it, like, on the bone that connects your ribs, right? What's that, sternum?
Sternum.
Yeah, so you kind of put it right there.
Which is okay.
I don't know. It's when you see somebody holding the mic like they're an entertainer in Vegas, that's when I laugh.
Hey,
thanks for giving me the mic. Or my other favorite one, and you don't see it as much as you used to. People that want to take the mic from the reporter. Remember those days?
Oh yeah, and then you're fighting.
Yeah, that's a
number
fun
one
one.
rule as a TV reporter:
never give up the
microphone.
Never give up.
You can't do it.
No.
There was one dad last night. I forget which dad it was, but Lisa asked the guy a question, and she had already talked to the player who had been selected. And after the first couple of picks, these interviews started getting a little shorter. Mm-hmm. Sometimes she didn't ask the dad any questions.
By the way, every answer is the same. There is another. Bill Burr does a great rant on watching the draft and what you're seeing in the draft, and you can just wake up the next morning and just read who was in there. But he does the whole reporter, and then he does the player that gets drafted. I'm just thankful for my teammates, thankful for my coach. Thank you. I'm really looking forward to playing for Team Generic. Yes.
Anyhow, that's funny.
It's true, though. He was so right.
Sometimes she didn't have a chance to ask one of the parents a question, so one of the parents sat there and didn't say anything.
Mm-hmm.
But she asked one dad a question, and the dad just went and went and went and went. And she was very nice. She didn't interrupt him. But, the television clock in my head was like, wrap him up. Let's go. Get him out of there.
Can I tell you, this is one of the reasons why.
Because they almost stepped on a pick.
Oh, I believe it. This is one of the reasons why I like Jalen Brunson.
Dad just went.
He was so real after they won the NBA Finals.
Yeah, he was.
There was no way you could walk away from that interview going, damn, that's a great guy. That guy, he's it's the moment. It's not about everything around the moment. It's the moment, and he was living in it. And that moment, I guess, is the best way. I'm saying moment too much, but
moment.
He just didn't. There was nothing fake or phony about everything. His response to winning the championship. Jalen Brunson made me a fan for life.
Of course, he wasn't drafted last night.
That's true. Maybe he would have been nice if he was.
We're going to talk more NBA draft, more Cavs coming up in the noon hour. Tom Withers is going to join us from our station and the Associated Press. Tom coming up at noon. Coming up at 12:40, Chris Rose. Next, Mike Florio is on the morning show, Pro Football Talk. And Mike had some comments about Brendan Sorsby that you're going to want to hear, and we're going to want to discuss. They're next here on Baskin and Phelps.
Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
A smart move for the Cavs that you will call stupid because of a stupid thing that this guy did in the NBA Finals.
Meanwhile, the Knicks fans said they had no chance to win a championship a year ago. Could that be the same for the Cavs?
It's the Emerging Podcast Scene presented by Extend Technologies on 923thefan.com and on the free Odyssey app.
Coming up at noon, Tom Withers from the Associated Press and from us. Tom works with us here as well. He's going to join us, talk a little Cavs, talk a little Guardians as well. Guardians, little issue right now. Little issue. Injured guys. Chris Rose is going to join us at 12:40 as well.
Yeah, okay. You all right?
Kind of got a little thing there going.
There you go.
Sounded like Lou Brown.
Wasted pitching last night again.
Lou, yeah. We'll get into that. Parker Messick really good again. You got a winner there. Mike Florio is our buddy from Pro Football Talk. And Mike joins us regularly here on Basket and Phelps. He joined the morning show today. Is that allowed, by the way? Is Mike allowed?
No.
Thank you.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
I wasn't going to say it, but you could say it.
I don't think we have, exclusive rights to Mike Florio. But, it's a great thought, isn't it?
I listened to him talk to him. He likes us, so that's all I really care about. He's tight with us.
Oh,
he's thinking about us when he's doing his Sunday night thing on NBC. He's like,
yeah.
Am I going to talk about this with Basket and Phelps during the week?
Jeff are thinking about that.
I wonder, maybe I should call them before I actually say this on national television.
I think that's a good idea.
We're good with it, though. And then he'll be, because we're going to promote his book. That's why.
We always promote his books.
Of course.
He does a good job on all those.
Mm-hmm.
And his website is just, you got to love it. Well, he was on the morning show. And the guys did a great job of chatting with Mike about things. And then actually, all you got to do is say, hey, Mike, Brendan Sorsby. And he goes, right?
Right.
I mean, let's be honest. We don't have to ask any earth-shattering questions to Mike because he's going to go. And he went when the guys were talking to him today. Brendan Sorsby, no supplemental draft is the word, from the NFL. And
right.
That's not going to happen and blah, blah, blah. Well, he talked about, with Ken and Anthony this morning, draft eligibility as it goes along with a collective bargaining agreement. Here's what Mike had to say.
The CBA doesn't include an integrity test. It says if you were eligible for the draft in April and then you became not eligible after that, you're eligible for the supplemental draft. It doesn't say if we decide to let you in. Now, there's language in there basically saying, well, we can say we don't feel like having a supplemental draft. But the response to that is, have you ever not had one when you have an eligible player apply? Are you specifically targeting this player and breaking from your established precedent?
That's the question that I've had. And that's where Meredith and I were talking about lawyers.
So I think the argument for the NFL is, what is the latest anyone has ever if you set a deadline to apply, then that deadline should be the deadline. If you get in before the deadline, then you should have the draft, right? That would normally apply, I think, for 99.9% of any of these players that are trying to join through the supplemental draft. In this scenario, though, don't you think it is fair and reasonable for the NFL to want to do their own research on a player before they would allow him into the supplemental draft? Like, why? The supplemental draft in and among itself is a why. Why do you need to be in the supplemental draft? Oh, I graduated early? Okay, that's a fair why. You've been banned from the NCAA for something that isn't banned in the NFL? Okay, that's fair and reasonable. We're going to have a supplemental draft for you. Remember, the supplemental draft has actually changed its own format from, like, let's go through a telephone call and go and make every team say pass to the bidding process, which makes way more sense, I think.
And it also isn't just straight draft order like it was in the regular draft. There's now a tier system and a lottery within those tiers.
Yeah. So
it's a different deal. But it's weird to me, and I don't think we've heard the end of this legal process here.
No, I don't think so either.
Because of what Mike said, and Meredith and I were talking about that before. It just seems to me, you just don't want to have a supplemental draft, even though somebody applied. It's the NFL's league; they can do whatever they want. That's the way that goes. But that doesn't mean you're not going to have to defend yourself, legally in that situation. If the kid can't come out for the supplemental draft, but the NFL said he's eligible for the 2027 draft, even though he would be draft eligible, would have been this year because he meets that criteria. Could he just sign with a team? Open bidding process.
So the two remedies would be, let's say the NFL was going to lose this case, or the NFLPA would suddenly have to fight for. He's not a member of the NFLPA though, so I don't understand how the NFLPA has anything to do other than the fact that they have collectively bargained to have a supplemental draft when needed to have a supplemental draft. So, I don't even know how Sorsby plays out with the NFLPA. He's not a member. He's not. So, to me, the lawsuit's against the NFL more than anything for opting to not have this. So, you probably have, 3 remedies. 1, everything stands pat. 2, they decide. I mean, how hard is it to have the supplemental draft? Seems pretty easy to me. It doesn't seem very hard to have a supplemental draft where you say to all teams, okay, hey, on Friday, let us know if you want this guy. What's your bid? Even if it's during camp, who cares? So if it goes to court, they've got to suddenly have a supplemental. Or the last would be, okay, you're a free agent. We'll let you into the end. And now you can conduct business with the NFLPA.
Not really, maybe, according to Florio. This is on why Sorsby can't sign with the team right now.
Okay.
He just can't do it. He has to go through a draft. You have to be eligible and in a draft pool. You can't just say, I'm going to go sign as an undrafted free agent with whoever I want to sign with. He is out of the NFL until 2027, and his only path in is through the draft. If he goes undrafted, then he's available to go sign with the team as an undrafted free agent, but he can't do it now. There is no end run that he can pull. The draft is the gate through which he has to go to get into the NFL.
See, here's why I agree with Mike, and I think Mike would agree with me on this, unless the courts deemed that the NFL had to allow him in, and then the NFL had to change their own ruling, which might go against their own constitution, to say, okay, we'll just let him be a free agent then. Because we normally, what's the other remedy? To have a supplemental draft, to force the league to have the supplemental draft? Well, if you're going to force them to have a supplemental draft, why not just force them to let him be a free agent? What's the difference?
Well, but the NFL is welcoming him in the 2027 draft. So they're giving him a path to the NFL. They're just not giving him a path right now.
He wants the path now, and he's going to take legal repercussions. He's trying to use the legal system to get.
We don't know that he's going to do that yet. Think about the money. If the NFL wants to really fight it, think about the money that's involved. And then if he does, let's say Sorsby even wins. Okay.
Yeah.
And they have a supplemental draft. Doesn't mean he's going to get drafted.
No, you would need probably a rogue owner.
A rogue owner to go pick him.
That's right.
Ken made a point.
Know any of those?
Ken made a point this morning. Why didn't Colin Kaepernick get back into the NFL?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the NFL apparently didn't want Colin Kaepernick to play. If they don't want Brendan Sorsby to play this year, nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Don't draft him, please.
But who is the NFL truly in that? It's all the owners.
Yeah.
It's not just Roger sitting on the hill.
Didn't you think Kaepernick was going to get signed eventually?
I thought Kaepernick would get signed too.
Yeah. And he didn't. And, it could be the same thing with Sorsby right now in that situation.
Although they've...
hey, we don't want him in 2026. So if he applies for the supplemental draft... But see, if he applies for the supplemental draft, Andy, and doesn't get drafted, then I would think he would be a free agent and eligible to sign with any team.
Wait, say this one more time. If
they did have a supplemental draft and he was not selected,
correct, he'd be a free agent.
At that point, he would be a free agent.
Yes,
correct. You would think
if he was deemed an eligible participant in the supplemental draft.
Right.
Yes, you're correct. I would think that would be correct.
Yeah, they could hold a supplemental draft with only one guy eligible to be drafted.
Sure.
And if he wasn't drafted, well, then he's a free agent.
Yeah. What do you think the right remedy is here?
I think the right remedy is to allow him to be in a supplemental draft right now.
I think the right remedy is banned for life. Sorry.
Well, there's already there are already cases where like Kayshon Boutte,
okay, so
wide receiver for New England,
but
he did the exact same thing, and he's playing in the league.
But
he's doing the same thing, and he's playing. Now, he was drafted before everything came to light.
But all
he did the
criminal
same
charges
thing.
were dropped on that.
Yeah, I know, but he did the same thing.
No, he probably shouldn't be playing either.
Well, does that not go back to your point of the union and who they represent? Since Kayshon Boutte got drafted before this came to light, that made him an NFL player and a part of the union. And
Correct.
then in that case, the union has an obligation to protect him, whereas Brendan Sorsby, because he's not in the NFL, doesn't have any protections from the union. So I feel like
That's
that
correct.
might be a little bit of a difference that, maybe Kayshon Boutte should have been banned for life for the gambling, but he was at the point where he had protection from the union in order to fight it.
That's true.
There's also the kid who's on New Orleans practice squad who bet on games that his team played in, $15, but he's on a practice squad. I don't.
So are you
don't
saying
know
it's okay then? Do you think it's okay for these players to do this? I'm just curious. Are you good with that?
Our society has told us it is.
To bet on yourself? To bet on a game? Like there's
He didn't play.
You don't see any ethical problem with that?
Andy, I do see an ethical problem. However, our society now tells us it's okay.
It's okay to gamble.
You carry a casino. I carry a casino.
Jeff, our employers don't, though. Employers don't have to see it the same way you do. And if your employer is controlling the entertainment, they want to make sure that the entertainment that's going out there is legit.
NFL sure doesn't seem to be shying away from gambling money.
No one is. They haven't. No.
So,
Jeff, the first time any team took a penny from a lottery, that was the end of it.
Sorsby didn't bet on NFL games as an NFL player. He bet on games that his college team played in that he wasn't playing in. Do I have a problem?
Does he have inside information then?
Do I have a problem with it? Yeah, it's probably not. It's not good. It's not.
I mean, we get mad at people on the stock market for doing the same thing, don't we?
Well, we throw them in jail, don't we? Sometimes?
Yeah. So again.
Well, Andy, I'm just saying we've legalized this in most of the country. The NFL, the Major League Baseball, NBA, they embrace it like crazy. And
they embrace it with rules, though, and regulations. And it's made them, to me, I think, for two things here. One, this is all income that's been out there that's been taxable that was never taxable before. So that's all coming back to us.
Look at the government G-man. I like that.
I'm just being right. I mean, like all that money was trading hands and there were no taxes being paid on it. Now there's taxes being paid on it, right?
I like that.
The other thing we're finding out is when an athlete does this, man, it seems to me that because the house or the casino, or whoever it is there, it has the opportunity to police what's going on. Like they actually can do. There's an action
Andy,
that can happen.
It's not good. Okay, he shouldn't have done it. He obviously has some kind of an issue. He's got he's gambled like crazy. There are issues there. Florio has one more thought coming up. We're going to hear it as we continue, and it's about sports gambling and where it's placed with some of these young athletes. That's coming up on Baskin and Phelps. Tom Withers joins us at noon.
Hey, it's Nick Wilson. If your home already feels warmer than it should,
makes Pitts the third highest paid tight end in the NFL behind George Kittle and Terry McBride. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Coming up about 40 minutes, Tom Withers from the Associated Press. Retired, emeritus, still writing for the Associated Press from time to time and working with us here at The Fan. Tom's going to join us to talk NBA draft, Cavs, offseason, get a little guards as well. I'm Jeff Phelps, my partner over here. We're in his cool Rush shirt. Sandy Baskin.
Like this one? So the old one.
Yeah, that is cool.
They're back on tour. I don't know if you know, new drummer. Kind of weird, but everything seems to be everyone seems to be really pumped about this tour. So I'm still trying to figure out if I can get tickets I'll probably get them.
Andy, you're Andy Baskin. You can get tickets.
I don't know. I need to try to get tickets for when they come here. They added a second show here. And
I'm Andy Baskin.
Cleveland, very important.
Who would like to give me free tickets?
I didn't ask for free tickets.
I asked for you.
Stop that. No, don't do that.
You.
I don't expect that. No, I'm a fan. I want to go. I think I want to go see him again. Springsteen was awesome a couple weeks ago. That was fun. I'm like on the 98.5 tour.
Sure, yeah.
That's
sure. Meredith's taking your phone calls, doing 2020s, running the board, 216-474-0092. We were just talking about Mike Florio being on the morning show today, and he talked about Brendan Sorsby, the quarterback from Indiana, Cincinnati, Texas Tech, who is not eligible for the draft until 2027 now because the NFL said nope to a supplemental draft. And we heard a couple of the comments that Florio made about that. But big picture sports gambling thought here from Florio.
Not enough people are taking a step back and looking at the environment in which Sorsby's behavior happened. This isn't Art Schlichter. This is a guy who grew up in an age where everywhere you turn, it's bet on this, bet on that. Every show you watch, if you're a sports fan, they're sponsored by a sports book. They're touting picks. There's this not so subtle notion that you're not really being a sports fan if you're not betting on these games, that it's cool, that it's fun, and that everybody does it. And I think there's a whole generation of kids that don't think there's anything wrong with it. It's not just legalized, it's normalized.
He's right.
That's become the case.
He's right.
Yeah, that's become the case.
Jeff, I mean, you remember the only time we ever talked about gambling when we were a kid was when Jimmy the Greek was on the CBS show.
And that when they put Jimmy the Greek on the CBS show, it was like, ooh, you're talking about odds?
Yeah.
It was like, are we allowed to do that?
Yeah. I mean, I know that when we were doing, I wouldn't touch that stuff with a 10-foot pole.
Oh, well, Andy, you weren't allowed.
Well,
I mean, like when we were doing local news, when we were working, for Fox covering teams, you weren't allowed to do that.
Yeah, but you would say, like, you could still get away with little subtle things like saying, well, I put my money on that. If I had, I'd bet your money on that. You still do that.
Yeah, well, it's legal now.
Yeah, but back then it wasn't, and it wasn't like, I don't know. I don't know why it's prevalent. It was real, but it was super taboo. And we couldn't go. And when Jimmy the Greek started doing it,
it was
on
weird,
the NFL,
man.
Was it the NFL Today on CBS?
Yeah,
is that what it was?
Of course it was. Yeah, Bubba.
It was such a big deal. And then everybody got to make their own picks. Phil George is making a pick. Come on. And then it was just pick 'em, right? That's what they would do before all this legalized gambling. It was just like, okay, who are you going to pick? Who are you picking? Lee Corso's going to put your mascot's head on if you pick this team.
Right now, the issue is Brendan Sorsby.
Yeah, but he's right though. It's normalized.
Well, but there are going to be other issues and other guys coming up. Would you not agree?
Oh, for sure, it's coming. There's more coming.
Does the NFL need to come up with a bigger plan than just we're not going to let you in the supplemental. You can come in next year because somebody else is going to be in the same boat.
You know what I would do with that money? I would start investing that money if the NFL was smart and they don't want players to bet on their own. They need to start putting that money into high schools and into colleges and educating right away. Do you realize that
money? The money that the
money
NFL
that they
gets
would have
from
to
gambling?
eventually spend? Yeah, I would take that gambling money and put it right back in to remind high school athletes.
That's cute.
Well, it's a problem though. I'm looking here.
Andy, it is.
Recent surveys show that.
Why does the NFL do it? Because they want money.
Well, but they also want to educate.
They're not going to take gambling money and then take gambling money and not cash in on it.
Yeah, but you need to take that money and invest and make sure that you don't have. You're trying to avoid addicts.
No, you don't. You need to put it in your owner's pockets.
Wow, Jeff, I don't even know you now.
No, I'm looking at it from the NFL perspective. You're looking at it from a humanity.
Yeah, I mean,
perspective.
even the state realizes
you make perfect sense. But come on, Andy, it's the NFL. We're going to take all of this gambling advertising and we're going to invest it into gambling prevention. That's not what the NFL is going to do.
There at some point. Well, guess what? The like FanDuel does at the end. They say if you have a problem.
Well, they all say it because they have to.
Well, but there's a reason. So they're taking their own money and putting it back in, no matter what. I think they need to take that money in, and it's not that it needs to be not normal for an athlete to bet on a game that they're in or in a sport that they're playing where you're getting paid. And now high school athletes can get paid because of NIL, even in Ohio. So take that money, start investing in education. I can't tell you. Do you know? Listen, I've been through.
Why would you invest in?
I've seen 5 or 6 state championships this year in the state of Ohio, and I can tell you that after their number one ad that they run for like milk and Final Forms during all those things is prevention awareness of athletes and gambling. 15% of Ohio teens have gambled for money on sports already, even though it's illegal. They know it. They're trying to get ahead of it. The Ohio High School Athletic Association is trying to get ahead of it. Just like they tried to get ahead of NIL. It took a while, but then they were able to figure that out.
High school kids. This is
the
NFL.
But if you show a kid in the beginning that it's wrong to bet on a game you're playing in, it's wrong to bet when you have inside information on stuff because you could get in trouble or gigantic trouble and be banned from the sport. You've got to let them know right away. So there's no excuse to say, I didn't know. Like, I keep hearing this Sorsby, he was just a kid. How was he supposed to? It's normal. No, that's BS.
He didn't bet against his team.
But he knew not to bet on the sport that he was playing in. He also knew not to place a bet on Indiana. He's 19. He's too young now?
No, he's 19 and he screwed up. He did something really stupid.
Yes.
Yeah.
And but it's even worse because he knew.
The NFL is not going to take gambling dollars from gambling companies and then turn around and not use that for their own profit to educate kids not to gamble. They're not going to do that.
You don't think they take money to educate these guys about drugs? Do they not?
Not from the guy on the street selling heroin.
They're not taking money but my point is that they know that they don't want. They don't want, like, this is arrest season right now. They don't want this to be arrest season. So what do? They make sure that they inform guys before they leave from these things. And they say to them again, please, guys, more guys get arrested in the month of June and July than any other month.
Well,
you have been informed.
Temperatures are up.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. You have been informed. You are now knowledgeable of the mishap that could happen. Don't play ignorant on this thing. So don't let they don't want their own athletes to play ignorant. You don't want college athletes to play ignorant. You don't want high school athletes to play ignorant. And if you want to keep going back with the way the pressures are in like high travel ball of anything, those kids should probably know too. Maybe that's where the education needs to start. Maybe the NFL should pay for prenatal education on gambling on your own sport. At some point, you have to educate. Prenatal may be a little extreme.
The NFL doesn't have to educate the players. The NFL's taking the gambling money, and it's okay because it's now legal.
For everyone but their players. It's illegal for their players.
That's fine. You don't have to tell them that. If they get caught, then go ahead and suspend them.
Yes, you do have to tell them that, so they can't come back and go, I didn't know this.
The NFL Players Association. It's on them.
Okay, well, then it's on the Players Association. That's why they collectively bargain education. What about all these rookie camps that they remember the
symposiums?
The symposiums. They do all that stuff. They talk about gambling from day one. I know the NBA is all over their players, their rookies, and it's the NBA PA trying to make sure that their guys take the right path while they play so they don't get in trouble. I give the NBA PA a ton of credit for educating their athletes, not only in financial means, but in, hangers on, let's just put it that way, about people who are looking to maybe make their families bigger. Like, they educate them on that. You understand what I'm saying with that? I mean, the NBA they want their players to be educated, to understand the pitfalls of what's going on.
They all do.
Take the money and go back and tell them. Especially, and you look at the high school stuff, you're like,
or just don't take the gambling money. Oh, wait a minute.
I said that for a long time. I said that. I remember the gigantic fight we had at one point.
You and me fight?
No. It wasn't me. It was a former mayor who was a pretty good athlete at the time.
Okay.
Who was upset about little things, and I'm like, the Ohio lottery is gambling money too. We do realize that, right? The lottery is gambling. It's not just some mythical thing. You're like, oh, I'm gonna get a candy bar and I'm gonna get a drink. Maybe, I'm over 21. I'll have a pack of smokes. Oh, and those lottery tickets too. That's not gambling. It's a lottery. Of course, it's gambling.
I bought a lottery ticket this morning.
There you go.
I told my buddy JJ downstairs, "Hi, I'd like to buy a winning lottery ticket, please."
And did he sell you one?
He did.
How much did you win?
I won't find out till tomorrow. Rick is in Strongsville. Hi, Rick.
Hey, Rick.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
We couldn't be finer.
So I was in college when sports gambling first came out.
Yeah, how'd that go over?
What was that? Harvard
everywhere.
and Yale, the very first game? Let's be honest.
Mac Nation.
No, let's be honest. Sports gambling has been going on as long as there was two teams.
Agreed, and I did it before it was legal as well.
There you go.
agree. But every single commercial, every social media post shows you how you can bet $2 and become a millionaire. They show these kids every single bet you can become a mega millionaire. So I get, he made a mistake, but it is very, very normalized today.
I agree. It is normalized. I'm not going to question that at all. But it can't be normal for the athletes. Athletes
Totally
need to
agree.
know you can't bet on your own game.
Isn't that on the league that takes this money and shows a commercial to every single game that these athletes watch so
Yes.
they can become millionaires?
It's on the league. It's on the schools. It's on the parents. And most of all, after you're 18, it's on you.
I agreed, but they are. I know he's 19, he's of age, but, we all did stupid things when we were 19.
I get it, but 19 is also old enough to know better.
Agreed.
We call those
I just wanted to give my 2 cents.
I get that's good. There's a name for 19-year-olds. Unfortunately, we don't
Agreed.
always agree on it. They're called adults. I hate to say it.
I agree with you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I appreciate it, guys.
All right, Rick. Thank you very much. I felt like I was in a parenting class right there with Andy Baskin.
They are. But you want to be tropical storm
No,
too?
I don't. Will's in
You could be
Illinois.
calm storm.
What part of Illinois, Will?
Hey, Will.
I don't know. I'm driving and I'm listening to you guys on the Odyssey app.
Oh, nice.
All right.
Thanks.
Best show on the planet. I listened to it all the way there.
Thank you.
Anyways,
We're number 2 on Mars right now. We are working really hard.
yeah. Well, Jeff loves my bacon, so we'll go there.
Oh, we're good to go there.
yeah.
Oh, I do too. I'm a big fan of the bacon.
Yeah. So here, everybody keeps saying normalize, right? I really disagree. I mean, you alluded to it a little bit anywhere. You said parents, right? So if all these sports teams and everything, which they were at some point in the late 90s, early 2000s, or sponsored by alcohol or let's say marijuana at this point, would it make it okay? No, it wouldn't. He knows. His parents know. It's their job to teach their child the rights and wrongs going into life. Yes, it's their responsibility to themselves, but how do we make it normal when Pete Rose was banned from baseball in the Hall of Fame? He was banned from everything. It was worldwide news.
Yeah.
And and so this kid thinks that, oh, well, you know what? I'm different. It's normalized now. It's okay. I think it's completely ridiculous, and it's a cop-out for the gentleman or the reporter, whoever was like, oh, it's normalized. It is not normalized. Normalization is getting up in the morning and brushing your teeth. Going and opening an app and betting on something is not normalized. It is being pushed, but it's not normal. Normal is being an adult, being responsible, and knowing, hey, you know what? I'm going to be a millionaire one day as a football player. Let me do the right things. Oh, a $2 bet, it's not going to get me in trouble. Pete Rose didn't think it was going to get him in trouble either, and look what happened. The guy passes away, and he wasn't allowed in the Baseball Hall of Fame.
While he was alive.
I just think it's completely ridiculous for people to say it's normalized when.
So here's the part.
Josh Gordon nowadays would be okay for him to be in the NFL, right? It's not.
Will, thank you, buddy.
Thanks, Will.
Drive safely. You had a great phone line
I'll
from
explain
Illinois.
that. If we have a minute, I'll explain more of that normalization because it's not only I know in 30 seconds I'll tell you this. It's not only like we talk about peer pressure on kids, like one kid's gambling, his peer group is gonna start gambling. It's not. It's parent to parent pressure too. Like, oh, well, yeah, I don't care if my kid bets a couple bucks on that. And then, well, your kid's watching and the other kid. I mean, that's a parent to parent. It's drinking, same thing, right? Like, if the parents are boozing every night, then guess what? Kid's probably going to be boozing too. Why? Because it's normal in that situation.
Tom Withers coming up at noon. Headlines next on Baskin and Phelps.
Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin.
There must be a mistake. This is too small.
It shrunk a whole lot. Look on the bright side. Now you have a suit you can give to a child.
This is a job for Sponsored Jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed Sponsored Jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Coming up in about 15 minutes, Tom Withers from the Associated Press Emeritus, joins us here on The Fan. We love having him. He's going to join us to talk a little Cavs draft, a little NBA draft. Starting to wonder. Well, we'll discuss it with Tom.
One of my favorite nicknames of all time.
What?
Between him and Jeff Shadell. Because with Tom, we always say, it's not news until Tom Withers says so.
Is that a nickname?
Yeah. Well, it's a tagline.
Hey!
It's a catchphrase.
The catchphrase.
Look who's here. It isn't news until this guy says it is.
Well, that's true, though.
How are you? It isn't news until this guy says it is. It's not a nickname.
I'm going to smack you. And then Jeff Shadell, a man for all seasons.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel good about both of those.
Yeah. Well, you
I
should.
take pride in those, Jeff.
You should. You should
it is my version of Whoop-de-Doo Sports Review.
You should take pride in this as well.
Yes. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it truly is never news in this segment. That's why we want to make sure you're up to speed on everything that happens, true or false. It's Headlines with Meredith Kane.
When the news breaks, we fix it. Isn't that right, Andy?
That's right.
That's right.
That's right, Meredith. Back to you.
So Adam Silver was on Dan Patrick's show yesterday, and he had a lot of really interesting things to say. One of the things that he said was he was discussing the idea of only big markets can win versus small markets, and he believes that the finals between the Spurs and the Knicks is an indicator that that narrative is kind of fading, because he said that the overwhelming storyline in the NBA Finals this year was Jalen versus Wemby, not big city New York versus mid-market San Antonio. Would you guys agree with that?
Once you get to the NBA, NFL, I think a lot of the market stuff goes away. More so in the NFL and the NBA, because they share their revenues more than they do with Major League Baseball. I don't even look at teams in the NFL and think small market. Do you?
No, I just think it's always awesome that Green Bay has a team. That's what I always say.
And Jacksonville.
But more so Green Bay. I mean, they're really
Buffalo. Especially Green Bay. You're right.
Yeah, Green Bay is the one city that I will always look at and go, man, that is so awesome that Green Bay. Although you're still, you're kind of Milwaukee if you think about it. So,
Well, I think also when it comes to
I'm not buying it in the NBA though. I don't.
When it comes to the NFL, I feel like every single team, people will in those cities kind of live or die by that team. Because you can even look at Cleveland, because Cleveland, even though it's more mid-market, people will call it a small market. And I've got family members who have lived here their entire lives. They may not be sports fans, but they always know what's going on with the Browns. Mm-hmm. And anytime I go to a family function, even if I'm there with family members who don't necessarily follow sports, but maybe just watch it casually, they'll always ask me about what's going on with the Browns. So it's one of those things where the NFL it rules every city that it's in. It rules every area that it's in. And it feels larger than life, because like you said, I don't even think of Green Bay as a small town, even though it kind of is, just because I associate it with the Packers.
Yeah, all right, so for the NFL, since 2013, how many times has the top three market won the Super Bowl? Right? Think about it. Rams, that's it. Once. That's it. Now, Boston's right there, so, that's kind of unfair to do it that way, but and then look at the teams that are in there too. It's not like, it's Boston, but it's also Kansas City, it's Philly, Cincy's regular guys like us, right? And so I think that's kind of false. The NBA I don't think the NBA, because it only takes 5 guys. Look at the plethora of winners they've had over the last 10 years since Golden State really, and they hopped back in for 1 year, but the Knicks finally won, right? Yeah. So I don't know that.
Well, and that's what Adam Silver was very happy about, because he did say that he wants the NBA to feel more like the NFL, where it seems like you have the feeling that any team could win any year, regardless of the market size that it comes from. Do you think that if Major League Baseball is able to institute some type of salary floor, salary cap, that they could follow suit? Because Adam Silver, in his comments to Dan Patrick, he kind of he credited a lot of that to the whole second apron deal, kind of making sure that teams are spending somewhat fairly, and then that way everyone has a chance. Do you think that Major League Baseball has the ability to follow suit? And if they do they want to?
We'll find out this winter, won't we? I think we'll find out.
Yeah, I think
that's going to be a big issue. I for the life of me, I can't figure out why Major League Baseball doesn't look at the NFL, Major League Baseball owners and players, although the players are getting paid like crazy. But the overall health, and baseball's doing well, but the way the NFL is just prints money, why would you not follow that business model?
Because it makes too much sense. I think every time we want to get crazy about baseball and saying, well, big city, big money. I mean, the Dodgers have proved the last 2 years that big money pays, and the other teams that have been in there too. But there's still diversity among the teams that get into the final series, whether you win or lose. You know what I find the most odd stat is in the NHL, where it's amazing to me how the Canadian teams, which dominated the sport for so long. When's the last time we hit 93?
It's been a long time.
The Canadians won in 93, right?
It has been a very, very long time. Yeah, it has been. Not only has it been American teams, a lot of seasons we've had Southern teams like the Dallas Stars, the Florida Panthers. Even about 10 years ago, the Nashville Predators made it to the Western Conference Finals, which I think that's probably the farthest they've ever gotten. But you're having these southern cities, hot market, not typical hockey towns like Dallas, like Los Angeles, winning the Stanley Cup.
Yeah, I mean there's all this talk about Sunbelt hockey now being, and part of it is because you get Canadians that sometimes move down. Like Florida's inundated with Canadians that turn 65, wake up and find themselves in Florida. Same as New Yorkers, right? They I'm 64. That's my last day 360. Oh my God, I'm in Florida. How'd this happen? So I do think there's an influx of fans that live down there that probably never lived there before, but still, it's just it's just interesting. I find it fascinating that it's so hard for a Canadian team to win the Stanley Cup. Lord Stanley likes the sun.
Sorry, Canada. Hockey is our sport now.
Sorry.
So some college sports news yesterday in
Good luck to Canada at 3, by the way. They played
in Congress, the Protect College Sports Act passed in Senate committee yesterday. And so this is an act that it is establishing a comprehensive federal level framework for college athletics. It's codifying NIL. It is replacing current state-by-state patchwork. It is giving college athletes 5-year eligibility beginning at age 19, high school graduation, whichever comes first, I believe. There's also
religious, pregnancy.
Yeah, there's exceptions. There's capping agent fees at 5%. And then it's also giving athletes private right of action to sue schools over NIL rights, health and safety standards, and scholarship protection. So it's mostly bipartisan. It's got a lot of support from both sides of the aisle. It's got a lot of support from every major conference, except the SEC and the Big Ten, because there is also a rider in there that blocks any potential SEC Big Ten breakaway league. So that's what passed it. Now it's got to go through a few other steps before it's actually federal laws out there. But this is the first step. And it seems like there's a lot of good things in this bill, and the NCAA seems to be very in favor of it. But quite frankly, if I was in the NCAA in any way, shape, or form, I would almost feel embarrassed that you'd have to go to the federal level to get any of this passed in the first place. Because I think what it does, it just weakens the NCAA themselves, because it's showing, hey, you don't have the power to do anything, so you had to get Congress to step in to do all of this.
NCAA has lost so much power through NIL and everything else that's going on, Andy. I think they're just trying to hang on. The 5th year of eligibility, I think, is an interesting concept. And I think it will. I think
it's a
be
fair
beneficial.
trade-off for some of the other
Yeah.
stuff. But if you get hurt, you still only have 5 years, so it doesn't matter. And there's no more redshirting. I mean, redshirting made sense when freshmen weren't playing. I mean, there was forever they weren't playing. The hockey thing is still very interesting.
Well, and I think redshirting also made sense because if you were, say, entering college at the age of 17, even freshly turned 18, for most kids, their full development doesn't come until, for both men and women, doesn't come until like early to mid 20s. So when you're sitting out for a year, you're giving your body more time to grow, develop, and to come into who you are going to be as an adult. And then I think that just gives you a better shot of putting good tape on film before you go pro, if that's your goal.
Right. Yeah. I mean, and you know why this 5 for 5 thing starts when you're following your 19th birthday, not your 18th birthday. You know,
right.
Who's
So
pushing,
so it's giving an extra year. Yeah.
The hockey people were pushing for that.
Right.
Because I mean, a lot of the hockey guys are 20 years old, starting as freshmen there. At least you get 1 year to play juniors before you. So the NCAA. This is why you're starting to see all these rinks pop up down south too, because now you're going to have an influx of better players who have to play, who are going to end up playing NCAA instead of playing juniors before the NHL's ready for them or the OHL or whatever. Play 1 year of the OHL.
There you go. All right, Meredith, thank you very much. Up next, about 5 minutes away, Tom Withers will join us. His thoughts on the Cavaliers trading out of the first round, his thoughts on what they might do tonight. Bigger picture, what's going to happen this offseason, and does something have to happen this offseason? Tom joins us next on Baskin and Phelps.
To midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free.
Tom Withers coming up momentarily here on Baskin and Phelps.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 to 10. Our show from 10 to 2. That's every day. We've been doing that for like 15 years now, haven't we? Almost 16. And then Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7. That is live each and every weekday on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free and watch all the best content from your favorite shows right here on The Fan, live and on demand right now.
It's actually almost 15. You're a year ahead.
Are you sure? I thought we were like 16.
No.
Are we doing anything for our 15th birthday?
I'm showing up for work.
Come on, man. Can we get a mug or T-shirts to give folks that have been listening to us for 15 years?
Talk to Fearless Leader.
Other shows have stuff. Other places, and I'm not trying to be jealous, but like, man, I could have a whole Jen and Tim wardrobe by now. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Well, they're the other station.
I know, but they're
big time.
But this
they're not
is
like
sibling
us.
rivalry, isn't it?
They're not like us. No, they're our friends.
They not like us.
No sibling rivalry.
They not like us.
They're not like us.
Are we Kendrick or are we Drake?
Let's go to the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. He, for decades, worked for the Associated Press, covered everything there was to cover in sports, then came to Cleveland, did the same thing on all of our teams for the AP. He's with us now from time to time, and we appreciate that. He's Mr. Tom Withers. Hello, Tom.
Hello, Tom.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good.
We are good. Thanks for jumping in today. We appreciate it.
You're quite welcome.
Watching the draft last night, it's funny how, because it's your team and you're following it, you get excited about the 29th pick in a draft, and then it gets traded away, Tom. Probably no surprise, but still a little deflating.
Yeah, I suppose, Jeff, except, though, you got to think about where the Cavs are right now, and it's every dollar matters for this team.
True.
And so from a financial standpoint, it makes perfect sense. Not to get too into the weeds on all of this, but this will allow them to save a little bit of money because you're not taking a guy in the first round. Contracts are involved, et cetera, et cetera. So, I don't know, the difference between, the quality of player at 29 and 34 is probably negligible, as you know, Jeff and Andy.
Sure.
It's about, finding those diamonds in the rough out there, right? And player development, and the Cavs have shown that they're pretty good at that. So where this team is right now, it really didn't surprise me, but you're right, Jeff. I mean, gone are the days when they were picking, first or fourth, and we were all riveted and locked in, and things have certainly changed for me. I didn't even watch the first half of the draft last night.
Neither did I, Tom.
I was in Lakewood watching some music, so it was nice. I did kind of keep track of it on my phone every once in a while just to stay a little bit plugged in.
I did watch, Tom, and I was just thinking, all right, we're going to get to the Cavs eventually here. We're going to get to them. And I was expecting a trade, but then we got to them, and they did a trade, and I went, no, okay, glad I stayed up all night.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, I don't know if you guys have talked about this yet or not. The one pick last night that really stood out to me was Oklahoma City taking the Mara kid from Michigan.
Yeah.
And just how smart that move was, considering the problems that Holmgren had, in the Western Conference Finals against Wembanyama. So once again, Presti steps up and does the right thing by his team.
And they brought in a shooter too, Tom. Thank you.
And I mean, that team, they've got this thing. They've got this thing cornered here for the next few years. I think it was, kind of a blessing that they were able to get knocked off this year, just so we could have a little bit of a change of pace, if you will. But Oklahoma City is here to stay.
Yeah, well, give me your other reflections on the first round yesterday, and maybe even not even that as much as how much the league got shook up in the last 24 hours with the Giannis trade.
Yeah, I was just talking to Tim Reynolds, my former colleague with the AP down in Miami, just about the Miami trade, because I was one of the few people that felt like Miami gave up too much for Giannis. And don't get me wrong, I love Giannis. I just don't know if Giannis is that player that he was even a couple of years ago. I think from his standpoint, and I'm sure what the Heat are hoping for is that a summer without basketball is going to allow Giannis to get his body right and be the player that is, amongst the top 3 in the league. So you're right, Andy. And I think some more shifts could be coming. We could have some other big moves before too long, including with the Cavaliers here. So we'll see. But, the draft went pretty much according to form, I think, at least for about the first 8 picks or so. I mean, there was a lot of speculation as to whether Utah would pass on Boozer, and they did that. And, it was talked about as being a pretty deep draft, and I would have to agree with that. I mean, there were at least some names that came up, in the late teens and 20s where I said, oh, hey, I saw that guy in the tournament. He's a good player. So, and as Jeff pointed out, not seeing the Cavs pick was a little bit of a disappointment, but completely understandable.
And, Tom, they pick at 34 tonight. There are a couple of guys out there at this point.
Yeah.
Just go get the best player, somebody you think is actually going to make your team. That said, after watching the draft and then the Giannis trade and everything else, I'm not sure if I'm just reacting to it or if my feelings are accurate on this. It's just starting to feel like the Cavs better do something more drastic than just kind of tweak, Tom. Do you think they're in a position that they should, or can they just tweak and come back and compete and take another great run at this?
See, I feel the latter, Jeff.
Okay.
I feel like this team is still positioned, and listen, we've talked about this ad nauseum. I still feel that this team is unfairly judged against what we saw here 10 years ago and what we saw here 8 years ago. And, LeBron James isn't walking through that door anytime soon, or is he? But, but I think this was a real successful year in that you did take another step. Now, listen, we can sit here and break it down and talk about, game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals and, failures by this guy or that guy. I thought the real tough thing for this team to do was to fly the plane while they were building it. And what I mean by that is bringing in James Harden with 20 games to go in the regular season and expecting this coaching staff to reimagine this team and get it ready to win a title. I thought it was really difficult. And so, Jeff and Andy, I'm more of that latter group you were talking about, Jeff, which is I think this team did take a step. I still think the core is a core that can contend for a championship. And I've said this all along, and I think you saw it with the Knicks. Players 6 through 10 are who won the NBA championship for the New York Knickerbockers. Granted, Brunson did his thing. The first 5, you get the Anunoby tip in, all that stuff is important. But look what that second unit did to the Cavs in the Eastern Conference Finals. And to me, that told the biggest story of this season in terms of the Cavs. Now, and we can get into a discussion about this either now or some other time. To me, a lot of this summer comes down to James Harden and his willingness to either take on less money or a lesser role with this team and allow what they've already built here to continue to grow as a group. There's been a lot of talk about moving Mobley. There's been speculation about moving Mitchell. If I'm the GM of this team, I hold firm and I improve 6 through 10 and my second unit and go from there.
I just don't I just feel like they're locked financially to make any moves. I agree with you that it took me a week to kind of sit back and go, okay, I understand where they were, how they got better. Could they come back with this? It's the Harden thing that is, to me, is a little tricky. Like of the 4 guys, he'd be the easiest one to give up because I think his spot could be replaced. But if they just play him the way they did when he first got here, or he played the way he did early on, I'm good with them rolling it all back. But it seems like there's no way around this Harden thing.
There's probably not. But I think I think James Harden's got to take a long look in the mirror and decide, what he wants his legacy to be, right? 17-year veteran, right? 17 playoffs, first ballot Hall of Famer, seemingly an all-around good guy. And I got to say this, guys, I was really impressed with his comportment, the way he, talked about his team and his teammates away from the floor. I was impressed with Harden. And then in talking to Kenny Atkinson and some of the coaches and hearing about his work ethic, that kind of surprised me because from afar, that wasn't the James Harden that I knew him to be. So right. I think he's really got to take a look at, what do I want my legacy to be? Can I be a different player for this team? Can I give something up? Listen, he's made more money than he ever needs already, right? So I don't think James Harden's in a situation where he's, needing to, max out whatever contract he is going to get with the Cavaliers. I think he's got to show a willingness to meet them halfway, both off the floor and on the floor. If he's willing to take a different role with this team, can you imagine James Harden as your lead guard of your second group? Why does it matter if your name is announced with the starters or not? Why can't you be? I'll give you, for instance, Russell Westbrook played with the worst team in the league this year, and Russell Westbrook led that team this year. I think that speaks a lot about who he is as a player, and again, a player that I didn't see being that kind of guy from afar. So I think this really falls on James Harden and his willingness to meet the Cavs halfway, both as a player and financially.
Tom, you think he'll do it?
I'd like to think so, Jeff. I don't know. I'm sure those conversations are probably going on. I've gotten the sense in talking to people in and around the Cavs, just in the early parts of this summer, that they feel like there's a willingness to maybe get some things done with him along those lines. I also get the sense that they feel pretty good about the team that they have, and I think rightfully so. And I know, you mentioned the word drastic before. I don't think drastic moves need to be made with this team, Jeff and Andy. I think it can be fine-tuned. I think there is a chance to get this group to grow a little bit together with more time. And I know people don't have time anymore, and I get all of that. And everybody's desperate to get another championship, especially with the Donovan Mitchell window supposedly closing. So, listen, a lot can happen still. I know we've heard a lot of rumors over the last couple of days about, a potential Mobley move. Jaylen Brown's name has come up. I think all that stuff is fascinating. But I think by and large, the Cavs feel really good about the group that they've got.
Tom Withers joining us. Tom, our colleague here at 92.3 The Fan, and, of course, a longtime Associated Press writer and still writes for the AP. I have a problem with Evan Mobley. I love the guy. I think he has such potential, and even what he's already done in the league, outstanding. He's done.
He's easy to fall for, Jeff. He's a very likable guy in a lot of ways,
and he's a great young player. But everybody says his offensive game isn't where it should be, and blah blah blah. And Tom, I've always said, well, he's never been anything but the third scoring option on the Cavs. What comes first? It's like the chicken and the egg. Is the guy's offense ever going to get better if you don't give him the chance to become a guy who takes 15 to 18 shots a game? Do you think he has the game that might be able to flourish if, like, as you mentioned, Harden will, I'll facilitate. I'll come off the bench.
Yeah.
I don't need to score 20 points a game. Can Mobley's game get there?
Jeff, I think it can. And I think we saw flashes of that in this postseason, right? I think there have been times where, you see Evan Mobley put the ball down on the floor, take two steps and dunk on somebody's head, and you're like, okay, why can't you do that every time? Now,
Thank you. Yeah.
That's not
like
the
that
reality
baseline drive against the Knicks. Remember that one? That was beautiful.
Right. Now that's not the reality of the game. It's almost like, and I almost felt like when I was watching Wemby in the finals, it was almost like watching Evan Mobley. It was like, dude, put a dribble on, put the ball on the floor and take one of those massive steps and get to the rim. Why are you settling? And I think we see that with Evan far too much. Now, I will say I did see some growth in his game this year, Jeff and Andy. There seemed to be, though, times where he would fall in love with that three-pointer, and you're like, God dang it, dude, shoot the 15-footer instead. But I saw an assertiveness and aggressiveness that I hadn't seen before. So I view that as a positive step, and I view that as growth, and I view that as there still being potential there, Jeff, to unseal more of him offensively. I think it is there, and I think you make a great point in that if you get others around him to understand that, hey, he is our second option, hey, we need to run offense through him more, then I think you do unseal another part of Evan Mobley, because listen, we all sit here and think about who he is and what he could be. And I think the fact that we are still doing that tells me that he's still a guy you want to hold on to and build around.
It would kill me to see him go to another team and become that 24-12 guy, Tom. Would kill me.
Yeah. I don't know if he's ever going to be that, though, Jeff. And I think that's been part of the problem. Yeah. I think that's been part of the problem for all of us. I think there's been this unwillingness to and listen, this is also on him, because we do see the potential in him. But I think
we all got to resign ourselves to the fact that he's probably going to be, a 16 to 18 point guy a game, 9 to 12 rebounds. And, oh, by the way, playing elite defense. That's the drop-off that bothered me more than anything else this season, you guys, was that he was not the same defender he was a year ago. Now, listen, there's other variables involved there, right? There's another, there's the James Harden thing, whatever else they were trying to do in terms of a defensive concept with the Cavaliers that may have played a part in that. So I just want to see Evan Mobley get back to what he was defensively, and if there's another level of offense, bring it on.
Tom, while we have you here, and we only have a couple of minutes left, I really wanted to ask you about this, the World Cup, but only because you've covered so many international competitions and the Olympics, and just I love the energy for it right now. I think it's absolutely a blast. It's you see people coming to our country that are seeing it from a totally different perspective, and just you've been all over the world to cover the Olympics. I'm just curious your thoughts on the World Cup and just the way things are going.
Yeah, it's gone really well here. Now, obviously, the star players are shining, which is a big part of it, right? When Messi and Ronaldo and, on and on, Erling Haaland, if people have not watched him from Norway, they should watch him, the Manchester City striker, tremendous player. Obviously, it helps that the U.S. is 2-0 and capture people's attention. But I got to tell you guys, the atmosphere that I witnessed just 2 weeks ago down at Brown Stadium for a run-up game to the World Cup between Brazil and Egypt, it is easily one of the 5 best atmospheres I have seen in downtown Cleveland.
Really?
The passion of the fans was unbelievable. First of all, I didn't expect it to be sold out. And there, other than a little scattering of orange seats up in one of the corners, there were 60,000 people there for essentially a friendly. So, and now you're seeing this passion around the country, whether it's the Scottish Tartan Army. Oh, by the way, Scotland versus Brazil tonight is must watch. The Norwegian fans and their rowing, the way the U.S. team has played, again, the way the star players have come out. So I think in our country, we have kind of taken for granted what this spectacle means to the rest of the world. And now we're finally seeing it on our home soil and in Canada and Mexico play out before our eyes. And it's been great. And we're just getting into the real, the meat of the tournament right now.
Tom, thanks for your time today, bud. We really appreciate you joining us.
Enjoy the Chamber of Commerce weather, boys.
Yeah, how about that? Gotta love it. Thank you, Thomas.
Thanks, Tom.
See you soon. Take care.
Tom Withers joining us on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. I just heard Tom say, doesn't think the Cavs need to make that big move this offseason. Tweaking will get it done. I'll give you my thoughts on that, and you'll give you his, and we want yours. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps right here on The Fan.
held to a 0-0 draw by Ghana. Croatia beat Panama 1-0, and Colombia beat DR Congo in the nightcap 1-0. I'm Nick Costos.
LeBron watches on.
And this fall, I'm going to take my talents to...
Could he make another return to Cleveland? We are the place for all the latest NBA news and rumors. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. Easy there.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
I'm not sure.
If you missed what he just said, you can always, listen to it again on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. I just want you to know that.
It'll be fun.
Yeah. If you just missed what he just did. Or me.
Adam Silver had one of those last night.
On YouTube where I hit my head.
I think it was the 27th pick. He butchered it like I just butchered that.
Yeah.
And he stumbled all over himself and had to regroup.
It happens.
Kid's big moment. Shot to you-know-where by the commish.
You should always redo it.
You can always redo. Just start over.
Hit the dump button.
Start over.
I think the commissioner has now earned himself a dump button.
Do you really?
Congratulations, commission.
I think that's fabulous.
I'm so like meh on the draft from last night.
Come on, man.
Well, we didn't have anything going on.
Yes, we
man.
did. We traded a pick.
I'm in the same.
We traded a pick.
I mean, really, we had Ken in Brooklyn want to chime in on it. I mean,
traded a pick, Andy.
Yay, very exciting.
I asked Tom, big move for the Cavs this offseason or tweak?
So doesn't he?
Tom went tweak. I think tweak if you find the right 2 or 3 guys. Yeah. But I don't know if you can find the right 2 or 3 guys by giving up what you have to give up.
I don't know either. I just don't get rid of Allen. That's all I'm asking. I'm not asking for much. I want to see Mobley have more of an impact in the game. I think we've seen Mitchell. Harden to me is the X factor. I know financially he can help this team out, and so if he has the opportunity to do that, it's not that I'm against him being here. I just felt like he's the interchangeable part, but I'm like that's the naked eye, I guess, because there's so much more to it than just kind of letting him go. I liked when he first got here, man. I loved it.
Oh yeah,
loved it.
Well, for Andy,
but that's the whole honeymoon.
He's a Hall of Fame basketball player and still playing at an extremely high level.
Mennigan warned us of all this too. I hate to say it, man.
Yeah, but Dan warned us of what Harden used to be and what we saw at times this year. Tom just said, can you convince him to be the sixth man or to be, more facilitator and less scoring? And maybe it helps Evan Mobley to grow in advance. But Tom wouldn't make the big move. I don't think I would make the big move either, because the big move to me, there are only big move means you're trading Donovan Mitchell or you're trading Jarrett or trading Evan Mobley. Big move means you're trading Jarrett Allen. And I don't know about that. There's been a lot of the story that's been gaining some steam lately, and Tom mentioned it, and I had it called up right in front of me when Tom mentioned it, is Jaylen Brown. Now that the Celtics did not get Giannis and they still have Jaylen, I wouldn't be real in a hurry if I was the Celtics to move on from Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum as a combination. I think they're tremendous together. And, it's those 2 big wing guys who can do a lot of things.
Was it Rich Paul that was talking earlier this week, or was it last week? He just said, hey, be careful what you have in Boston there with what's going on, because if LeBron always felt bad, kind of. There was the kind of after reading this about the way things ended with Kyrie here in Cleveland, and if they just would have communicated with each other, that it probably wouldn't have happened the way it did. But there was no communication going on there, and that if you're Boston and you kind of looked into the crystal ball and said, hey, if you can get these 2 guys just to keep continuing to want to work together,
well, they haven't had issues.
No, but
not recently.
Why are you going to separate them? Why would you do it?
Well, the only reason you would is because you think your team can fit better another way.
Well, maybe you can talk to these guys about fitting together rather than having to make the move.
Personally, Andy, they won an NBA championship together. I would not bust them up.
I wouldn't either.
The one thing about Brown, and it took him a while to find his stride. He was the 3rd overall pick in the draft, and it took to about his 4th year where it's like, okay, he's really coming on. and both of these trades work even up, Evan Mobley for Jaylen Brown, Donovan Mitchell for Jaylen Brown. Those both work according to the ESPN trade machine.
Okay.
You might have to throw other stuff in. Maybe you wouldn't. I wonder which player, and this is all hypothetical, I wonder which player would interest the Celtics more. Because supposedly they're still looking to move on from Jaylen Brown.
Yeah.
Supposedly, according to reports. I would think you'd want Evan Mobley there if you're Boston.
I would too.
Would you trade, if you're the Cavs, would you trade Evan Mobley for Jaylen Brown? And I'll say
It'd be
this.
hard to say no.
Brown's a really good player. He averaged over 28 points a game last year. Was great. Tatum was out most of the year. He's been multiple-time All-Star, NBA champion. But that would give you Harden, Mitchell, and Jaylen Brown. That's a lot of shots, Andy. And that's a lot of guys who need the basketball. That concerns me.
How are you replacing a big man? Who are you replacing a big man with?
Again,
who knows how to play defense?
I don't think. I think it would be foolish to say that Evan Mobley is a better NBA player than Jaylen Brown. And you know how much I think of Mobley.
Mm-hmm.
It would be foolish to say that Mobley's better than Brown because I don't think he is. Brown is top tier. But man, a fit with Mitchell and Harden, that doesn't seem right. Would you trade Donovan Mitchell for Jaylen Brown? To me, that's a move I'd make.
Ugh.
I could have James Harden and Jaylen Brown in my backcourt, 2 6'6" guards. I'd still have Evan Mobley. Brown's under contract.
You'd still have Jared Allen, too. You're not going
You'd still have Jared Allen. And I wouldn't have to pay Donovan $70 million a year.
Isn't that the big question then?
Well, that's why I would do it.
But no one's talking about that.
No. But if I'm the Celtics, why would I trade Jaylen Brown for Donovan Mitchell?
And by the way,
superstar.
if they cut a sweetheart deal with Harden to make sure he's going to say, who's to say they haven't already done that with Mitchell? Because we could have been talking about contract issues, 2 years ago? With him, about trying to get him to stay. You're kind of in the same boat. I just don't know what promises were made or where they felt like they were going, or saying, hey, as long as everything, you got the $70 million waiting for you. That's a tough call because we don't know what's going on behind the scenes. But especially if they keep, on paper, I just don't understand why Harden wouldn't be the odd man out. Because I would think he'd be the one guy you'd be able to replace him.
Apparently
easier.
Because of the fit in the second apron.
Don't you think you could find a better fit to the team, though? Like, if you were talking about team and trying to find a fit of those guys, wouldn't Harden seem to be the easiest to replace?
Well, yeah, but I'm looking for someone to explain to me how they can cut Harden, move on from Harden. James doesn't pick up his option and get under the second apron.
To renegotiate his contract under the...
Yeah.
That's how you'd have to do it, right?
And get under the second apron. It from everything I've been told, everything I've read, says that to get under the second apron, you have to do this with James Harden. What do you think? Would you make the big move? I don't think I would. But if it were Jaylen Brown for Donovan Mitchell, I'd sure be tempted. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
Hey, everybody.
new 3-year deal reportedly worth $54 million. The $18 million average makes Pitts the third highest paid tight end in the NFL behind George Kittle and Terry McBride. You can listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Chris Rose going to join us coming up at 1 o'clock. Chris from the NFL Network, of course. It's John Boy Media Podcast. Baseball stuff like crazy. Chris coming up at 1 o'clock. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy over there is Andy Baskin. Meredith taking your phone calls and doing everything else on the show today. We're just talking about the Cavs tonight, picking 34th. There's a guy they could pick tonight that I got to share something about in a second here. But we were just talking about big move. Should the Cavs make one this offseason, or should they be a little more precise and just maybe try and find the right guy to fit into that spot and into this rotation and make it work using assets that they have available to them? It might be a tough way to go, but might be the way to go. Frank is in Cleveland. Hello, Frank.
Hey, Frank.
What's up, fellas? I ain't talked to y'all in a minute, man.
Good to have you
Life
with
is
us.
good. Life is good.
There ain't no question about that. But listen, though, man, y'all know I'm a Knicks fan, but we're going to get that out the way. Man, y'all need to trade Donovan Mitchell, man, for Jaylen Brown. If they can make that happen, man, make it happen. And I'm only saying that because everybody saw it in his face, man, that he don't have it, man. He don't have that it. And everybody needs that it, man. He don't have that it. He's a good player, but he don't have that it, man. And Jaylen Brown has that it.
I wonder if the Celtics would be interested, Frank.
I hope so, man. I like the Cavs. I just don't like them when they play New York. So I ain't got nothing against the Cavs, man. But I do want them to get better, brother. But, man.
At what point did you realize that Brunson had it?
Man, actually in Dallas, man. Because Luka got him up out of there because he was shooting too much. Go look at the stats when they lost in the playoffs. If it wasn't for him, they would have got swept. Yeah, Brunson's been a beast. But I was happy when they sent him over. I was like, oh, we got him? And then they started putting pieces around him. You see Towns about to take a pay cut to keep Mitchell Robinson, because I know if we lose Mitchell Robinson, it's going to be a hard road to come by getting back to where we just left.
Yeah, Frank, I like Mitchell Robinson despite the free throw
Man,
shooting.
I love him. Even though he don't give us no points, I don't care when y'all foul him, put him to the free throw line. He knows his job, and he does what he does, man. That's the thing the Cavs got to get. They got to get. Man, Max Strus was the only player that I was watching during the playoffs that actually wanted to win, but he couldn't put up no points, and he couldn't give him what he needed. But his attitude was like he wanted to fight. He wanted to push people around. He was the only guy, man. And until y'all get that, man, it's going to be a long road, bro.
All right,
but I'm
Frank.
going to leave y'all with that, man. Y'all
Thank you, Frank.
Thank
Have
you,
a good
Frank.
one, man.
Frank in Cleveland saying, when you all get that. He's from Cleveland. Come on, Frank.
Sorry.
You're allowed to be a Knicks fan.
Sorry.
Jay's buzzing around. Hello, Jay.
What's up, Jay?
Hey, boys. How we doing today?
Couldn't be fun.
Hanging in.
So I love this right now for the Cavs. I definitely would not give up Donovan Mitchell for Jaylen Brown, but I would trade Evan Mobley. And here are my thoughts behind that. You have a guy in Jared Allen who's 28 years old. He's 3 years older than Evan Mobley, averaged 3 less points this year, same rebounds, maybe isn't as impactful on defense, but still very impactful. And then you get Donovan Mitchell and Jaylen Brown for, let's just say, the next 3 years if Don resigns with us. And I think that's a great window going forward for those two guys to win an NBA championship. I want to know your thoughts on this last thing I'll leave you with. But when was the last time a team won the NBA Finals without great guard play or great shooting forward play? And I just don't think Evan Mobley's ever going to exceed on the offensive side and give you that 28 points a game and be able to be dominant in that pick and roll scenario. So I think this is a no-brainer. Let Evan Mobley go, take Jaylen Brown, and you have a core for the next 3 to 4 years, 5 years with those guys. So no-brainer in my opinion, guys.
All right, Jay, thank you very much.
Did you hear what Brad Stevens said about Jaylen Brown last night, by the way?
Said he was part of their future.
Yeah, Jaylen is a big part of us.
Yeah. It goes back to mix and fit and all that stuff that we've talked about forever. The idea of Brown, Mitchell, and Harden, doesn't feel right to me, Andy.
Well, they need second basketball.
And then you'd need another 2 big guys. You know, how would you find those guys?
You don't. That's just it. I'm not walking away from our big guys. I have a feeling we're going to lose one of them, and hopefully I'm wrong. I don't want either one of those 2 guys to go.
Yeah, I don't know. The Cavs have the 34th pick in tonight's draft, and so it's the 4th one. And we went over earlier some of the guys who.
By the way, do you like this 2-day thing? No, with the NBA?
Why not? Why not? It's 3 in the NFL.
Yeah, but it's the NFL. I mean, the NFL draft is like 1,000 times better than the NBA draft. I'm sorry. It is.
Andy Baskin, NBA hater.
I'm not a hater. I just the NBA is just kind of a wannabe on the draft. That's all. I feel like ESPN just got their hands on it and said, okay, we're going to try to make this look as much as we can like the NFL draft.
I thought
it just isn't.
I think it's nice. It's a nice event.
I think the other part of it that's a little wacky is it's so close to the regular season. I don't know when else you would do it, but it's so close to the regular season that sometimes it loses
the season.
It doesn't have the same luster.
Okay.
Because I think we're itching for football by the time we hit the draft. But then again, at the end of the day, what is it? And Bill Burr said it best. It's a man walking on a stage, reading a name off a card. Player comes out, interview player. Player says, I played for a great coach. I'm looking forward to playing for another great organization.
You mean the same things they say in the NFL draft that you seem to just love.
Exactly. It's the same thing.
You seem to love that.
Well, no, it depends. It depends.
I get
it's like a limited crowd at the NBA compared to the NFL, too. The NFL at least has the crowd involved.
Okay.
Yep.
You feel better now?
Not so much.
So,
you know what? If they would have had a pick last night, I don't think I'd have any of this animosity.
There are a number of guys that are sitting at the top of the best available player list, and one of them is Isaiah Evans from Duke, and he's a small forward. He's 6'6", big outside shooter, and last year kind of added some drive to his game. But Isaiah was one of those guys, Andy. He might have been the only one, I don't recall, who sat there all night through the first round and didn't get drafted.
Okay.
So he was there, did not get drafted. First of all, even if you don't get drafted, go for it, you know? I mean, what the heck?
I think he got a basketball with his name on it, though, didn't he?
If you get invited, why not, man?
I would go.
Even if you don't get drafted, it's an experience.
For sure.
But the thing about Evans last night, and I thought, wow, this is pretty fascinating. He, like all the guys, got dressed up. He looked good. He was wearing a dark blue, double-breasted jacket suit, no tie with a dark blue shirt, and he had a purple stripe in his double-breasted jacket.
You go, Mr. Blackwell. Tell us more.
Oh, no, it's getting better. But he looked really good, okay? Didn't have a tie. He didn't need a tie. It looked great. It was a cool ensemble. But he was wearing 2 pieces of jewelry with a net worth of $4 million.
Are you serious?
He had a brooch on, like his lapel on his coat.
Yeah.
And it was a $3 million brooch.
He borrowed it, right? Like,
well,
he just borrow it for the night?
He and a jeweler, Jason of Beverly Hills.
Oh, Jason
of Beverly Hills.
Well, he was right. He got a lot of TV time because he didn't get in.
Well, yeah. And, there's stories all over. This I find a little much. Evans and Jason of Beverly Hills worked together for nearly a year, crafting his accessories for draft night. So he's wearing that brooch. He also had on a $1 million diamond wallet chain.
Oh, everybody needs one of those. I see him at Cedar Point all the time.
So, it's like he just hopped out of his semi to go into the truck stop, except his wallet chain was diamonds worth $1 million. So here's this poor kid, and he's wearing $4 million worth of jewelry and looking like $1 million in that beautiful, dang, double-breasted blue suit with the purple stripe and the white buttons, and the poor kid didn't get drafted. He could end up a Cavalier. He could be the guy they get tonight. 6'6", three-point shooter, drive to the basket a little bit more last year, added to his game a little bit. They're concerned because he's 6'6" and weighs about 180 pounds.
Why would anyone spend $1 million on a wallet chain?
I don't think he spent it. I think it was loaned to him because Jason of Beverly Hills.
Okay, why would
is
anybody
getting
even
plenty
make?
of pub.
Why would you make $1 million wallet chain? Right? Like the goal isn't to steal the wallet at that point. Why you would have a chain in the first place? The goal would be then to steal the chain.
The diamond brooch, Andy, included a 45-carat pigeon blood ruby. In the center.
Yes.
It was carefully chosen to match the red pinstripes in his navy blue suit. They look purple to me, but that's all right. They were deep red, so it could be purple.
I'm sorry, I don't have time for this drivel. I need to go back and watch the Masters.
Jason of Beverly Hills
years.
says there's never been a brooch that's made at this level for the NBA and NBA draft history.
I'm
and then on top of that, we went with a wallet
brooch
chain
is the subject of a brooch
that has over 170 carats of diamonds.
What a waste.
Think he had an escort going back to the hotel?
I would want a couple.
I sure hope so.
Yeah.
And Isaiah said, I think it represents me well.
Oh, okay.
He noted that the brooch is not as heavy as it appears. He said,
It's like that object
me
in
and
your mirror?
Jason have a pretty cool relationship. Yeah, I bet. You design jewelry, it's worth $4 million, and he lets you wear it. That's a cool relationship.
We all should have a friend like that.
The wallet chain, Andy, is the first of its kind at an evaluation of $1 million.
Congratulations on that.
That was the most expensive, according to Jason of Beverly Hills, who's done this for a lot of guys, 22 years worth. The most expensive jewelry fit in NBA history.
I'm not even going to touch this one. There's no 10-foot pole on this. I'm done.
Jason said he's been doing it for 22 years. You're so used to a lot of NBA draftees getting drafted and wearing big medallions with their initials on and big names and big earrings. I think what we wanted to do was to bring a little bit of a different energy to the draft with Isaiah.
Yeah.
And we sat down with him months ago. We had visions of the Met Gala, bringing it to the NBA draft. I wanted it to have a very royal vibe. It's unique and timeless.
Yeah.
He wore it all last night. If he shows up for second round, what's he going to wear?
Oh, he's got. Well,
can he wear the same suit? Can he wear the same brooch?
And $3
Does he
Fruit of
need
the
the
Looms.
same wallet chain? Or does he show up wearing a Duke Blue Devils T-shirt and say, hi, available for work?
$4 Fruit of the Looms, sorry. $1 million. Come on, man.
Stay tuned. He could be the guy who comes to the Cavaliers tonight. If he does, I wonder what he'll do with the brooch.
Jewelry stores, hang tight.
We'll talk a little more Cavs a little later on in the show. Chris Rose, NFL Network. Chris Rose from John Boy Media. Coming up next on Baskin and Phelps.
This is an
sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Your mornings are about to change with 92.3 The Fan. We're going local at 5 a.m. It's The Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. All the latest from the night before in Cleveland sports and getting your day started even earlier. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Oh boy! The fight song of the Miami Redhawks means we go to the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline for our favorite Miami Redhawk. You see him on the NFL Network. You see him hosting BattleBots. You see him on John Boy Media with Dugout Discussions of Baseball Today. He's our West Coast correspondent. He's Mr. Chris Rose. Hello, Chris.
Hello, how are you?
Hello.
We are fine. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. How are you?
Good, thanks. Good.
Despite the fact that your top three hitters are out of your Cleveland Guardian lineup and they're, 2-6 without them? Oh, Chris, please help.
Yeah, I can't. I mean, it's a crappy lineup with them, so I'm going to be miserable. I mean, it's if you rank we talked about it last week. There's 30 teams playing Major League Baseball today. The lineup that the Guardians will trot out there tonight will probably be 29 or 30. And that's just, the problem is it's a very, very thin margin of error. They can't make mistakes, and they have made mistakes. Like, people talk about, guards ball. Well, when you talk about guards ball, it also means you better be the smarter team on the field. And they haven't been. They haven't done little things well. Their third base coach has not coached very well over there at times. They haven't run the bases exceptionally well. When you are down a future Hall of Famer and two other guys that can help you in your lineup, you better make sure you've got all that buttoned up, and they don't.
Chris, side question before I get back to baseball. When you're doing American Gladiators, do you ever call them the Guardians or vice versa?
No.
You don't?
I've not made that mistake. Nope.
Okay.
But thank you for asking.
I didn't want to put that in your head. I was like, should I ask him to put it in your head? I would get...
It's nice of Andy, isn't it, Chris?
Well, no, I'm just saying, Chris.
Well,
that's a tough... you got to be good. That's why Chris is good. He doesn't make those kind of mistakes.
Well, even if so, it gets edited out. I don't know if you know this, but that was not a live show.
No, I know. But I'm just saying that might have been a take that never made the air. I just...
No. It was never American Guardians. And I never called Stuart Fairchild as one of the gladiators.
How about Khalil Wilson? How about Khalil? He could get in there.
Maybe.
How does this play out then for your Guardians, my friend? Do you expect them to make a move? Do you expect them? I mean, I'm watching a kid pitch his off last night who probably should be in contention for Rookie of the Year. But how does this thing play out just to weather the storm until you get a couple of these bats back?
Well, look, the White Sox have been probably the best story in baseball. I think it's they're one, and I think probably the Cardinals are number two in terms of teams that weren't expected to do diddly-poo, as Jim Mora once said, and they've played exceptionally well. The White Sox are an entirely different team at home. I mean, I think they've won 22 of their last 26 or some ungodly number there. But I also don't think they're good enough to run and hide from the rest of this division. So, if the Guardians play 40 games without Jose Ramirez, you would sign up to go 20-20, right?
Correct.
You would sign up for that. So that's still kind of the goal. I do think that their pitching is going to be good enough to keep them in most games. And so I don't think that they're going to fall 5 or 6 games back. Like, could they be 3 back at the break? Absolutely, they could be. Or 4 games? Sure. Could happen. But I just don't think that that's entirely on the docket. So I think they're going to hang out. You would hope that this afternoon that they're able to scratch one out, but Messick pitched great last night. Couple of mistakes, and that's what I'm talking about, the thin margin of error. When we're running the bases in game 1 of this series, I still can't figure out why Khalil Watson didn't score from second on Hoskins' base hit. If somebody can help me with that, I know that Kipnis, I guess, said on the radio that he didn't get a great jump. Why? There's 2 outs. You are leaving at the crack of the bat. And even if he doesn't get a great jump, if you're the third base coach, Khalil Watson is not a slow player. I haven't seen enough of him to know if he's exceptionally fast or not, but he at least has to be average. An average baseball player has to score on a base hit. This is what I'm talking about. They have to be buttoned up in every area where they should be winning games. Manzardo over the weekend in Houston. He's on first. Somebody gets a base hit to left center where the Astros left fielder the ball takes him towards center field. Manzardo's got to turn and burn. I know he's not fast, but you can be a good base runner and not be fast. Albert Pujols is that. You've got to end up at third with less than 2 outs on a base hit to left center field. There's no reason he should have stayed at second. And I have no idea what's going on here, but we got to coach him up better, and we have to teach our players to have better instincts when your top 3 players in the lineup are out.
Chris Rose joining us. Your impressions after a pretty good look now at Travis Bazzana. What have you thought?
I dig him. Like, he's wired a little tight for 162 games, and I think that's something he's going to have to learn a little bit. I mean, I saw him screaming into his mitt, and I think people really like that. But you have to pick and choose, and you have to learn that through 162 games. This isn't a 75-game college schedule. This is 6 months where every game can't be Game 7 of the World Series. But I also think you need certain dudes who pick up that intensity. I think his knowledge of the strike zone is fantastic for a young player. I think he's got enough pop to be like a consistent 20-homer guy. He obviously runs exceptionally well. I think he's really, really good. I can't – you're not going to beat yourself up over the other guys you could have taken in that 2024 draft because that is – I mean, go look at that class, guys. It's going to go down, I think, as one of the real good ones in history. Yeah, I watch a ton of A's baseball because I'm on the West Coast. Nick Kurtz is just an animal. He is one of the best players in baseball. And, I don't know why we didn't look at him, but we didn't. But Bazzana's, I think, a really good consolation prize that you can feel good about putting every day at second base.
Cagliano's been on a pretty good run for the Royals, too, so I agree with you on that draft. I think Bazzana's defense has been better than we were kind of led to believe.
Yeah, totally. I mean, he moves exceptionally well. I mean, the guy's got an 823 OPS, and he missed the first month, and he's already a 1.5 WAR player. If he had been here another month, he could have been in the mid-2s by now. That makes him a close to 5 WAR player for a season, and I know some of your listeners are not huge into sabermetrics and things, but a 5 WAR player as a rookie would be damn good. Like, that would be excellent. He gives really good at bats. I'm proud of him. I think he's awesome.
Let me switch gears for a second. I say to you, Brendan Sorsby, Chris Rose says, what? What do you think of this whole story?
Yeah, I'll see you guys in the 2027 draft. It's interesting where the NFL draws its line on some things, right? I mean, Josh Gordon was not a model citizen, and they allowed him to get into that draft. Terrell Pryor was going to be suspended collegiately. They let him get into the supplemental draft. It's just interesting where they do their business and where they draw their lines. But there are repercussions to decisions that are made, no matter how big or small. And at the end of the day, that's what you have to live with. If you're going to make a mistake, and people will say, well, what's the big deal? He was placing $3 bets when he was 18 years old. I get it. Like, I understand. If it were my kid, I'd probably be pissed off that that's the way it was handled. But there are consequences to everything that is done after the age of 18, and in some cases even earlier than that.
What would you like to see your Cleveland Cavaliers do before the start of next season?
Well, damn it, I would have liked to have seen them hang on to their pick last night. I mean,
you stayed up late, Chris, and you got nothing.
Well, I didn't stay up late, but most people that are Cavs fans did. And, right, Like, I even forgot that we had a pick. I'd kind of lost track of where we were in the whole Donovan Mitchell. Do we have picks? Like, why are we 29? How do we get that from San Antonio? Like, where did that happen? Because we've just been so left out of the cold draft choice-wise, it feels like. I thought he was a kid that could have helped us a little bit, like decent size, winner, good shooter, extends the floor. Like, isn't that what we're trying to do here? I mean, I watched a bunch of our guys clank shots against the Knicks. I could have gone for guys that could have maybe helped us. But we'll see. I just heard the rumor that Wendy had that LeBron for Jared Allen. Like, okay, I'll be around when all this stuff comes to fruition. I'm not going to sit here and go gaga over it all.
I can't blame
you.
Can
you see that happening?
Do I see it happening?
Could you? Not do you. Could you see it happen?
Yeah, I mean, I could. I mean, I think that the Lakers, they have tried for years to try and get a bona fide big man in here. Ayton stuff was just horrible last year. That was a joke. They all tried to convince themselves, like, yeah, hey, former 1-1 puts up decent numbers. I'm like, guys, stop. You'll watch him after 8 games. You'll want to throw yourself against a wall. And that's exactly what happened. So Jared, I think, would probably be a pretty good fit for what they're trying to do. Last line of defense, have some good offensive players on the wings, including one of the most savvy offensive players in Luka. That it would make sense from their standpoint. For us, for LeBron, yeah, I mean, we would still need a big. I mean, we could say whatever we want, but I thought Jared Allen.
Yeah, and I know LeBron could play, but with him and Harden, I mean, we'd be really old, too.
You better make sure the balls are pumped up because they're going to dribble the crap out of that thing.
Isn't that the truth? All right, what do you got going on?
A lot of baseball. A lot of baseball today. A lot of dugout discussions. Hopefully I do get a chance to sit down with Bazzana. He's like my next get from the Guardians when hopefully either they come out here or I may get to Cleveland for the Browns preseason. So, we'll see. We'll see with all that stuff. But that's what's going on. I do want to – can I give a shout-out to a fan?
Yeah,
I know that this guy, my son sent me this. It's great. Says the Guardian, this is courtesy of John Stevens. So, John, if you're listening, good job. The Guardians have called up over 40 different players since bringing up Lindor in 2015. How many do you think have a career OPS over 700? Now, that includes guys that are no longer with us. But so that's 11 years of data. How many, and for people that don't follow OPS, that's on base plus slugging, and 700 is league average-ish. So that's league average.
How about
was Jose up before?
How about 3?
Okay, Andy, you want to give a guess? 40 different players, over 40 different players have been called up. How many have a career OPS better than average?
You just told us one was Bazzana.
Oh, that's okay. Even with limited playing time, you're saying that?
That we're not including him because he's limited playing time. I mean, we're talking about more than a month in this.
Can I change my vote? I'm going 2.
Ramirez. Was Ramirez before? I'm going to go 1.
He was before.
I'm going to go 1. Oh, then I don't even know. 2.
Wow, you guys are morbid. Holy smokes, do you do a Cleveland?
Like I said, 7. 7.
It's 5.
Yeah,
right.
Like I said, 5.
Hey, we got that going for us. Who are they?
Yeah. It was Martinez, Rocchio, Quan, Fry, and the Yandy Man, although apparently Quan and Fry just dipped below sub 700.
Oh, man.
His point was Cleveland can't develop bats. And
I'm sorry. I'm still hungover from our analytical NBA championship we just won. On paper. Sorry, I'm still
very,
hungover.
very well played, Andy Baskin. Boy, you must have had an extra cup of coffee today.
I had 3, as a matter of fact. I am.
You're on it. You're on it.
It's our boy right there, Chris.
Hey, I'm heading out to California. I'll tell you about it later.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
We're not getting close to you, though. So
Chris is thankful for that. Thank you, bud. Always appreciate your time.
I won't have to alert security.
You might.
That's good.
You might. Somebody may try to sell me some rims when I get near you, so I'll stay away from you.
Hey,
Goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Bye, boys. See ya.
Chris Rose joining us on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. They can't develop bats. Chris just gave you the stat. Could that be changing? Coming up on Baskin and Phelps.
Oh, man. What a day.
The Baskin side.
when it's time to shop for an engagement ring. Stop in and see Josh at Bookman & Son, where jewelry shopping is made easy and comfortable. BookmanandSon.com.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's sports desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Our buddy Chris Rose was just with us. Chris had an interesting stat about OPS and Guardians since they've been called up since Francisco Lindor. Chris sent Andy and me a text, and he said, so apparently that stat I just read was crap. Make sure when you come back from break, he apologizes to all of our listeners and the Guardians. He got some bad information. So
he gave the guy a shout-out, too.
Well taken care of there.
Wow. Burn. Sizzle. It happens, man. It happens.
That said,
that's a problem with social media.
Our team hasn't developed a ton of hitting. But, Andy, I wonder if that's changing a little bit.
How are those words even coming out of her mouth right now?
I'm just, I know, thank you.
They had a couple hits last night.
Maybe I'm just
I was kind of surprised by that.
Blindly optimistic.
Jeff, but look, take last night, for instance. Like, look at the top of the order. They were horrific.
I'm not talking about the guys who were here.
Oh, who are you talking about?
And by the way, the top of the order last night.
0 for
18.
We both had that stat.
Had 2 walks.
Yeah.
Your walks. They're your walks. Bottom went 6 for 13.
The bottom looked good last night.
The reason I say that is there are a couple of little reasons. Okay, I won't even say I'm giddy or overly optimistic about it. When the organization drafted all those hitters last year, and Jace Lavalette leading the way, I think it showed a little bit of it was a combination. I was given some little guidance on this one. Combination of what was on the board and a little bit of a change in philosophy maybe in the organization. That, and they drafted college hitters. College hitters are usually pretty close to Major League ready. Go play for a year or two in the minors and see what you get. And so Travis Bazan is here now. So that's working out great. Khalil Watson looks like a guy. I'll sum up Khalil Watson this way.
Okay.
I want to see more.
I do too.
He had a slow start. That's okay. Other guys have had slow starts. So did Bazana.
Mm-hmm.
But Khalil, in his last 2 games, he pinch hit on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
But in his last 2 games, he's 3 for 5, a home run, a double, and 3 RBIs. Okay, good. I want to see more. And he looks like he can play the outfield, even though he was a shortstop. Looks pretty good out there, doesn't he?
I'm okay with it. I understand.
I am too.
I kind of see where you're going with this stuff, but
he might be a guy who's on his way. He might be here. We see Cooper Ingle at AAA. Why is he not here now? I don't know. Maybe they want him to play. Maybe they want him to play a few more games in the outfield.
It's about the only reason why.
Yeah, it has to be.
By the way, thank you if we're trying to listen to the Guardians game and you came over to us because they're in a rain delay, so they're delaying the beginning of that game. So.
Well, it hasn't started yet, but they're pushing it back, huh?
Yeah, that's why they're in a rain delay.
Okay.
Yeah, again, if they don't start the game on time, the game belongs to the home team. Once they throw the first pitch, then the game belongs to Major League Baseball. Just little behind the scenes factor.
I'm not going to go too deep on the Columbus team because I don't see a ton of potential offensive talent there. And Helen now looks like a really good young player, middle infielder. Ralphie Velasquez, maybe this year, Andy, comes up and impacts the big club. He got moved up recently. He hasn't played a ton in AAA, just 26 games. But Ralphie's on his way. So there's that. And then you have the wave of the guys that might be coming up from last year's draft and a year or two before. Maybe they're starting to produce some guys. And if you look at the team now, Rocchio wasn't hitting at all, and they sent him down to AAA last year, and he came back, and he's been a pretty good hitter since. Maybe that's helped. Kyle Manzardo has figured it out this year a little bit. He had a really slow start, but Kyle seems to be swinging the bat pretty well. maybe he's on his way. And it's small steps. It's not a ton of guys. They're not overflowing yet with big-time talent that's ready to go. But I think we might be starting to see a wave of some position players coming up and impacting the big club.
I hope you're right, Jeff. I mean, we've been waiting a while to see. I still don't feel like we can't hunt with the big dogs until they start spending money on bats that are established probably from other teams or were up-and-comers that they can get somewhere down the road. So it's all got to come from being homegrown. So I players like Bazzana give me hope. I mean, even, Rocchio at one point was one of those, are we giving up on him, right? And he's been doing a good job this year.
Well, when they sent him down last year, you thought, okay, he's going to be nothing but a utility infielder. He looks like a starting shortstop.
It is hard to look at a box score like last night's, though, and see, you're getting zero production from your top 4 spots, at least. You can't have that.
Top 5.
No teams are winning like that. Yeah, no. Top 5. Would you get a pinch hit out of the 5 spot or the 6 spot last night again?
No, you didn't get anything.
0. So
there were no hits there in the top 5. At Double-A, Alfonso Rosario is a guy that I think they have high hopes for, and he's hitting well with pretty good power for the Rubber Ducks right now.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe comes that wave of guys. Luke Hill was drafted last year. He's at Double-A right now, and we'll just see. I'm cautiously optimistic, Andy. What you need to do is just find, and DeLauder's here now. Chase had the great start. He hasn't. People are, I think, blinded by his great start because he had 5 home runs in the first couple of weeks and he's had only 2 sins, and he's out with injury now. But again, maybe it's wishful thinking, but I think they're starting to produce some position players who are actually going to impact the major league club.
Yeah, I hate to say this because this is my go-to, and it's been for like the last 6 months. What is this going to look like? Yeah, and your return on investment on some of the names that you're talking about, there's no way you're expecting any of them to do anything this year. You're kind of hoping for down the road. If they've got to use some of the names you were talking about this year, that means that we're in big trouble, and maybe the guys that are hurt now aren't coming back, or we find ourselves in a position where, it's like, how are you going to get better this season by trying to get bats up here that have no experience?
The one thing, though, if a guy gets to Double-A and he's hitting, I mean, you can quickly go to Triple-A for a couple of weeks, 4, 5, and boom, you're in the major leagues. It seems like if you can succeed at Double-A, then you're good to go. And you'll get a little time, finishing school at AAA, and then you can get to the majors. And I wonder if a guy like Rosario fits into that mold. They picked him up from the Cubs. And he might be that kind of a guy. I wonder if that can work. I'm optimistic about it. Rhino is at Cedar Point. Is that correct, Rhino?
Meredith, you're funny. No, I'm in Sandusky.
Okay.
She was going to say I'm on a roller coaster, I think, by the way. But no, I'm in someone's backyard building a product. Good people. Hey, I digress, man. Hey, about the Guardians, man. I tell you, me as an avid Guardians fan and the rest of us listening, we just feel rest assured, man. This is just one of those teams like, all right, sit back, relax. We got people in the woodworks coming in to take over positions year in, year out. I mean, it's always in the mix. It's just that confidence. It's just something is there. They know how to get the prospects, stay relevant. We obviously will want to get over that hill, which is obviously winning the whole darn thing. We cannot compete with the big markets like you alluded to, Jeff. Sustain, paying out players, et cetera, amount of money. We get, these low budget things like Jose Ramirez, which I think someone said should be getting 120% more than he should be getting, which is great. With that being said, the prospects coming up, especially, guys like the Australian Travis Pizzona, little pulp in his bat, capabilities around on the bases. I think his capability of being productive year in, year out.
Nice.
Then on another Australian player like Kyrie Irving, Matthew Dellavedova, we got a bunch of dudes just coming in through the woodworks. With that being said, hey, Andy, side note.
Yeah.
You're watching Canada?
Yeah.
I think everyone's eyes are going to be on Scotland, Brazil, man.
I know everyone's watching. We picked teams. Jeff has failed this experiment miserably. Turkey was his team, so.
Turkey eye, sir. This is a new pronunciation we're doing for turkey this year. But no, I hear you. I got the fever just like everyone else. I'm learning as I go. I watched the World Cup game with my grandmother last night, 97.
Nice.
She was a Croatian fan. Yeah, I mean, I'm all in USA. I'm going to be in Miami next weekend, probably to hang out. I would love to hang out with these Scots. Like, that, bringing Glasgow and Edinburgh to the sides of it. Well, right, they invaded Boston, right? Now they're in Miami. That's like a Scottish dialect all day long, right? They're really bringing it. And they're bringing
So are
that
you, Ryan.
atmosphere.
That's not bad.
Rock on. Hey, you guys have a great day. Thanks for taking my call.
All right.
Rhino dropping a little Scotland, a little Australia on us. Wasn't bad. That wasn't bad.
He's a regular dairy girl.
Hey,
have you seen the show?
No,
I haven't, but I know which one you're talking
It is
about.
so funny.
I'll
The
have
show's
to.
hysterical.
I'll have to
Yeah.
add it to my list then.
Yes.
Hey, if you've missed a moment in our show, you can use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app. It's powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Second round pick tonight for the Cavaliers, at least as of now. We'll see. Do they make one? Do they trade it? What do they do if they pick at 34? Who do you want, Andy Baskin? Tell me coming up in just a couple of seconds.
I already know who they're.
It's
gonna
Baskin and
pick.
Phelps right here on the Fan.
Not really. No.
32, they still have one more group stage game to play. That'll be against Turkey tomorrow night. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Well, if the drama overwhelmed you last night as you sat there and waited and waited for the Cavaliers to be on the clock at 29, only to have them trade the pick to the Sacramento Kings, well, get ready, because here you go tonight. You don't have to wait very long. Cavaliers picking 34th in the second round of the draft, so that would be the fourth pick of the second round of the draft. And there are teams in front of them, Andy, who are probably going to scarf up guys you might want. The Knicks pick 31st, Grizzlies at 32nd, Timberwolves at 33, and then the Cavaliers. There are arguably 4, 5, 6 guys maybe that you would want tonight. And just for the sake of this discussion, ESPN's best available players, Isaiah Evans, the kid with the $3 million brooch and the $1 million trucker chain.
All right, I know who I want.
Isaiah Evans is their number one guy, talent-wise available. Henry Vasar, the 7-foot center from North Carolina.
That's my guy.
If you'll hang on a minute, I'll tee you up for it, and you can make a big presentation.
I'm not going to make
Malik
a big
Thomas from Pittsburgh and the Arkansas Razorbacks, where he played for John Calipari, who's from the Pittsburgh area.
Mm-hmm.
Malik Thomas, 6'3" combo guard. And then they have Baba Miller from Cincinnati, who's a 6'11" forward, runs the floor. His name is Baba Miller. He's from Spain. He's Spanish.
Miller.
How the name Miller ended up in Spain, I don't know. The kid's real first name is Papa, but they call
Miller?
him Baba. Don't know. There's a story there. Haven't dug deep enough to find out. If the Cavs draft him, by golly, we're going to find out. Why does Papa become Baba? Anyhow, he's 6'11". All right, who do you want, Andy Baskin?
All right,
who do you want tonight?
I'll take the kid from North Carolina.
All right, the
7-footer.
Knicks are going to take him.
Visar? Knicks are going to take him?
Knicks are going to take him.
Are you sure?
No.
He went to Real Madrid Youth Academy. They have their cafeteria is outstanding. He's from Estonia originally. 7-footer, weighs 225.
And by the way,
he's a big boy on the boards. I will tell you that.
Step out the floor and shoot the three.
Yep.
He looks like
28 points against Clemson.
He looks like a European big man, Andy. What does that mean? It means he can dribble, he can pass, and he can shoot.
He hit 4
And he's
3-pointers
7 foot tall.
against Eastern Carolina. And if you are going to, if these little rumors seem to be true about Jared Allen going to L.A. for LeBron,
oh, good Lord.
If that was the way to do it, then you need another big guy. So why not? Take him. If he's there, take him.
If I could pick my guy tonight,
Mm-hmm.
it would also be Vasar.
Oh, look at us picking the same guy.
Well, you know why? Because he's 7 foot tall.
Yeah, I'll take a 7-footer
and has some
any day of the week.
skills.
Yes.
And the Cavs need another big guy.
He played for North Carolina. It's not like
Don't you think they need another big guy?
Yes.
I do too. And my second choice.
He can pass too, by the way.
I said that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think it's underrated. I think we need
he has
to say
a good
it twice.
all-around game.
Yes, he does.
So he would be my guy.
Destroyed St. Bonnie's.
Also played at Arizona, and then 1 year at North Carolina.
Yeah.
My second choice.
I don't have a second choice, so I'm not in this.
Would
Conversation's
be
over for me.
Papa Baba Miller.
Okay, I'll take Baba too.
Babatunde?
Yeah, Oshinawa. Remember him?
Baba Miller, yeah, from the Browns.
He had like 18 other names
It would be
too.
Baba Miller. Why? Because he's 6'11".
No, you just want it because his name is Baba.
No, well, it's kind of nice. But he's 6'11". He runs the floor real well. He passes real well. The only thing he doesn't shoot real well is that. He just doesn't shoot real well yet. Might be able to develop that. But he's 6'11" and really athletic. I think the Cavs need a big guy. If you can't get him, I'm going for Isaiah Evans. Okay, give me a 6'6" guy, although he's 6'5" in shoes.
Yeah, give me the 7-footer. I'm done.
Well, but
if he's there.
There it is. I don't think – my guess is Vasar is not going to be there. North Carolina kid will get drafted by the Knicks. If not, might get drafted by the Timberwolves. Miller might be there, and Evans might be there. If you can get a 6'6" 5 guy, 6'6", in shoes, who can shoot the 3 on the wing, a little athletic, was better this year at going to the hoop. As a freshman, basically all he did was shoot 3s. Then that'd be okay too. If you draft yet another 6'1", 6'2", 6'3" guard, I'm going to think this.
Yeah, you're going to think they're like the Guardians?
No, I'm going to think, I'll have a legit thought. It'll be this. All right. Of all the guys available in the second round, you thought that guy would be the best pro and be able to affect your rotation.
At that moment.
I get it.
Yeah.
But, man, I sure hope they feel that way about the big guy. One of them. Because they're hard to come by.
Yeah, give me a big guy. Give me somebody over.
Don't you think the team needs one anyway?
A big guy? Yes. They need at least one
Evan
more.
and Jarrett.
You may not.
Thomas Bryant.
But look, if they made a move for a
Free
big guy, a 7-footer, I thought, man, I don't know how you bring in a second-round pick and expect him to be as good as either one of your big guys. You don't. So you got to give him a little time to develop.
Except Vesar seems like he has enough all-around skill that he could actually stick and impact your rotation. And I say that trying to be optimistic. Again, he's been passed over 30 times. All of these guys have so far. 30. NBA teams usually don't make more than 1 to 3 mistakes when it comes to second-round picks. If you look at the second round of most every draft, years later, there are 1 to 3 guys who you think, dang it, how in the world did that guy last that long? For instance, I was looking up something else, the 2017 NBA draft. Okay, so what is that, 10 drafts ago?
Mm-hmm.
And if you look in the second round of that draft, Thomas Bryant was the 42nd pick. Isaiah Hartenstein was the 43rd pick. And Dylan Brooks was the 45th pick. Those guys can play. And that's, when you look at that second round, that's about it. So if you can find one of the 1 to 3 in a really good draft, 5 mistakes, Cavs have an opportunity to do that tonight. And I had that up because Jason Tatum I was looking up some of the guys taken in that draft. Markkanen was in that draft. Jason Tatum was in that draft. Donovan Mitchell went 13th in that draft. Bam Adebayo went 14th. See, that's how strange the NBA draft is. Donovan and Bam were 13 and 14. Frank Ntilikina to the Knicks at 8, and Dennis Smith to the Mavericks at 9. Who did that? That's not the way that's supposed to work. So you just never know how these things are going to go. Maybe the Cavs can get lucky tonight. If they do, great. Regardless, we won't know for a while. But we'll be talking all about it tomorrow, Andy. Won't we?
Yes, we will. And hopefully we'll be talking about the Guardians being back in a tie for first place.
Well, that would be nice,
yeah.
Especially if they can play.
Yeah. I don't know how bad this rain's supposed to be in Chicago all day. But
I don't know, Andy. Why don't you give us the forecast?
I could, if you want. Why don't you ask if there's a moment, and I'll find it for you. How's that sound?
Is there a moment of the show? No, there's not. You know why?
See, that's why.
Because the whole show was one big, great moment, Andy.
It is, Jeff. It is.
It was one big, great moment. Why Are We Smarter, though? Is brought to us by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call. It's 216-770-5488. We'll start with the lady behind the glass who did a little bit of everything today. She's Meredith Kane.
I'm smarter because of our conversation with Tom Withers. He always has a lot of great information and a lot of great insight, so I thoroughly enjoyed that. Also, if you ever want to get at the show on social media, you can tweet at us at CLE Talking Heads. Those social media reactions will be brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
Here with the check on today's forecast is Andy Baskin.
Yeah, I'm having trouble. Oh, here's our hourly forecast. Sorry, I 72 and rain is what they have right now. They are expecting heat in Chicago. Wow, they may cancel this thing. I was just looking at. I don't know. Maybe why they're with my luck, they're probably playing right now. They were looking at a 91% chance of rain here coming into the top of the hour. 77 after that, and then there's a little window there. But man, it's going to rain. It's supposed to rain all afternoon. It's not supposed to stop until 9 o'clock tonight. it's Chicago. They'll figure out a way to play that game somewhere else. There's a chance they're not playing.
Going to Milwaukee, playing inside?
No.
Okay.
I'm also smarter today because girls flag football was officially sanctioned by the Ohio High School Athletic Association today.
Well, that's fabulous news.
Over 120 teams.
I'm smarter after all of our discussions about the Cavaliers and what they might need to do moving forward. I think we're all against the idea of a big blockbuster trade to bust it up and to kind of regroup and start over. That said, good luck adding significant pieces with what you have to offer. Kobe Altman might be able to pull it off. Kobe makes some nice trades. So I'm anxious to see what he can do. Second round tonight. We'll talk all about it tomorrow. I'm Jeff Phelps.
I'm Andy Baskin. Thanks for listening. We do appreciate you. Be a hero. Be a real hero. Be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. See ya, Cleveland. See ya. We'll talk to you tomorrow, 10 afternoon drive. Get you home next.
And that's the show.
This is an Odyssey Sports
Giannis has won an NBA championship or two in Miami. All of a sudden you look up and the Bucks are no closer to contending, and the 12th pick didn't become anything, and Hero turned into assets that didn't really go anywhere, and the Bucks are still mired where they were before they got Giannis. I think you're going to have a lot of people putting this up there with a Deshaun trade.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson on Afternoon Drive. We got the Gardos in a rain delay. Mercifully, the Cavs in money savings mode, who ain't in this economy, and we play the waiting game for Browns training camp. So we got plenty to get to on today's show. Oh, yeah, that opened courtesy of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Salute the Supreme Leader, because if we did not, there would be consequences. Bing, 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 pew, 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 pew. And we got Jake Murray, man on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel today, cutting up some videos, producing. And, of course, if you guys would like to follow along all 5 hours, see this beautiful shining face, and then, of course, mine as well. You can follow us on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel, all 5 hours up there live and whatnot. And don't forget to hit the subscription button. Ring that bell, y'all, except you, Cornlito. Suck it, Cornlito. It's very aggressive. I'm sorry, Cornlito, and all the Cornlito family. But don't forget to like our videos. We like to be liked around these parts. We desperately need to be liked around these parts. And Matt Corrali, oh, baby doll, on the 2020s there. But with me today, a one-day-only special on a hump day, because when you think of hump days, you think of this man. Daryl Ryder, brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. What's up, D?
Hello, Nicholas. Yes, you only have me for one day this week.
Yep.
I apologize for that. I asked for more. They only gave me one.
Yeah, and I'm the reason. Now, I was like, one day, 3 days before my vacation, I could only handle Daryl for one day. I'm going to have to, 2 days of Padone. I basically have the first 3 days of this week are me arguing about what you guys have said on the Sunday show, so I'm happy to be here. But as I mentioned...
Anything we can do to give you content.
Listen, that's... I almost said that's your job, and I realized how that was going to sound. That's your job to give me content. Now, listen, I hope you're having a good day. Having a good day?
It's going well. I got my steps in today, so I'm happy.
I also got my steps in today.
So is my watch.
Yeah.
You feel a sense of accomplishment when you get the little circle completion thing on there.
Are we still talking about your watch?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Didn't know. You said completion, and I didn't know where you were taking the show. I mean, we're not that kind of show. I don't know if you've heard. We don't do that stuff anymore. That was 3 months ago. This is a family program right now. I got my steps in today too, but I did the thing where, again, we found this new series of trails over by our house, and I love it because I love exploring, right? But Ness will not walk on trails that have like extreme hills. She's just like, nope, that's not for me. I'll take the straight roads as much as I can. The problem is, then when I don't have her with me, like today, I think to myself, well, I'm never going to get to climb this hill because, she's always with me. And so I did it, and I'm not BSing you. This stretch they went on today somehow was 80% hill. And I mean I'm not talking about uphill. 7 minutes in, my legs were shot. The problem is there were 33 more minutes in the walk.
Oof.
And by the end, I was trying to stretch on my truck after my walk, and I about ended up in a wheelchair. Because even lifting my leg that far to stretch my hamstrings had me tipping over like a teacup. It was a lot of fun.
I've had my struggles on the hills occasionally as well, so I feel the pain.
Turns out, morbidly obese people in hills, they don't really mix that well. Now, we do have the Guardians in rain delay, obviously today because there's day baseball. We're not going to talk a lot of baseball while the game is on. It's funny to me. I understand Guardians panic. You're without three of your best hitters. You've lost two very different games the last 2 days, and I can understand if people feel like the White Sox panic is here and it's real. One, I don't think the White Sox are real. I still think it's probably the Tigers that are your biggest concern here. And two, it's still June 24th, and I'm not trying to high road anybody with this, but the panic or the frustration with the Guardians organization, I'm not. I didn't enjoy the last 2 days. I've not enjoyed losing this way. Nobody has to enjoy the losing, but I still think we're about halfway through the season, and I still think there's enough kind of running, takeoff stretch here to kind of right yourself at some point. That's the one I was looking for. Thank you. There's still enough runway to kind of right yourself here in the very near future, by the way.
You're only a game back, okay? It's not like you're double digits back. Chicago's not exactly running away with this thing. And I'm sorry, what did you expect when your 3 best hitters all got hurt in the same afternoon and broke bones? Like, there's nothing you can do about that. Sure, we could make jokes that right now Austin Hedges is like the 3rd best hitter on this team right now, and it's Austin Hedges, but what did you expect? All they need to do for the next, 4 or 5 weeks here, tread some water, stay within 5 games of first place. Hosey's going to come back. The other guys are going to come back. Chase DeLauder will come out, like Angel Martinez. If you're within 5 games, which puts you toward the end of July, Browns training camp, which is when people stop paying attention to the Guardians. And
I disagree, but go ahead.
I know, but
there's a cheap shot. I got it.
Little joke there. But you'll be fine. 5 games is nothing to make up with 2 months to go in the season.
Here's the thing. Just because it's not going well right now, I think they can still right the ship even before Hosey comes back, before Angel comes back, and before CDL comes back.
Yeah.
They are trotting out there a 4A lineup in some regards. And Stephen Vogt is not making it easier on anyone by pinch hitting Stuart Fairchild for freaking Daniel Schneemann in the middle of that game last night. So he's not helping anyone, but like I have such fervent trust in this Guardians organization that I'm big. You know me. I don't do the let's see how this plays out with the Browns. And I will do it. And when I pick and choose with the Cavs, the Guardians front office has just made hay out of some really rough grass here over the last couple of years in a way they shouldn't be able to. I still think somehow they don't get enough credit in Cleveland, that I am willing to just kind of be patient with this and try and enjoy this stretch of baseball, no matter how bad it is. So, again, the Guardians in rain delay right now. We'll see when that game gets underway in Chicago. It'd be nice to just not have a sweep there. Wouldn't be the worst thing if they push this game off to, like a month from now when maybe Hosey's back or something like that. But the NBA draft last night, the Cavaliers did have the 29th pick. They traded it to Sacramento. Sacramento then took Alex Karaban, the UConn forward. The Cavs got the 34th pick in tonight's, the second half of the NBA draft, why the NBA is doing 2 primetime nights of the NBA, nobody knows.
Because it took them till midnight to finish the first round last night.
Yeah, all of that could be fixed. The NBA is trying to milk this. I can't imagine they're making any money tonight. I just can't. Who's paying any sort of rate for commercials or sponsoring the second night of the draft? By the time you get to like pick 41, it's 2-way contract guys.
Right.
I don't know. That's just that's a beef that I have. But you wanted to make a point about the cash savings. Once I saw it was the 34th pick, I didn't care as much.
Right.
I think you should have stuck there at 29. I don't give a rat's ass about the cap. I don't care about Dan Gilbert's money. I want to take the best player and win from there.
It's not about Dan Gilbert's money. It's about little moves like that to position them to get under this second apron. They are landlocked, basically, until they can get under that second apron. And hopefully in the next week or so, because I think by the end of the month, if I remember correctly, James Harden has to opt out of the contract, and then they can re-sign him to a friendlier contract that gets the Cavaliers out of that second apron. That will then free them up to do whatever it is Kobe Altman plans to do. I'm assuming he's planning to do anything.
Just to be clear, though, James Harden opting out of his contract will in and of itself get you below the apron. So you didn't have to do this. Does it help you save on the margins? Yes. And again, like if
the position they're in, saving on the margins is pretty important to them.
Yeah, to Dan Gilbert, because they are going to be back in the second apron at some point, and so they are thinking about $1 million cost you $4 million, 6 months from now.
Well, in this case, the $3 million is going to cost them $12. So,
still, I don't care.
So this is
that's your job. Dan Gilbert's biggest use to me is being willing to spend that money.
He's always been willing to do it.
But I think I understand there's flexibility stuff here. I'll believe that they're going to use this flexibility when I actually see a trade that maybe surprises me.
Let me ask you this. Does the 29th pick in the draft, let's say the Cavs stood pat, they took whoever you wanted him to take, okay? Is that guy really going to have a significant impact this year?
Is Derek White, with Derek White, did he have a significant impact on the San Antonio Spurs when he was there?
Yeah.
Because he was the 30th pick in the draft.
No, I know.
Josh Hart, I think, was a late. Kyle Kuzma. Like, these are the kind of guys, and this is a loaded draft.
I'm just asking questions. That's all I'm doing.
And I'm jamming you up.
I know you are,
yeah.
and that's fine. But I understand why they did what they did. And by the way, this is the price you pay when you only have, Jalen Tyson, right? That's the young up-and-comer that you have. Not a lot outside of very expensive veterans. You've got
but that's why I thought it was so important. Now again, they might still get their guy at 34.
They're probably going to go for a two-way player.
So you can't. I don't think you can do 34 for a two-way player.
Well,
somebody tweeted out about that.
That's why I was about to say. I understand that. Don't be shocked if they trade out of 34.
I'd get really annoyed
and move back to a position where it can be a two-way player. It'll save them a couple dollars, and it'll also give them even more roster space flexibility.
Yeah, my problem with that is at 29 or at 34, Visser is a kid that I think can develop into something that you need, which is a big that can shoot threes and rebound. Who's the other kid? Isaiah Evans out of Duke is a really nice shooter and athlete that I think can. Even Malik Thomas, who I'm not the biggest fan of because he's a bit of a efficiency problem, and I kind of already got those guys. I think he at least has some size and athleticism that makes him interesting. Like even at 35, if you stick back at 34, if you stick back at 34 and take one of the guys that would have been available at 29. Then I'll be able to say, you know what, you did save some money, but you still got a good player.
Right.
You trade back further in this draft, I absolutely loathe when teams act like you have to choose between drafting and developing and winning championships. Yeah. And I understand the idea of flexibility. We'll see. Because right now, the flexibility I think they're really chasing is sticking below the second apron so that you can get to February and then maybe see if there's another trade out there. That might not materialize. And in a prime year of Donovan Mitchell, knowing I only got maybe a year of James Harden or 2 years of James Harden left.
Which for me is a year or two too many. But
I just don't want to pinch pennies. And certainly in the name of your lifeblood as an organization. Are you going to find an Evan Mobley at 29? No. Real quick. You're not going to find an Evan Mobley. But are you going to find useful pieces that could turn into the guys that if you tried to trade for him now, like a Herb Jones, it would cost you a couple firsts? Or Derek White, who, again, it cost you a first-rounder, was it 4 years ago in Boston, traded for him? Like, there's some things you don't pinch penny on. And to me, player development with where you are is where you should not be pinching pennies.
Well, for me, it's not about them pinching pennies right now. It's about not jamming your franchise up in the future because you went back-to-back years in the second apron. That's why it is critically important.
But that $3 million isn't going to be the difference.
It could be.
Then you're a poorly run organization.
Well,
if your problem is signing first-round picks, then you're a bad organization. I don't think they're a bad organization.
No, I don't think they're a bad organization. But where they are right now, when you have Donovan Mitchell's contract on the books, you've got a max contract in Evan Mobley. Right now, until it changes, you got James Harden's contract. You got Jared Allen's contract. They are very top-heavy financially.
Which a fair amount of teams in the East are. They're not the only one.
I understand that. But they have to get out of this second apron because if they don't, then they really set themselves up for failure. And we'll get into it when it comes to Evan Mobley's future with the Cavaliers. But you don't want future first-round draft picks being frozen by being in the apron in consecutive years. You don't want all those penalties to kick in.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm not pocket watching for Dan Gilbert either. I promise you I'm not. What I am watching, though, is get the heck out of the second apron so those additional penalties as a result of back-to-back years in that second apron don't lock you down as a franchise, number one. And then number two, I am completely against them running this thing back. And the only way for them not to run this thing back is to get out of that apron and give themselves the necessary flexibility within the rules to make moves.
And you can do that with a Strus move. You can do that with a Schroeder move. You can do that when James Harden opts out. 216-474-0092 and resigns. We'll make sure we say that. And Nick Wilson says, at Right or Wrong FAN on Twitter. Social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. We have many to get into today. We got quick hits coming At 2:40 today, Ashley Bashnock, Cleveland.com, and the Orange and Brown Talk podcast. At 3:20, we'll talk the latest in the Sorsby saga. At 3:20, Cody Allen, Guardians TV analyst and former Indians reliever. At 4:20 today, no matter if this game gets off, we'll be talking to Cody Allen today at 4:20. But, again, in and of the trade itself, if you still get a player at 34, I guess I don't have that big of a problem with it. If you trade out of 34, I will start to have a real problem with it because I think there are good, within like the next year to 2 years, rotational players that you need in this draft. But we got to get to something we talked a little bit about yesterday. Now it's being reported that one team has interest in Evan Mobley. Should the Cavs have interest in this kind of move? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Bad act.
same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The best Guardians coverage is right here on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Jaylen Brown is truly available and what the asking price for him is going to be. But the Celtics, I believe, are listening to those calls and are, thinking up their own trade matches of their own. I spent some time this afternoon talking to different teams about what might the Celtics be interested in. And the name and the team that came back to me a lot was Evan Mobley and the Cleveland Cavaliers. Mobley's one of those guys that could fit the archetype of the type of player that the Celtics are looking for. Now, if it is a deal they're interested in, is a complicated deal to make because the Cleveland Cavaliers are a second apron team and there are a whole bunch of different rules that go with being a second apron team, including the need to match dollar for dollar value with the player that goes out. That's just mathematically impossible, it seems like, in this moment. But that's the name trending.
That is Chris Mannix on NBC Sports Boston talking about Jaylen Brown's summer of discontent in Boston and a potential fit for the disgruntled superstar. We do have quick hits coming up in just about 20 minutes. And by the way, as always, you can listen to this show and all of our shows on The Fan, on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcast. So Jaylen Brown's one of the few guys that I will say this on. There's not a lot when it comes to the Cavs that I'm willing to take off the table because of the position he plays, because of what he's done in the NBA, and because of where he is in his career. I think Evan is so much harder of a conversation for me to have than Donovan Mitchell is, because Evan is at a much younger clip, and I do think Evan's value outside of Cleveland is sky high compared to what it is with the average Cavs fan. And you only get to use that bullet once.
Yeah. Well, the concern is until Donovan Mitchell signs a contract extension, his future here is in question. Now, he has said very publicly how much he loves Cleveland, his commitment here, whatever, right? And he's not going to sign this offseason because he can get the Supermax next offseason. I understand all that, but you take an awful big risk because I feel like Evan Mobley is your insurance policy if the Donovan Mitchell era with the Cavaliers ends. Like, if this ends in the next 2 years, right, he's your insurance policy to where you don't have to completely bottom out and crater and all that, and plus you don't have a lot of draft capital into the future right now because you're going to be still paying for the Donovan Mitchell trade till the end of the decade.
Well, but here's the thing. It's not even for me just because you're right. Evan Mobley is kind of your insurance policy, and I think people are really off on Evan and what he is and what he isn't right now.
Well, I think he's miscast.
Yes, and I don't think that's any fault of his own. I think that's the way the Cavs are set up. So I think you could get the Evan people want if you ever cleared the deck and built this thing around him. This happens all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, I know it's a little different because Luka was in the NBA Finals a couple years ago. It's what the Lakers are doing, going from being a team built around LeBron to Luka, and maybe letting LeBron go in that process. My thing is, even if you trade Evan for Jaylen and Donovan stays, okay, so now your timeline is the next 2 years. And I'm okay with that, right? But that next 2 years, it's a mandate. You have to win an NBA championship.
Yeah.
Not like, hey, it'd be great to be the finals. No, you have to win an NBA championship because it's become a zero-sum game because afterwards it's going to stink. As bad as the last couple of years have stunk for the Milwaukee Bucks, and as painful as this was to trade Giannis, thank you, Jimmy, as painful as that might have been, the truth is it was all worth it because you did something with Giannis in Milwaukee that nobody had done since Kareem in 71. Right? So everything that happened after that with what they paid for Jrue Holiday and the Middleton contract, which aged like sour milk, like all those things were worth it.
The four coaches they've had in the last 5 years.
Although nothing's really worth the Doc Rivers experience as your head coach. But all of it's worth it because you won that damn title.
Yeah. I mean, and even when the Cavaliers won the 2016 NBA championship, and again, not pocket watching for Dan, but the reality is Dan was paying for that championship in 2020 still.
Mm-hmm.
And that's fine. Totally worth it. The Rams a couple years ago, right? They win the Super Bowl. They have a little bit of a rough patch, but hey, you got the trophy in the case. Who cares if you don't have any picks? It paid off. The problem you run into, though, is if you don't get the trophy in the case.
Yeah.
And then you have to bottom out. And now when you bottom out, you have no assets. That's where the Cavaliers potentially could be. This is a situation where, again, hypothetically, let's say your window is 2 more years with Donovan, James Harden, and whoever else is still here, this group, this core, however that looks, you have 2 years to do this thing, because once that expires and those guys go on to retirement or on to their next teams or whatever, you're left holding the bag, and now you have nothing to rebuild with.
Or if 2 years from now, Donovan and Jalen are still the center point, the focal point of your team, and you haven't had a lot of draft picks to replenish, the core around them, and James Harden retires, so now you need to find a point guard. You're still going to be in considerable cap issues.
Yes.
And then they're 31, 32, 33 years old, making $140 million combined or more. And the reason why that's a problem is you're going to end up being what the Warriors have been since 2022, which, again, was only worth it. This protracted goodbye tour for Draymond, Steph, and for a little bit there, Clay, it was only worth it because you won that next championship in 2022.
Well, I think it still would have been worth it because they won 3 of them against the Cavs.
Well, no, I think there would have been a time where Warriors fans tuned the hell out, if not for 2022.
Okay.
I do. Because I think at some point, like once you get 3 years in the rearview mirror of a title,
the glow has worn off.
Yeah, I think it's natural that fans get a little bored with, hey, nostalgia. One of the merciful things that happened with LeBron.
Listen to Yankee fans now. They haven't won a World Series in years, and they're losing their minds. And they got, 26, 27 of them things in the case?
Don't even get me started on that. Knicks fans, New York media members saying, it's been a title drought here in New York because they hadn't won a title since 2011. I want to throw rocks at them. I'm not a big proponent of stoning. For a minute there, I wanted to stone a couple of our brethren at the Fan in New York, as much as I love and respect them. I don't really know them, but as much as I respect them, I do respect them. I just don't love them. I don't give a crap. However, my point is, to get back to it, it has to be on the table. And you have to seriously consider it if you're the Cavs. And if you make this deal, what's the move you make behind it? Like, everyone's judging the Giannis deal based off just the deal.
Right.
And it's like, okay, but what else might the Heat do around that? Because that will determine how good the Heat really are.
Yeah, because that trade did not move the needle, in my view, for Miami. Even though they got a great player, 2-time MVP, NBA champion, all that. Got a great player, but I don't think that trade singularly made them title contenders. They're going to have ancillary moves around it to elevate them.
So, all right. So I think I would say those are two different things. I do think it moves the needle. I don't think it makes you a definitive title. I think it puts you into the category of the Cavs. There's like 4 or 5 teams in the East in the category of the Cavs.
Right.
Problem is, it doesn't put you at the top.
Right.
But so we agree fundamentally. I just wanted to. Yeah. However, but like if you could say,
you make that trade. That's why you make the trade. If you're Miami, right? You're making a trade like that to position yourselves to win another NBA championship.
And to see who else it shakes free. Who else might. Guys, LeBron might look at that and go, they need a point guard.
Yeah.
I'll go there for one of, the mid-level exception, or I'll go there for something, right?
Who's to say he can't do his retirement tour in Miami, where, oh, by the way, he did win 2 NBA championships.
Pat Riley better give him his damn cookies this time, though, because I'll tell you, LeBron's not putting up with that at 41.
No, he's not.
You do not deprive a 41-year-old man of his cookies or his wine. You give that man everything. But, again, I think it's on the table. I am most reticent about trading Evan because I think he's massively underrated in Cleveland, and I don't think he's. I think there's a lot of really smart basketball people who just don't want to admit how poorly this thing is set up for him to be the best version of himself. Right. And I think they're doing that because they've decided Donovan is king here, and nothing can move them off that. So if I'm the Cavs, I would rather upgrade over Donovan with Jaylen Brown than I would Evan Mobley. But again, I want to say it. Both things have to be on the table because Jaylen Brown is the infinity stone, right?
Yes.
Like he is the thing that they have not had since LeBron left. He is a big wing that can score in droves. I know it. One of the things that, it's just going to be a lot of ISO ball. Guys, yep, you're not wrong. But if that's the cost of getting a top 10. Guys, Donovan is, on any given moment, the 8th best or 20th best player in the NBA. Jaylen Brown is at any point one of the 5 best players. Now, more often than not, he's been a top 10 player. But he's one of the few guys that can ascend to that spot given his own spot. And I think this idea that there isn't a big upgrade for the Cavs and how they're built, again, on other teams it might not be the same way. But specific to how you're built with 2 ball-dominant guards, do I think Jaylen Brown fixes the wings in a way that makes you significantly better than with Donovan? Yes, absolutely. I don't even think it's a question.
Yeah, see, the pairing that I would actually prefer is Evan and Jaylen Brown.
Yeah.
I think those 2 players work better together and will be able to produce more consistently than if you put Jaylen Brown next to James Harden and Donovan Mitchell.
Mm-hmm.
I think it works better. And you kind of went where I was thinking, and that is, I love Donovan Mitchell. I have tremendous respect for how he's embraced Cleveland, what he's done for the Cavaliers. I have no complaints about that trade.
I don't really want to trade him. This is just the brass tacks of, if you can make that move, you have to.
Right, and that's where I'm at. It's like, okay, I'm looking at the numbers, and I'm thinking, I honestly don't believe that Donovan Mitchell is a $70 million a year player in the NBA. And
not at 30, 31, 32,
no,
33.
And I would not do that deal if I was the Cavs. But when you're in that desperate position that the Cavaliers find themselves in, they have no choice.
And
I feel like this is your out. If you could swap Mitchell for Brown in a heartbeat.
And I think from the Boston side, I think Donovan at this point in his career is probably more comfortable playing the 2 to Tatum. And also, by the way, Donovan and Tatum play different positions. I think that matters. They take up different places on the court, even if there's still some iso ball stuff that would go on there. But, I think it might make sense for Boston, even if Donovan isn't the player at that position that Jaylen Brown is, because, again, that's as good as 1-for-1 as you're going to get. Any other team isn't going to give you Donovan Mitchell for Jaylen Brown.
The other issue that I have to raise is that I've watched Donovan in the playoffs 4 straight years. And I have watched this team flame out in their final series, whether it was in the first round, the second round, or the conference championship. I have watched Donovan and this team flame out 4 straight years. I'm very open-minded about trying something else.
216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Right or Wrong FAN, is Evan Mobley for Jaylen Brown on the table? Maybe this is the better way to put it. What's off the table in a hypothetical Cavs trade for Jaylen Brown? Quick hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick Wilson. Summer is here, all right? And whether it's summer or winter, we know half the year is extreme weather in Ohio. So if you
and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Ashley Bastock coming up in about 40 minutes here. Nick Wilson, Daryl Ryder on Afternoon Drive. How the hell has it been 30 minutes since the first pitch was supposed to happen in Chicago and we still don't have an ETA on a first pitch? It's not like that's like the nuclear football. Like, well, once you say 310, it's got to be 310. I've seen more rain delay targets moved in my life than I think anyone has. We couldn't even just throw one out that's fake just to make me feel like I actually know when this damn game's going to start.
I mean, it is the White Sox.
Honestly, it wouldn't be the worst thing if they just put this game off until September. I wouldn't hate it. They might. Well, by then, the White Sox will be in 4th place and 12 games back off first because it's a fraudulent team. I'm not being mean to them. I just know they're a fraudulent team. Now, that being said, snark aside, let's get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Angel.
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry.
It's Quick Hits.
All right, A.J. DeBonsa went number 1 overall to the Washington Wizards last night in the NBA draft. Night 2 is tonight because you're going to want to see a bunch of second-round picks come off the board. Before being drafted, he was asked by Sports Illustrated for a self-comp.
Which NBA player are you most like, but no one compares you to?
Wow, that's a good one. I never got that question before. You want some real ball knowledge?
Give it to me.
He never played in the NBA, but he got drafted. Len Bias.
Is that as cringy to anyone else as it was to me? Like, on one hand, cool for knowing who Len Bias is.
Right.
I wouldn't want to be doing a Len Bias comp on the night of the draft, given the night of the draft what happened to poor Len Bias.
Right.
Like, there's a little bit of, like, maybe wait till, like, 3 weeks from now and then say you're like Len Bias. I'm like Len Bias if night of the draft hadn't happened. It was like there was something about it when I watched it back a couple times to make sure I wasn't being the sensitive the first time. Every time I watched it, I was like, okay.
Yeah, time and place. That was not the time. That was not the place to say that.
Also,
too, the do you want some real ball knowledge comment? I kind of like. I feel like that was a little.
So, all right. So I don't hate. Well, because he backed it up by being able to say who Len Bias was.
Right.
But here's the thing. Of all the people that annoy me in the world, guys that try and quantify if other people do or do not know ball on Twitter tend to be the biggest douchebags on the planet. And by the way, they tend to not know ball. Like, Lima threw that out. It was fun when we were going back and forth about the Harden thing. I never took umbrage to that because Lima's like me. He likes to say things to get under people's skin.
And you got some cool Toronto Raptors swag out of it, too.
Still using it. That hoop is coming in handy. We the North. But, guy on, because it's basically, if you're a guy that tweets, you don't know ball on social media, I'm not going to say it. I'm going to say it. No, you're a loser. That's all I'm going to say.
It's a self-report. You're telling on yourself.
Yeah, but in a lot of different ways. Yeah. Put a pin in it there. I don't want to be mean today. I'm feeling good.
I have many things, many axes to grind when it comes to the way things are done in professional sports today.
You don't say.
I know. Probably why I'm sitting here. Anyway, the way the NBA does the draft, though, is ridiculous. First of all, split into 2 nights, stupid. Second of all, the draft hats. Can we not just give the guy the proper hat? The trade has been made.
It's not a legal binding thing.
Why are they so uppity about it? It's their one chance to go on stage and be presented with their hat or their jersey. You know who agrees with me, Nick Wilson?
Who's that?
Scott Van Pelt on ESPN last night.
I want to make a solemn vow to complain every single year about the single dumbest thing about draft night. Hey, congratulations. You've waited your whole life for this moment. You get to share this with your family, your friends, and the world. Here, can you put on this hat? Yeah. No, it's the wrong team's hat. It'll be the photo you have of this moment for the rest of your life. You in the wrong hat. But, the league year doesn't start until July. So, just put the hat on. How hard is this to fix?
So I think what the NBA wants to try and they basically don't want it to be like, well, you wore the wrong hat on draft night 2 weeks from now. But the problem is, meaning like if a trade fails, right? The problem is that so rarely ever happens that it's a pretty lopsided occurrence of guys wearing the wrong hat on draft night, the night of the draft, as opposed to 2 weeks later when they aren't traded.
It's like the solar eclipse. It happens once a century.
Also, it's not like you getting a picture in a hat makes it a legally binding thing. Like you're not going to get taken to I almost said to law school. You're going to be taken to court because it's like, Your Honor, this man on draft night wore a King's hat. That trade never happened, and now he's with the Hawks. We demand he is now a member of the Kings. That's stupid.
There's like 18 guys last night that had to put on the wrong hat. It's ridiculous.
Well, as we are talking about the NBA draft, the ESPN NBA draft coverage included this awkward moment between Richard Jefferson, Kenny Smith, and Jay Williams.
Why such a big ovation for you? Was there something? That was loud.
Chicago, I don't know. Well, most of the people that went to Duke are from New Jersey, New York. So,
well, they also didn't see the future coming, so they were cheering kind of preempt. Sorry, I apologize.
Wow. Hey, listen.
Wow.
The guy was a unbelievable talent.
He was okay in college. He was okay. He was okay.
And his career trajectory would have been a lot different if he didn't like motorcycles.
Yes. Yeah. I guess everybody that goes to Duke isn't that smart.
All right, so it's apparent if you continued watching that coverage, Jay Williams took great offense to this. Kenny Smith was trying to be the peacemaker. Can I just say I am Richard Jefferson in life? I think I'm on bust balls basis with everyone, and then it turns out really nobody. And so I do find myself feeling the urge to be like, RJ's just like that. He busts everybody's stones. But, man, a lot of people were pissed at him last night on behalf of Jay Williams.
Yes. Well, and we saw it also, too, during the reunion. The constant shots, but him and Channing. You know, we don't cause them. We just stir them. Like that. That's what those guys are.
What I get annoyed is, you have to know somebody like that. It's like, I disagree. That's how you get to know someone.
I was going to say, I kind of feel like your life is better when you have someone in your circle that is that way.
And you're welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah. Many people say, since we've gotten close again in our adult years, your life has never been better. The Nick Wilson bump.
Who says this?
Many people.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do I know any of these people?
It's many people.
Okay.
You could know some of them. Maybe some of them you don't. Some of them maybe acquaintances, but many people.
All right. I'm going to take your word for that.
Yeah, you have to.
A surprise at Tight End University happened. Taylor Swift showed up.
Easy.
Not only did Taylor Swift show up, but she sang. Like she jumped right in.
Oh, different meaning of tight end. Okay.
Yes. And I guess George Kittle just absolutely loves her song Love Story.
Yeah.
And so she not only sang that song at this concert, but she dedicated it to George Kittle. Little awkward if Travis is in the building, number one. Number two, she was doing the as she was singing the chorus, she was flashing the engagement ring for everybody. It was a nice touch.
This moment has gone viral. One, we are completely ignoring Lainey Wilson in all of this, and may we just say, well done, Miss Lainey Wilson.
Yes.
But two, although she married Duck Hodges, right? Or am I thinking of somebody? It's somebody married Duck Hodges, and I was just like, do better. But I thought this was fun. Like, to me, this is the kind of stuff that, like, again, not my kids are Taylor Swift fans. Vanessa's a Taylor Swift fan, so I clearly have had to listen to her music. I'm not a fan of maybe the music, but I'm a fan of her talent and her willingness to use her star for moments like this, because I think this is the kind of stuff that I do think helps the NFL, and I think in a roundabout way it helps Taylor as well, just in terms of like relatability. So I actually thought it was a cool moment.
Yeah, the videos were great to see online. Most of them, not exactly great audio quality, but still cool to see.
All right, we got a lot we can do here. All right, the NBA draft had many headlines last night. We've gotten to a few of them. Well, one of the biggest things there were two issues. One was where after the Warriors were getting ready to draft Michigan big Axel Lendenborg, we saw a thing of Warriors owner Joe Lacob and GM Mike Dunleavy apparently disagreeing with each other pretty vehemently. We also saw Josh Kroenke, the Nuggets owner, when they were getting ready to make their pick, kind of frustrated and not sure what was going on in their draft room. You saw one of the videos at the very least, but owners being upset with their front offices in the NBA draft last night. Big deal, little deal, no deal. I'm
going to say medium deal, and I'm not trying to play it down the middle. Could you imagine though, is if we went back to April and that was Jimmy Haslam and Andrew Barry? What the conversation and the story?
I can, because there was Kevin Stefanski and Andrew Barry a year ago after Shedeur got drafted, and you would have thought like the world was going to end. So yes, I can't imagine this.
But I'm talking about like you actually see the argument happening on camera. So I think there is a little bit of a deal. I saw a quote from someone last night, something like one of the hardest things to navigate in the NBA is your owner. I think that's
in pro sports.
I was going to say, I think that's in pro sports. Yeah. Maybe not so much in baseball, but certainly hockey, the NBA, and the NFL. 100% the owners are involved. Well, I saw there was a headline, Pro Football Talk posted a clip, the article the other day. It's Jimmy Haslam deeply involved in the Giannis trade. And so I quote posted, I was like, this is news. In other news, water's wet. Of course he was involved.
Okay,
what owners do.
Now, in fairness, Jimmy is a little bit more involved than most owners, and maybe to the detriment of his team, just making sure But Joe Lacob was a guy that was born on third base as an NBA owner, and he just I think he's confused the generational run and Jerry West setting up a dynasty in Golden State, which hadn't happened since the 70s. Right. I think he confused Jerry West's brilliance with his own.
Yes.
And I think it's kind of why the Warriors have been a pretty mid team the last 3 or 4 years.
Sometimes you just got to step aside and let the people you're paying a lot of money do their jobs. And if they don't, then you fire them.
All right, guys, that was Quick Hits. When we come back, how will the Sorsby saga end? We'll try and figure that out in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. If you're looking
can't miss clips from The Fan from the last 24 hours. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
When it's your time in the car, focus on what matters to you. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speakers to play 92.3 The Fan. And now, you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. an Afternoon Drive with myself and JP, 2 to 7 p.m. live each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. And watch all of the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan Live and on demand now. And don't forget, like our videos. We like to be liked around these parts. But we got Ashley Basnock coming up in just about 20 minutes. She was anti the Browns taking Brennan Sorsby. We'll get her reaction to the Sorsby situation and pick her brain on how she thinks this is going to end. We also have Cody Allen, Guardians TV analyst, former Indians reliever, at 4:20 today. So we'll talk about the Gardos, where they are, maybe a little bit about that 2016 team that the Guardians celebrated earlier this year. But the Brennan Sorsby stuff has been interesting to watch because something that I have noted from the many people that cover the NFL is that many people cannot separate their feelings on what Brennan Sorsby is accused of doing, and the NCAA found him to have done what he self-admitted that he had done. So on that, and then maybe how things have been handled by the NCAA and NFL, it's even in like the reaction yesterday where people were like, oh, is Brennan Sorsby really going to sue the NFL? He already sued the NCAA. He already did this. He already did this. It's like, yes, guys, he is. He's trying to find a pathway to play in 2026. Like, it's interesting to me that people cannot come off their high horse, Daryl, about what he's been accused of. And I have no problem with you having a problem with that. It's then acting like anything that happens to him or his legal team representation is somehow fair game because you're morally, completely ethically upset by that.
Well, I think that the NFL's argument was semi-weak, and they should have just stuck to the gambling thing. Like, take a stand. Just say, hey, you're accused of gambling. We need to really deep dive investigate this, and that's going to be that. But just to hide behind, well, you didn't give us enough notice to get a supplemental draft together, that was ridiculous. And the gentleman that's representing him, I do believe, was the same lawyer that represented Maurice Clarett against the NFL back in the day.
I think that was a different guy. The guy that's representing him right now is the NFLPA's lead counsel, Jeffrey Kessler.
Yeah. And so he's used to fighting this type of stuff. Now, the NFLPA is probably going to stick with just worrying about their own members because that's how union membership works. And as of now, Brendan Sorsby is not a member of that club.
The only thing I would say about that, because I've seen a lot of people make that case and make a lot of other cases, I think we're assuming a lot in this. I don't have any assumptions in, I've heard people be like, well, it's going to be a protracted case, so it's not really going to matter. It's like, I wouldn't, you can file for like expediency in these kind of things.
Yeah.
Like, I think we're assuming a lot in this. I think where I'm at is I would be shocked if Brendan Sorsby didn't file a lawsuit, and I would be shocked if this timetable wasn't pushed up a lot quicker than people realize.
Yeah, 100%. Like, this isn't over just yet. My view of it, I think the NFL should have had the supplemental draft, and then whatever team won the bidding for him, well, then you suffer the consequences of whatever may or may not come.
Which they've done with every other kid that has entered the supplemental draft. Look no further than Josh Gordon with the Browns in 2012.
100%. Rather than just say, well, we're just not going to have a supplemental draft. And I understand your bylaws or whatever says that you can make that determination on your own if you're going to have a supplemental draft or not. There's really no parameters or circumstances or whatnot that they have to define. It's just we feel like doing this year. We're going to do it. If we don't, we don't. And I do feel like that was an underlying message being sent here. But here's the problem that I have with the situation. And again, this is coming from somebody who is dead set against the Browns bidding on this kid and making him a Cleveland Brown. Is that the change in attitude when it comes to sports betting, right? It has certainly evolved, I think we would all agree, in the last 5 to 10 years. And so there's that aspect of it. He's coming up in a generation where this is what kids are doing now. They're betting on sporting events. It's everywhere. It's mainstream now. It's no longer you're going down to the corner store and talking to your bookie one-on-one, or you're flying to Vegas to go to the sports book to put your money down on whatever you want to put your money down for, entertainment purposes or whatever. Like, it's different now. And so I do feel like there needs to be an evolution, not just with the NFL, but all the sports leagues, about what's in bounds, what's out of bounds. Because if we're going to get to a point where if you've bet on sports of any kind, you now can't play pro sports, guess what's going to happen? Your talent pool is going to dry up real fast.
Well, I just also think there's nuance to this thing that people refuse to accept. One, he wasn't on the active roster when he was betting on his team. He was betting on his team. He was not betting against his team, which would be another thing. Again, these are slight nuances to it, and they did happen 4 years ago. So the NFL's thing, which was, well, we gotta see you take accountability, and time is your best friend. It's like he's already had time.
Yeah.
He hasn't repeated the mistake he made when he was 18 since then. And here's the other thing. It's not the NFL's place. The NFL, the instant that they levied this ruling, became even more hypocritical than they're known to be. You have a league with a fair amount of guys that have been tried or arrested for domestic violence, sexual assault, drunk driving. I mean, Rashee Rice just got out of jail, for the love of God, for a damn near deadly crash, which, by the way, he only did 30 days in jail on that one because, let's check the notes here, because he failed a weed test, which was against his probation, which is basically an IQ test. The league, like, none of these guys, and by the way, I don't begrudge them. Like, just because you've done horrible things, it's America. People do horrible things all the time, and they get second, third, fourth, fifth chances. So I don't expect the NFL to be any different. But drawing the line at gambling, their response was perfunctory. Their response is, we don't think that you can go ahead and muster up a defense, or maybe you don't have the money or whatever. So we're gonna make a case out of you because you're a peon and we're the NFL.
Right.
You didn't need to. And this idea that they're somehow protecting the NFL teams against themselves, no, they're not. No, they're making a statement because they can. And the actual groundwork that they have for it is really weak. They do not listen. If you don't create pathways for Brendan Sorsby to get into the NFL, he's going to sue you to create a pathway. That pathway could end up threatening your other pathways, which are there and make you a lot of money, namely the actual NFL draft. The NFL knows this. The NFL has built their entire thing on a house of cards. But because people in the media can't separate their personal feelings about what Brendan Sorsby did with logic and, rationale, because once we get, we're offended by this, bleep this kid, and by the way, you don't have to like it. That doesn't mean what the NFL did was right or legal, and it doesn't mean that the NFL is the big bad, look at what they did. No, the NFL is hypocritical, and I think inevitably this is going to be a big statement that falls for nothing.
Their defense is, we can do what we want. We serve at the pleasure of whatever we want, and we don't have to hold a supplemental draft, and so we're just not going to do it. And I think that was the complete wrong avenue to take with this. They should have held the supplemental draft. They should have allowed teams to bid the picks on him, awarded him to whatever team had the best pick. And then if you want to circle back and say, okay, now we are going to open up an investigation into what you did at Cincinnati and your betting that you have openly admitted to and said that you had an addiction. We're going to look into that, and there may or may not be consequences for that. That's fine. But
I still have a problem with that, but that's another conversation.
But I can live with that, but just to not even have a supplemental draft when as you pointed out, all the unsavory stuff that their players get away with, and by get away with, I do mean get away with. And that's the line that you're going to draw, and you're going to try and keep him now out of your league. Enjoy your time in front of Judge Wapner or whoever you're going to draw on the federal level.
But here's the thing. I don't think it's going to stand.
No, I don't think it is. Yeah, I think Sorsby's going to win.
And I would imagine that at some point in the, I don't want to say very near future, but in the next 2 months, I would imagine they're going to have a supplemental draft because the NFL really doesn't have a legal leg to stand on. Now, the NFLPA choosing to look another way, I think, might make Sorsby decide to not go forward with this, but I think it makes all the sense to sue the NFL because, guys, people, the NFL is not going to look kindly on that. Okay, but here's the thing. If you sue, whether the NFL wins or loses, the NFL can't go after you. They can't. If you win and the NFL decides to throw a legal hissy fit or they can't punish you. Now, literally, they could try and do what you suggested, but at the same point, you could then appeal on the grounds of you think it's punitive, and in response to you suing the NFL.
Right.
So, I do think Brendan Sorsby is going to end up being in the NFL this year, and I think there will be a supplemental draft, and the question is going to be of timing. I could be wrong on this.
It'll probably have to be in August.
But, he still wins.
Yeah.
And it's so funny. I'm gonna go back to this. The NFL, when people get upset about the Rossini thing, she's a sports journalist. I've watched a lot of sports journalists have a biased opinion on Brendan Sorsby because they can't separate their personal feelings about what he admitted to doing and how the NFL conducts business. So it's sports journalism, for the love of God. None of these guys are Edward R. freaking Murrow, with the exception of Albert Breer and Darrell Ryder. There. And Ashley Bastock of Cleveland.com and the Orange and Brown Talk podcast, who will be joining us in 5 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan.
For 4 generations, the Spitzer families believed in fair pricing and honest service. That legacy continues with our Drive Into Tradition sales event at Spitzer Chevrolet. Lease a new 2026 Trax LS for just $219 a month, or choose 5.9% APR financing for 7 years, or lease a new 2026 Chevy Silverado Crew Cab 4x4 from $299 per month. And together, let's drive. Plus, get a lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and earn amazing rewards in the Spitzer VIP app. What drives us remains the same. Our world still revolves around you.
Wag more, spend less at Spitzer Chevy Amherst, Northfield, and North Canton.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
Official partner of the Cleveland Guardians. Trax 36-month lease, MSRP $24,490. Silverado 39-month lease, MSRP $54,995. $39.95 due at signing. 0 security deposit. 10K miles per year through GMF plus tax. $398. See dealer for warranty and details. $14.56 per 1,000 borrowed and $7,726.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon?
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you.
joins Nick and Daryl next. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes. Right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Daryl Ryder with you. If you missed a moment in our show, use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. We're just talking about the Brennan Sorsby saga. Obviously, we are in, the silly season. We got a couple weeks here. Then carry the 5 weeks until training camp opens up. That means people are making up reports and having a lot of fun with that. But not our next guest, because it's one of the three people that I think of as Edward R. Murrow level sports journalists. I'm not going to say who the other two are, but they're big names in this business. And to talk to her, we head out to the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline, Cleveland.com, and the Orange and Brown Talk podcasts. Ashley Bastock joins us now for her weekly hit. Ashley, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me, guys. How are you?
Doing all right here. I wanted to know, how would you grade Taylor Swift's appearance at Tight End University singing a love story for the NFL tight ends?
You know, I'm going to give it a solid A-. And here is the only reason I'm giving it a minus, because I think last year when it was a surprise and when she was writing down chord progressions for the band and no one, including her, knew she was going to perform at Tight End U, I think it packed a real punch. This year, everyone expected it. It lost the element of a surprise. Still a cool thing that she did for Travis and for the tight ends and their friends and family at this event, but I'll give it an A-. Still great without the surprise of the 2025 version of this.
Should Travis be a little salty, though? She dedicated it to someone else not named Travis Kelce?
Maybe, considering the wedding is supposedly coming up here on July 3rd, if you believe the rumors and reports that are out there. So, yeah, maybe, it's the last time, theoretically, she's going to do a live performance before they're married.
All right, so we got to get to the Sorsby saga. This was a big part of yesterday's show.
Yeah.
I think you and I are on opposite ends of the Sorsby stuff in general.
Yeah.
So I'm very curious how you're going to answer this. How do you think the Sorsby saga will end?
I mean, the ultimate ending, I still think, is that he's going to wind up in the NFL. The biggest question is just how and when is that going to happen? Like, we know that even though the NFL says they're not holding a supplemental draft, that Brennan Sorsby's attorney has told multiple outlets, including ESPN, that they plan to fight it and they believe it violates the CBA. So I think this is far from over, but I think the question remains, is he going to get in the NFL via taking part in a supplemental draft if the league ends up having to reverse course? Or is he going to get in the NFL via the 2027 draft or sign as an undrafted free agent? Like, I think this is ultimately going to end with him still arriving to the league in some capacity. But I do think the NFL threw a significant wrench in those plans yesterday. And now I think teams are probably, I would assume, thinking twice, because if the league wants to make an example like this, I got to wonder, how are they going to look at a possible suspension when he does eventually make his way onto a roster?
Well, that's what I was going to ask you next, Ashley, is we've seen in the past, and obviously we know here in Cleveland with the Josh Gordon situation and whatnot, like, do you think the league just made life a little more difficult on themselves than it needed to be by saying no supplemental draft, and instead of just holding it, letting a team win them, and then coming back and saying, hey, we're going to do what we've done in other past cases like this, and we'll do our investigation and determine if we do need to eventually hand down some discipline. But I kind of feel like the league has made this a lot harder on themselves than this whole situation needed to be.
I don't know if I agree with that, just because I think there's going to be baggage with this regardless. And I think if they had just let him go through the supplemental draft with no pushback, and then they issue some kind of suspension, whether it's for a period of time or obviously we know about indefinite suspensions. I just think the gambling piece of this is such an issue for the NFL that I think they view it as stopping maybe more of those problems down the line or more coming out. And obviously, as they said in their letter that has since, leaked yesterday, just this idea of there wasn't any, it sounds like, supporting evidence for why he should enter this draft. They only had a handful of weeks to investigate all of these claims and allegations against him. And these are very big claims. And look, we talked last week about it's not about the morality of sports betting and moral policing of these guys when it comes to gambling. It really does, I think, for the league, just come down to this idea of integrity of the game. And if you don't have that, it's like, what do you have at that point? So, I mean, I'm just not surprised to see them using this as a situation where they're going to try to make an example out of him. But I do think either way, whether you're talking about, we're just not having a supplemental draft, or we're going to let him do that and we're going to look at possible suspension opportunities. I think either way, like Sorsby and his legal team, there probably would have been some pushback there, is my guess.
Ashley, Todd Monken was interviewed by the Baltimore Sun. Some fun quotes, as Todd always gives. Him saying, I do think I'm authentic. Sometimes players and others don't like the approach. I think maybe the first thing they could say is he's a little brash or an old white dude or whatever. It's fine. It's true. So we're kind of having a pre-show conversation we're going to get to later in the show. I'm just how long do you think Todd Monken's approach can work if, in fact, this ends up being a season where maybe the wins aren't as bountiful as we hope?
Yeah, that part of it's interesting. I mean, just from the aspect of his very sort of candid, old school ways of thinking, like, I do think it's very opposite from what was here in the past with Kevin Stefanski, and I think that has served him well. But, I mean, yeah, you do sort of wonder, like, if the wins don't come, if, number one, if fans get sick of that, or number two, I think how it plays in the locker room, obviously. But I think that can sort of be said for any coaching style at any given moment, right? Like, if wins aren't coming, then it's going to be questioned, and it's going to be questioned if it's the right fit for that group at that time. But I mean, I do think as of right now, it's like undeniable to me that he's bought himself some goodwill, both with the fan base and then I think a lot with those returning players, just with his current like style and attitude. I think it's serving him well right now, and we'll see, depending on the record, how long it actually lasts.
Are you tracking the quarterback vacation time workout videos? We have new Deshaun Watson video. We have new Shedeur Sanders video. I believe on the scorecard, we're officially tied at one workout video apiece.
Oh, I'm not tracking that, but that's good to know. I mean, I'm not surprised because I think that has just become the norm in the league now. And with these players and social media, like they're going to be posting their workouts in the off season. And I think it's just this time of year it's going to get noticed more because no one has anything to talk about, right? There's no football happening. So this is, I think, the way into these guys' lives for a lot of fans. And I think when you're the Browns and you have a quarterback competition going on, of course, it's going to be discussed endlessly as it is. And, you know, these guys want to show what they're doing, and working for that starting job is what they're doing. So I think I expect more of them. Maybe I'll have to start tracking the way that we are here for this segment every week.
I feel like that we're doing the draft day, who attended Bo Callahan's birthday party. You know, like if Shedeur doesn't go to Deshaun's workout and if Deshaun doesn't go to Shedeur's, like we're going to have a massive scandal on our hands.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that Shedeur comment to remind people from mini camp was interesting, where he took issue with being asked about, you know, Deshaun's hosting this off-season workout. Are you going to host your own? Are you going to go to his? And, you know, he, I think, took the opportunity to paint this competition in the light that he wanted to, that it really, for him, he wanted to make clear is about the team and doing what is best for the team and his teammates, and wanted to present this as a united front versus some super contentious battle, which, you know, I don't necessarily dislike that approach, because I actually think it's a better approach to the competition than, I think, as I said on here before, whatever the heck was going on in Minnesota about a month ago, right? And that sort of creates these unnecessary narratives and news cycles. So, yeah, I don't hate that answer from him either.
Ashley, what is the key to this Browns defense still being top 5, top 12, top 14 in 2026 without Myles Garrett?
I think the key to this defense still being in the top of the league is finding a way to make up for sack production, but doing it across the board. I mean, number one, I think sacks are so important. I know every time we talk to defensive guys in this league, they always try to play up the fact that it's not just about sacks. It's about pressures and things like that, other ways to disrupt. But I do think sacks are just so disruptive on their own in the way that they can end drives and really derail drives. They can almost be as valuable as takeaways to me a lot of the time. But the reality is you're not going to make up for 23 Myles Garrett sacks with just one person. And I think some of the better defenses we've seen across the league in recent years, you know, you think about the Seattle Seahawks, they did not have one double-digit sacker on that defense, which is kind of crazy to think about. I think about the Eagles a couple of years ago. It was much more spread the wealth, maybe a couple guys with 10 or 12. So I think that's the move. I think you're going to need Jared Verse to take a step up from the 7.5 sacks he got last year. You're going to need more from Alex Wright, Isaiah McGuire, but I think it's going to have to be done by committee. This attack defense still needs to be formidable, and I think spreading the wealth sack-wise is going to help do that.
One quarterback question for you, because we don't ask enough of these. Would Shedeur Sanders be better off somewhere else outside of Cleveland?
I don't know, because we don't know what the end result of the quarterback competition is going to be. You know, I think that's what makes it difficult, is because we can't look at this in Cleveland and say, oh, he's for sure the backup, so he'd be better off going somewhere where he can start. I mean, it's a credit to Shedeur Sanders that he's kept this competition going when it looked very much like Deshaun Watson was going to pull away in the earlier part of the spring. So, I mean, I think you can make the argument for, if the competition ultimately plays out, Deshaun Watson's the starter, and if Shedeur would have the opportunity to go be a starter somewhere else, like without knowing what that place is, in theory, I think that would be the better opportunity. But I think it's a pretty good opportunity that he's entering year 2. He was a 5th-round pick, and he has the chance to be the starter for this football team here still, with a coach in Todd Monken, by the way, who has done nothing but mold these very different types of quarterbacks at all of his stops, and who we know really liked Shedeur Sanders as a part of that Ravens cohort coming out of the draft last year. So, I mean, I would still say this is a pretty good situation for him right now.
Ashley, I ask you this because I do know that you cover the Cavs here in the playoff stretch. We've debated with Chris Mannix of NBC Sports Boston, saying the Cavs and Celtics make sense on a hypothetical trade for Jaylen Brown, and one player the Celtics would be very interested in is Evan Mobley. Does a Evan Mobley for Jaylen Brown exchange between those two programs make sense to you?
I mean, I could see why it would be enticing. So, like, without having much time to think about it, I'll say yes, just from the perspective of, with the Cavs, you do have to wonder, like, hey, is Evan Mobley, like, is he going to want to be here long term? Do you think you can, like, build around him in that way? And, like, I don't know that there are for sure answers on those things necessarily right now. Obviously, we know how much the Cavs have talked about, like, loving their core 4. But at a certain point, when you're not seeing the playoff progress, like, when do you try to maybe mix things up again? Like, obviously, they tried one move with Harden this year, but then you look at the two bigs and you wonder, oh, is this where they would go next? At least for me. And I mean, the Jaylen Brown situation in Boston is funny because, you know, I've seen jokes online about it. It seems like this is just every offseason, like Boston's trying to shop the guy and see what they can get for him. So I don't know. Does that concern anyone else? Does it concern me? I haven't thought about it enough to truly say, but I think for me, what I'm most curious about is it like the Evan Mobley, Jared Allen of it all that these guys are going to look to next and see, is there a trade we can make there? Is there something we could change there that I'm sort of intrigued by?
Might be sacrilegious to ask, but I'm going to because, well, that's just how I roll. Should Donovan Mitchell be as untouchable as it seems like he is?
Oh, my word.
Probably because, I don't know what else you would have at this point without Donovan Mitchell. The Cavs have been so adamant about wanting to build around him. And, look, I do think some of the criticism Donovan has gotten throughout his career has maybe been unwarranted. I do think he's a very good leader for this team. But I, don't know who else you're going to get to come in theory, and just sort of do everything for you and build around. So, yeah, I think it's warranted with Donovan Mitchell being untouchable by them at this point.
Ashley, strong stuff. We appreciate you. I would say you gave Taylor Swift an A-. Some Swiftie you are. I would give you an A+ for today.
Oh, that's nice. Not my best work in this dead period of summer, but I'll take it.
Well, see, I think that's the point is even if this is like a regular season B+, it is the dead period, so you stepped it up today.
I'll take it. Thanks, guys.
Ashley Bastock there. Cleveland.com, the Orange and Brown Talk podcast on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Great stuff with her. We'll react to what she had to say about the Sorsby situation and the Browns roster moving forward, and pretty strong beef that happened on this station earlier today, and I want to be a part of it in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for
who gets the bid.
This is your job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Leave the garage door open and turn up the fan. Spend the summer with your home for Cleveland Sports Talk. 92.3 The Fan.
I mean, just from the aspect of his very sort of candid, old-school ways of thinking, like, I do think it's very opposite from what was here in the past with Kevin Stefanski, and I think that has served him well. But, I mean, yeah, you do sort of wonder, like, if the wins don't come, if, number one, if fans get sick of that, or number two, I think how it plays in the locker room, obviously. But I think that can sort of be said for any coaching style at any given moment, right? Like, if wins aren't coming, then it's going to be questioned, and it's going to be questioned if it's the right fit for that group at that time. But I mean, I do think as of right now, it's like undeniable to me that he's bought himself some goodwill, both with the fan base and then I think a lot with those returning players.
Ashley Bastock of Cleveland.com and the Orange and Browns Talk podcast. We'll actually get to the full Monken Baltimore Sun piece later in the show. But it's interesting. I've already heard a couple media members who were not on the Monken the Maximizer train when he got hired. I believe you're one of them that kind of have maybe started to see like the value of Monken and the energy that he's bringing. I really get, not by you, but I get annoyed when people are like, oh, that kind of coaching doesn't work. All kinds of coaching work if you're authentic and you know how to communicate. And I think Todd Monken is that guy. He's not Freddie Kitchens. Freddie's respected as a football mind. He was not respected as a leader. That was well before he ever got to Cleveland. He was never going to be a head coach, except in the situation that transpired here, because John Dorsey wanted a puppet. And we saw how that went. Love to John Dorsey. I do love me some John Dorsey, but that was a bad hire. But, like, that's not Todd Monken. Todd Monken is a widely respected coordinator that if he was 45 instead of, 59, 60, would have been a head coach 2 or 3 years earlier.
Look, I wasn't crazy about the hire when it happened, but after what I've seen in the offseason program, I forget who I said this to the other day, but I have to be fair and give the guy his credit. He's done a great job, and it's clear that the team is buying into what he's selling or asking of them right now. It'll be interesting to see how much staying power ultimately he's going to have with how he's doing things. But right now, he's doing a good job. Team's bought in. They're paying attention. He cusses everybody out equally. He is an equal opportunity disciplinarian in that way. He's not afraid to blow plays dead and make them start over when they make mistakes. And frankly, he's doing some things that I think this team needed. This is a team that struggled mightily with pre-snap penalties, which led a lot of people to complain about Kevin Stefanski's lack of use of motion. And I kept saying, well, guys, they can't even line up right. If you can't start with lining up correctly, you can't even get to the eye candy stuff. And that's where they, one of the many things they struggled in recent years under Kevin. With Todd, now what we're seeing in practice is if they line up and the alignment's incorrect, stop the play. No, you ain't supposed to be there. You got to be over here. And I'm giving you the PG version of that. Or the motion, nope, that's not how you run that motion. Nope, stop, do it again. Like, getting on the wide receivers, getting on the quarterbacks. Like, and so I feel like this is what this team needed on the practice field. We'll see if it translates into wins in the fall. But like right now, as we talk, Nick, I have to be fair to Todd and give him his just due and his credit. He's done a hell of a job this offseason.
So we will talk again about the Baltimore Sun piece later in the show. But I got to say, I'm very excited to talk about this next thing because, not only do I love to be involved in a radio beef, I just love any sort of beef, right? You get as you get older.
You love beef.
Oh, I do. Steak, mostly. But I also like beefing with other people. I've beefed with Lima. I've beefed with Ken. I've beefed with Baskin and Phelps.
You've beefed with me.
with JP. It's just fun, all right? Some people have expensive hobbies. Mine's free, okay? It's fighting with my friends. But Ken and Lima had Brian Geltzeiler on today. And it started out with a completely reasonable answer about an Evan Mobley for Jaylen Brown trade. And the next question was about, basically about, actually, it really wasn't about James Harden, but Brian Geltzeiler was trying to make a point about James Harden when Anthony Lima could not help himself.
Dude, you just compared Harden and Victor Wembanyama. I'm sorry. Listen, you want to have me on as a guest and ask me questions, or you want to argue with me?
Wait a second. You don't like an argument? Wait, Brian. I've had you on. You've had me on. I've had you on. All of a sudden, you don't want to have an argument?
Show me the respect to letting me speak on your show. I can hang up the phone too, dude.
I'm not hanging up on you, man. That seems like a weird projection.
What I am saying to you is this, okay? Do you
not get challenged on your own show? Does that not happen very often?
But what's that? Here's the thing. I don't challenge guests on my own show. I pay them.
Sounds like a fun show
to hear their opinions. And when I don't agree, and I don't have to come on it anymore. I tell you what, you guys go have the rest of the
take your ball and go home, Brian. I'm sorry. I'm sorry we hurt your feelings.
You can take care. You know what, dude?
I'm so sorry, man. I thought we'd have a good hoops argument.
I see what the hell you're talking about. That's the other part of it.
It's called a disagreement, Brian. We're not allowed to have a disagreement.
You want to go ask me another question?
You said things that were flat out untrue about Harden.
You want to ask me another question? Or should I? No, I said what I said was 100% true. So if you want to go ask me another question,
it's not. Show me numbers.
Otherwise, I'm going to hang up the phone. I don't need.
Okay, Brian, I'm asking you a question.
No, I don't have to be quiet.
I'm asking you a question.
You're not doing me a favor, okay? So go ahead. You want to ask me another question? Go ahead.
Now, may I say, as in-moment radio beefs go, neither guy was backing down. By the way, that was like a minute 20 of the beef, which, again, you can hear on the Odyssey app. It is free, after all. Just use that rewind feature. But neither guy backed down. That was a minute 20 of what, by and large, was about a 3-minute exchange. We could have been like Baskin Phelps, just played the whole thing and then gone to break. See, now I got really, come on. It was Lima was taking shots. I felt like I was being left out here. Here's the thing. I think Lima's in the wrong, because what this really comes down to is, for some reason, James Harden has become a no topic for both shows, both drive time shows in Cleveland. Because I cannot make a James Harden point that isn't he the greatest combo guard ever, without upsetting JP. And Lima's very much the same way if anybody makes any sort of comment about James Harden. I don't know why a 36-year-old guard, as great as James is, Hall of Famer, all the things, all the accolades, all that kind of crap, I don't know why he engenders the kind of defense by Lima and JP that he does. Now, that being said, that was a pretty strong. I mean, nobody really backed down. They were both keeping up. Outside were a little repetitive there. I will say, I think Lima was an instigator and a little sensitive on the James Harden thing. I thought he knocked it out of the park, though. At no point did he even consider backing down, and I do appreciate that, no matter how wrong-minded he is about James Harden.
Just send them both to their rooms. That's how I feel about that.
Yeah?
Yeah.
See, this is where you try and high road me. You love a radio beef, too.
Yes, I do.
You do. And you like mixing it up. Here's the thing. You and I have gotten into Donniebrooks on air, where people actually thought you and I were going to go fight physically, and then you and I are laughing about it off air.
Right.
So I don't want to hear you be like, oh, just send them both to their rooms. You and I are both a little jealous. We didn't get to get in there and take a punch or two.
Lima totally was doing some slippery wizard nonsense there. 100%.
And this is
like he's you're getting an answer to your question and you just keep jabbing him.
Yep.
That was some real, that was vintage Anthony Lima.
It was vintage slippery wizard, and this is why we love him. 216-474-0092. Who won the fight? Lima fought dirty. Lima caused the fight. Let us not obscure that fact that Lima 100% caused that fight.
Oh, and he kept it going too.
Yeah, he did. He was not relenting, which is why I think he won the fight.
Yeah.
And Brian Geltzeiler did come off as massively sensitive.
Yeah, there were some cheap shots thrown by Lima.
So maybe Geltzeiler was in the right, I think is a nice way of saying that. And a LeBron return, we might have some home cooking on this one in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This
about to change. We're going live and local starting at 5 a.m. Join me, Jeff Thomas, for the Fan Warm-Up Show. You get those late West Coast scores you may have missed and all the latest news and rumors from the CLE. Hey, if you're up that early, you may as well worry about Cleveland sports with me. The Fan Warm-Up Show starting at 5 a.m. only on 92.3 The Fan.
It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
I hope somebody brings a succulent. Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Daryl Ryder with you. We do have Cody Allen, Guardians TV analyst and former Indians reliever, joining us in about 20 minutes. Ain't no rain going to delay this interview. However, Matt Corrali here. Boom, boom, bang, biscuit, baby doll.
Hi.
Hi, how you doing?
Fantastic.
Daryl and I, in your update, were noticing you said a country a very specific way.
Yeah.
Can you run it back for us?
Well, okay, I thought it was Turkey, because at the start of this World Cup, when we were, talking about it, I thought it was just Turkey.
Yeah.
But as time has kind of gone on and this World Cup has started, I've been hearing people on like Fox who's carrying the World Cup say like Turkey, like there was an extra A at the end.
Yeah.
So I don't know. That's what I've been rolling with. And then you two, after it ends, go, what was that one you said? And I'm like, what? And I rattle them off. I didn't think it was that one. And you go, no, the one with the T. And I go,
all right.
Turkey? So
here's the thing. I'm not going to say you're wrong because I don't know. I mean, even Cape Verde was one that threw me off a bit.
Yeah.
I do think, I just want, like, if we're going to start changing the way we pronounce countries, I would like some sort of a group decision on this one. They can still change it. I just would like a press release or something.
Yes. That's why I question it. I just looked it up.
Okay.
You're correct.
No, it's Turkey.
You are correct. It says the country is officially and correctly pronounced Turkey, and then it gives the spelling. The official pronunciation is used to distinguish the country from the English word for the bird. So you're correct, but I didn't get the memo.
I'm not doing this. No, it's Turkey.
You're not doing this?
Yeah, I'm not doing this. With love and respect, I understand we're supposed to be coming together as a world. As a world, I think we should all have to agree this is stupid.
I didn't realize All American was on the broadcast today.
All American is always on this broadcast. Thank you very much. 250 years, baby. Get ready for it.
How many years was that?
250 years. 216-474-0092. I can't do math, but I know it feels longer than however long it's been. Just not doing this. I'm just not doing this.
And I tried to give Matt love walking out the door.
Hey,
and
you asked him to pound you, and he didn't pound you.
He just left me hanging.
Yeah. Matt, pound Daryl real quick.
Your boy took a pounding.
What?
I am saying yes, and oh yes.
Come on, let's fist bump here. Bump fists, guys. Yeah. Good Lord. I work with space cadets. There we go. See, didn't it feel good to pound each other? You guys,
I am saying yes,
and oh yes.
You
guys are such children. I mean, come on, let's have a little couth here. This is we're not that kind of show, okay?
Yeah, you are.
Not according to Keith. But while
He's
we
on
have
vacation.
Cody Allen coming up in about 20 minutes here, I thought it was interesting. Brian Windhorst came out today and said, while LeBron might not be interested in coming to Cleveland, or that remains to be seen, that if the Cavs offered a Jared Allen for LeBron James sign and trade, that the Lakers would do it in a heartbeat. And I kind of innocently tweeted out, 1 year of LeBron isn't worth 5 years of Jared Allen. I didn't realize that was a hot take. I thought I was being sensible in you don't trade a 27, 28-year-old big. I know he's not a flawless big, but a 28-year-old big in the prime of his career, all-star player, elite defender for, a 41-year-old player, no matter how great he is or no matter whether he's the first or second greatest player of all time. I didn't think that was a hot take. Are you broken?
No,
Did Matt pounding you break you?
Yeah. I am saying yes,
I mean, come on,
oh
man.
Yes.
I mean, good Lord.
At least it wasn't like a proposal to Evan Mobley for LeBron or well, could we take the entire Cavs bench and trade them for LeBron like we used to get? Remember the old trade machines? Ira Newble and Damon Jones and
I like those days.
Sasha Pavlovich for Kobe Bryant. Let's put it in the trade machine. We can make it work.
Yeah, the problem is everyone's become the person that thinks they know what trade value is in the NBA, and that does annoy me a little bit.
Yeah.
While we're having that conversation, I realize that might come off as tone deaf. Tone deaf, rather, not tone depth. That's different. It does annoy me just a little bit.
Yeah, ball knowers. But I think that if LeBron does come back, and that's a big if, because right now, the difference between today and 2014 when he did come back, the days leading up to it, the Cavaliers made a bunch of roster moves to clear the decks and make way, and that's what got everyone's attention. And then obviously the letter hits, then the Kevin Love trade happens, and reality sets in that, okay, we've gone from a lottery team every year to now all of a sudden they're going to try and win an NBA championship. I don't think trading for LeBron it would be a very fiscally responsible thing to do, to give up assets.
If you mention fiscally responsible, I am going to beat you.
Well, it's certainly a consideration. What they did last night was very fiscally responsible.
Yeah, nobody cares about that, nerd.
And they may be doing some more of that today.
Win championships. That's who cares about fiscally responsible.
Well, to help win the championships, you got to be a little fiscally responsible as well.
I disagree completely. Dan Gilbert, the first time, I would not call that fiscally responsible at all.
What was that tab after they won the championship? Like $60 million or something like that he paid?
Sweet.
Yeah, it's great.
Sweet.
Not my money.
It didn't bug me at all.
Nope, me neither.
By the way, handed out like a 4-year, $64 million deal to J.R. Smith.
Yeah.
They did skimp on Timofey Mozgov, and look where it got him.
They paid Kevin Love.
They paid Tristan Thompson.
Yes.
I mean, everybody not named Mozgov or Delhi got paid by this team.
Yes.
Because that's the price of doing business.
Right. And I'm fine with it.
So here's the thing. I don't give a rat's ass about the money. I just think value-wise, 41-year-old LeBron is not, and when we talk about value, we're talking about a 3 to 5 year projection about what that guy's going to do. If LeBron's going to be one and done here, that can't possibly be worth 5 years of a starting center in the NBA. So if the Lakers say, okay, we're going to help facilitate LeBron to you, and we'll give you 2 first-round picks for Jared Allen. Okay, now I'm ready to talk.
And
because all of a sudden I have 2 assets to deploy and a trade exception, and a couple other things to try and get what I need. But just on the face value of 1 year of LeBron versus, or even 2 years of LeBron.
Why do you get to talk about assets and I don't get to talk about fiscal responsibility?
Well, because the way I say it is sexy. The way you say it, and nobody gets randy about it. Everyone's like, oh my gosh, this is not working for us. Then I say it in my tone and timbre of voice.
Gotcha.
Because I'm talking about I'm talking about assets. You're talking about money. I'm talking assets.
Hey, having assets is fiscally responsible.
Okay. I want to hit you with a stapler again. What is it about you and Padone that in successive days I've talked about throwing staplers at you? JP's gone for 3 days, and I'm getting ready to get violent with people they send my way. 216-474-0092. Is Jared Allen the key to a LeBron return? Again, I'm not out on the deal. I feel like everybody's too precious with Donovan, and I think everyone's too willy-nilly to trade Jared Allen. Even Evan to some degree. It almost annoys me how people forgotten that Jared and Evan took a step forward in the playoffs and played better on average than they had in previous years. Did I miss something? Because I know they're taking the big brunt here of losing in the Eastern Conference Finals and getting embarrassed by getting swept by the Knicks. I don't recall them being the focal point of the offense, which didn't show up in that round. Yeah. I believe that's Donovan Mitchell and James Harden, who were persona non grata for most of those games. But okay, I'm reeling it back in. So I'm not though, on trading Jarrett for LeBron. But this idea that it's just going to be a straight-up one-for-one swap is where I absolutely go, no, it can't possibly be, because that doesn't seem fiscally responsible to trade 5 years of Jared Allen and a controllable contract.
Exactly.
For 1 year of LeBron.
Thanks for making my point for me.
All right, now you make a point.
I was right.
Do I have to till you change your opinion 5 minutes? Can we get Corrali back here to pound Daryl again?
How have I changed my opinion this time?
Well, I'm waiting for it.
I'm not going to.
Okay. All right.
I'm not in favor of trading Jared Allen for LeBron James. When have I ever said that?
Oh my God, you're wrinkling my brain right now. Just make a point about what it would take to give LeBron. What it would take for you to be willing to give up Jared Allen in a trade for LeBron?
Multiple first-round draft picks.
Yeah, but I made that point first.
But that's what it would take. The Cavs don't have a lot of first-round picks for like the next 10 years. It feels like.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, but I just don't see that happening. I really don't.
See, what kills me about that is, so I think you're right. I think a lot of people would scoff at the idea of sending stuff with LeBron for Jared Allen, and I think that's a perception thing. Like I think the Lakers.
I think it's a necessity that.
But to me, the Lakers thinking they can get Jared Allen for LeBron is one of the reasons I hate the Lakers and why I hate the Celtics. Oh, you're going to get a massive discount on a productive NBA starting center. Why? Because LeBron's from here? You know what I mean? Like it feels a little bit insulting to the intelligence of Cavs fans.
I do think that there is a possibility this offseason of Evan and Jarrett getting broken up, though.
Mm-hmm.
I think that when you're talking about they can't run it back. Well, they've made it very clear Donovan isn't going anywhere. Neither is James Harden. Well, that leaves you the two big guys, Jarrett and Evan. Preferably, you want to keep Evan because he's in his mid-20s. He's still got a tremendous amount of upside. You could build your franchise around him when Donovan's days here are done, when James Harden goes into the retirement home. There's something there to build with. With Jared Allen, he's not, for as good of a player as he is, and as much as I like him, he's not a guy I'm building the franchise around, going forward with. So I kind of feel like he's the odd man out. And I felt this way for a couple of years when I've talked about the need to break up this core four because it was not good enough to win an NBA championship. They're spinning their wheels in mud. Okay, yeah, you got to the conference finals. That's great. But outside of the first three quarters of game one, you were pretty much non-competitive in those conference finals. That's a problem. You were pretty much non-competitive the previous 3 years when you got bounced from the postseason. And yes, injuries did play a little bit of a factor in the last two with the Celtics and the Pacers eliminating you in the second round. But I just something tells me it's too quiet for the Cavs right now. They've got. And maybe it's because I'm trying to talk myself into Kobe doing something significant this offseason. But I can't rationalize Dan Gilbert's post after they get swept by the Knicks where he's talking about we're nowhere near where we need to be. And I'm paraphrasing there. I think those were the words he used, but paraphrasing made it very clear not where they need to be. And then we're just going to come back with the team pretty much that we saw get swept by the Knicks. I can't rationalize that. So maybe that's why I'm talking myself into they could trade Jared Allen this offseason.
216-474-0092. Is Jared Allen the key to a LeBron return? And is he the odd man out for your Cleveland Cavaliers? Cody Allen, Guardians TV analyst and former Indians reliever, talks us about Gardo's panic in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
today. Make sure to tune into the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas weekdays at 5 a.m., getting you up to date in the sports world from the night before, along with playing the can't-miss clips from The Fan from the last 24 hours. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Afternoon Drive. Nick Wilson, Daryl Ryder with you. We do have the lead coming up in just about 40 minutes time. And as always, you can listen to this show and all of our shows here locally on The Fan, on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Can I go ahead and say confidently, I don't know if this game's going to get played today. I'm going to go out on a limb like that because it's been 2 hours from when first pitch was supposed to happen. But we'll have, obviously, updates on whatever's going on there. We also have to get into just the state of the Guardians here as we head out to the Weishart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. And welcome on Guardians TV analyst, former Indians reliever, Cody Allen, joining us right now. Cody, welcome to the show.
What's going on, guys, man? Thanks for thinking of me, and thanks for having me on the show.
Well, it's great to have you for a lot of reasons here. I got to, today has been this protracted rain out. In like the first hour, we didn't have any updates at all on this. As a player, is that the most frustrating kind of rain delay when there's like no update for like an hour and a half at a time?
It can be. And it definitely depends on who you are, right? Like, the starting pitcher has got to be super frustrated, right? It's very difficult, because you're like, hey, we might get a window here. It depends on the conversations that are going on in the clubhouse. Now, when I was there, they did a pretty good job. Even if, like, the media wasn't quite aware of the situation, the communication was pretty good. Like, hey, we're not sure. We might get a window here in 30 minutes. We might, not. So as long as the communication is good, which it normally is, it's manageable. But for me, it didn't matter for me because guess what? From the time the first pitch came around, I didn't even be ready for another 2.5 hours. So, I had plenty of time to get myself ready. It's the guys that got to go out there, the starting pitchers especially, who it can definitely mess with them.
So the first pitch today is going to be set for 4:50 for our listening audience there. So obviously the Guardians have lost the last two games here or the first two games of this series to the White Sox here. They're now a game back in the AL Central. Today could push you back farther if you lose this game. I'm seeing a lot of people panicking. Cody, I'm not the panicking type in baseball, at least this point of the season. Where are you with where the Guardians are over the last couple weeks?
Listen, you want to win games, right? They all matter. I don't care if it's April, May, or September. They matter and they add up. So you got to win when you can. Now, in regards to a full season, there are periods throughout the season where winning is just more difficult, depending upon performance, injuries, the whole deal, right? And we've seen what this team can do, even when they're down, 15.5 games, right? You're not banking on coming back from that far, but getting down a couple games in the middle of the year is not, let's sell at the deadline, panic here. All it means is, hey, we're not playing our best brand of baseball. We've got some guys on the injured list that we'd really like to have back. But, you're talking about 2 games. You get beat by a check swing double the other night against the White Sox. You win that game, we're having a completely different conversation today because we're tied against a White Sox team that really has outperformed, and they've got some really, really talented players. So I'm not panicking. I really like this team, and I do think teams that are built on pitching and defense normally win in August and September. And that's what this team does. This team's going to pitch. They're going to play defense. They're going to score runs when they can. But, pitching and defense, they just really don't stop, and I feel like they really separate themselves down the stretch.
It feels like the Guardians in half their games this year, like they're scoring 3 runs or less. Now, obviously, the circumstances are a little different. Shocking, Jose Ramirez, Angel Martinez, and Chase DeLauder aren't in your lineup. You're going to struggle a little, right? And that's certainly understandable. You mentioned about, hey, stay within a couple of games of this thing. They were 15 and a half back last year, and they came back. Yeah. And that, you can't expect that every year. But you're looking at probably, I'm guessing, mid to end July, getting these guys back into the lineup. How close do the Guardians need to be when Hosey, Angel, and Chase get back in the lineup for them to have a shot down the stretch?
I really don't think there's a magic number, but I will say, if you can keep yourself within, 5 to 6 games, it doesn't seem like a mountain, right? That's one good homestand or a good, road trip homestand. It's not like if you get yourself down, 8, 9 games, you're going to need a month. You're going to need a month where you're playing really well and they're not playing their best brand of baseball, especially if you're not lining up with them, right? And I haven't looked at the schedule. I don't know how many more meetings they have with the White Sox. But, if you can keep yourself around that, under 4 or 5 games back, right? If you can keep it right there, you're giving yourself a shot into the end of September.
Cody Allen on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Well, I think it's about 4 times now in the last month we've seen Stephen Vogt send Cade Smith out there for a multiple inning attempt. It didn't work the most recent time that he did it. So I'm just curious, it feels like we're seeing this a little bit more here recently. Do we know why Stephen Vogt is maybe trying to stretch Cade Smith a little bit more in some of these games?
I mean, to Vogt's credit, when you've got a guy that Cade Smith is the best reliever in baseball right now. If you dig into a lot of the metrics, you dig into a lot of the statistics, he's better than even Mason Miller right now, right? By a few measures, right? So you've got the best closer in the game. It is really difficult when you are a team that is like, hey, we just got to get a win here, right? We got to get a win because momentum is a real thing. And so it's very easy to kind of go to that well a little bit more often when it's like, you know what, I've got this monster down there and I need to win this game right now. And more often than not, it works, right? The other night it didn't. But I do know that those guys, they're going to manage that workload, especially if you're in a situation where you're a game out down the stretch. We've got to figure out a different way to win these games without relying upon him because you need him pitching his best brand of baseball into the month of September when every game is super magnified and you really don't want to bite yourself or you really don't want to be kicking yourself down the stretch if he's not performing at his best, wondering if like, hey, did we kind of burn him out there in June and July?
A couple things stood out to me in these last 2 losses to Chicago. Yesterday, Brian Rocchio went, Bo Jackson snapped his bat over his knee after he popped up with the bases loaded. The night before, Travis Bazzana was seen yelling into his glove in frustration after they lost that game. I know Jose Ramirez is like the heartbeat of this team, and that's really, really hard to replace. But how much of a positive is it that you got these 2 young guys displaying that emotion, showing that passion and frustration when it comes to not having success?
It's baseball, right? But these guys are ultra competitive. You talk about a guy like Rocchio, man. You want to, this isn't silver lining or anything. He's kind of, we talked about, whenever he had some success offensively, everybody likes to joke, playoff Rocchio. This guy's for real. His numbers offensively are real. I really like him as a player. Obviously, he is, an ultimate defender up the middle, but offensively, he is becoming a big league hitter, and a pretty good one too. And now him snapping his bat, that just shows that these guys really, really care. But to your point about Bazzana the other night, he was screaming into his helmet, and that was after he got on base, and he did all these things, and so he's frustrated not as his own performance, but as at just not getting the win, right? So that is a really good kind of bellwether for what are the conversations like in the clubhouse right now? What's the culture like? What's the feeling like? And there's very little, inward like, hey, I got to make sure I get mine, because there can be when seasons start to kind of go awry for a club, it is very easy for guys to kind of go into self-preservation mode, right? Where it's like, I just got to make sure I have a good year so I have a job next year. It can become very infectious and very cancerous. And that's when, a 4, 5, 6, 7 game slide can turn into, hey, we're selling at the deadline pretty quick. And so those 2 instances that you just brought up of those guys showing some emotion, showing some frustration, that is a sign of a team that's fighting tooth and nail, and things just aren't going their way right now. But as they continue to just play the game, keep lacing them up, you're going to see this team get hot, and it's going to get interesting.
Cody, you mentioned Cade Smith and the season he's having. The bullpen at times look like it's the bullpen we're used to. At other times, they've gone through these stretches where they have a bad week here or there. And again, they look human, which I guess is okay. But I'm just, how many arms away, or what do you think has to happen for the rest of the bullpen kind of fall into where we're used to them and kind of better support Cade Smith in this starting rotation too?
I think you need a healthy Eric Sabrowski. I think we have yet to see him kind of – he hasn't been healthy long enough for us to see truly how good he is. I think he is a top-flight arm. Like, he is a premium setup man in all of baseball. He's just had some – he spent some time on the injured list. And when you take an arm like that, especially left-handed, and you got Cade coming in from the right side – they complement each other so well. So, and then you add Hunter Gaddis in there too. So if you can get a healthy Sabrowski and keep him healthy, that gives you a lot. And now what I really like about the potential of this bullpen, especially going into the postseason, say you get some off days where you stack up and you can take a guy like Slade Ciccone and you can throw him back there in the bullpen. Now you're really looking at a team when, guys like Parker and Gavin are on the bump. It's like, where do you score, right? If you're able to bring a Ciccone out there where he's going from a 93, 95 guy, now he's probably going to be playing up to around 98 with quality stuff. That's really difficult to score off. Then you got Sabrowski, then you got Hunter, then you got Cade. Now you're looking at a pitching staff and being able to manage a 9-inning game where the other team really doesn't have any opportunity to score.
Cody, I'm curious because obviously you spent a decade in the big leagues as a pitcher. What are your thoughts on the ABS system?
I like it. I think the goal of the game is to get it right? And I think what it does too is I think it keeps, some of those big games, right? Like last night you watching the Dodgers and the Twins, right? And the Dodgers are up big, but it forces, the guy at the plate and the guy on the mound. It doesn't matter if it's 20-0. It's those guys are still competing. And in the past, you might see a zone get big, right? In those situations. The goal is to get it right? And so now the AB system, especially if a team still has challenges, man, it forces us umpires to really stay locked in, and it keeps them accountable. And at the end of the day, you don't want to lose a game because a guy, called the ball 4 inches off the plate, in a big spot that could have went your way. Now we can get that right and give yourself an opportunity.
You plan to reel any of these guys in with some of their challenges?
I mean, I do think you're seeing I would be interested to see kind of the guardrails that teams put on themselves in the future as we kind of get through this, right? I think there are certain catchers that do a fantastic job. I think Austin Hedges is really good at it, right? I haven't seen enough of Bailey. Hedges has been really good. Every time I've been in Cleveland, every game that I watch it, he does it. He is very, very, he has a high percentage of getting it right. Salvador Perez is another guy who has a high percentage of getting it right. So I do think that certain guys will just, they might have a little bit more rope, per se, to challenge stuff, and then some guys might get reined in a little bit. And I think it'll be really interesting to see how teams try to use those challenges effectively more often, the more data that they're able to collect as we're using it.
Cody, looking to something that happened earlier this year, the Guardians had a big send-up of the 2016 World Series team. And not only was it fun as somebody who loved that team and watching that happen, and I just want to know, though, because I saw you guys get together, and it looked like no time had passed between you guys. What was it like to go back together and get back together with that 2016 team and celebrate your guys' accomplishments?
Man, it was awesome, and I think some of the guys, they've been back to Cleveland doing some alumni stuff. I get to come back and do some pre- and post-game and do some in-game stuff during the call. But Cleveland's a special place for all of us, right? A lot of us, we had kids that were born there, and it's just there's a lot of great memories that are there. And most of that team, too, we were super fortunate. We all kind of came up together, kind of like this team that you see right now in Cleveland. A lot of these guys, they came up through the minor leagues together, or if they didn't, they've been there. There hasn't been a ton of turnover on that roster. And when you spend that much time together, man, I don't care if I don't talk to Jason Kipnis for 2 years. The second I see him, it's back to just like we're in the clubhouse together. So it was remarkable. The families were there, wives were there. Everybody got to catch up. And, it's fun to see how everybody's doing now, what they're doing, what they're into, and just kind of get to relive those moments for the little bit of time that we were in town.
So I think you've got a great perspective on this, being a homegrown guy. I marvel at how this organization has been able to have success in an era that a lot of like-minded organizations or similar organizations in terms of market size can have like a year run or a 2-year run. And it seems like the Guardians/Indians have had 100 of those since like 2001. How? Like, what's the secret sauce on how this organization continuously turns itself over, replenishes itself, and somehow maintains a consistent level of winning despite a lot of things that cost other towns and other places their ability to compete consistently?
That's a really good question, and I'm just going to give you what I think because I don't know. I marvel at it as well, like their ability to just develop players from within and just compete on an annual basis, regardless of who's in that clubhouse, right? And you look at not only developing but acquiring and identifying talent is a skill in and of itself, but. I think the one thing that they do, baseball is such a copycat game, right? You look around, it's like I remember, the Royals were winning in 2014, 2015, and everybody was kind of, looking to do what they did, where we're gonna build up a bullpen, we're gonna put a bunch of athletes out there where we don't want guys to hit home runs. We want to kind of copy what Kansas City did, and then when Houston did it, where they built up a starting rotation and put all their starters in the bullpen. So it can be a copycat game. But I think what Cleveland does extremely well is they have their identity. They know who they are. They know what works. And they don't really get caught up in trying to do what other organizations might be doing that's, quote, unquote, successful, because that's not part of their plan, right? That's not part of their recipe that's given them success. And not to say that they don't kind of add and subtract as we go, but I think that they do an unbelievable job of sticking to their guns. Like, hey, we're going to draft, we're going to develop within, we're going to pitch, we're going to do all these things instead of maybe trying to do what this team does or do what that team does. They have their recipe, they got their secret sauce, and they don't care what's going on around them. They're going to compete with what they got.
Cody, great stuff, man. It's great to interview you. I think this is the first time I've had the chance to interview you. Hopefully we can have you on more here, and hopefully we get a Guards dub today to avoid the sweep.
Oh, absolutely. Go Guards. They need this one today. But, yeah, dude, you guys got my phone number, man. Please give me a call whenever.
Appreciate you there. Cody Allen, Guardians analyst and Indians reliever, former Indians reliever on the Weishart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll react to what he had to say and check in on your Guardians panic level in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick Wilson here for Northeast Factor Direct. If you're looking for a hot tub or a swim spa, Northeast Factor Direct has you covered. This weekend only at the North Canton location, Northeast Factor Direct is pulling them all.
more at Amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. And Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. Each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
There are periods throughout the season where winning is just more difficult, depending upon performance, injuries, the whole deal, right? And we've seen what this team can do, even when they're down, 15 and a half games, right? You're not banking on coming back from that far, but getting down a couple games in the middle of the year is not, let's sell at the deadline, panic here. All it means is, hey, we're not playing our best brand of baseball. We've got some guys on the injured list that we'd really like to have back. So I'm not panicking. I really like this team, and I do think teams that are built on pitching and defense normally win in August and September. And that's what this team does. This team's going to pitch. They're going to play defense. They're going to score runs when they can. But, pitching and defense, they just really don't stop, and I feel like they really separate themselves down the stretch.
Former Indians reliever and Guardians TV analyst Cody Allen joining us in the previous segment. I got to say, the Guardians have really... They've always had a great broadcast crew, but they've really expanded here. I know Ben Broussard has gotten some run. Cody Allen has. Chris Jimenez. They've got some really good analysts right now that I kind of love having on talking about this team in kind of addition to Al, Pal, and Matt and the guys we usually have on. And I just thought it was interesting. Like, I'm not enjoying what has happened the last 2 weeks. I don't want anyone to think that even the June swoon, which has really been the entirety of this month, I can't say that I'm loving it every single night, but I also understand that when you lose 3 of your 4 best hitters and your bullpen kind of hasn't found its rhythm yet, like this is kind of where they are, and I feel like I can have more patience because it's not like the rest of the AL Central is lighting the world on fire.
No, they're not. And the good news is the starters, for the most part, are pitching well. You can flip a coin between Parker Messick and Gavin Williams as to who's the true ace of this staff. Cade Smith, for the most part, has been really, really good in the back of the bullpen among the league leaders in saves. Tanner Bybee seems to be finding it here in his last 4 or 5 starts, so that's a positive sign. Just tread water. Get you to the 1st of August. Get Hosey back. Get Angel Martinez back. Get Chase DeLauder back, and I think they're going to be fine.
Yeah, here's the thing. Listen, I still don't think we've seen the best of Gavin. Gavin's been a little inconsistent this year. Tanner Bybee has been a little inconsistent. There's one guy that's been consistently elite out of your rotation, and it's Messick.
Yeah, and he's a rookie.
So 4 of the 5 guys you have, I think, can pitch better than they have. And again, Williams and Bybee have been fine, but they haven't been – Williams has not been Cy Young for about a month now because he's had a couple clunkers there. None of the things have gone right yet, and you're still 1 game out of 500. So I just – and listen, there are seasons, and this is where I understand Guardians fans' concern. There are seasons that you just – it hits the fan and it never gets righted. That might end up being what this is. But, I'm seeing people bitch about this lineup, and I'm like, guys – this isn't a Cernetti problem. You take the three of the 4 best hitters in a lineup of any lineup in baseball, and that lineup will stop hitting no matter who it is. The Dodgers, if you took Shohei, Mookie Betts, and pick the 3rd best hitter you think that's in that lineup, they're also not going to be the Dodgers anymore.
Well, they might still be the Dodgers.
Not to the way they are now.
Oh.
You know what I mean?
But yeah, that's fair. And look, I think that part of the frustration, though, is that when you look at the Guardians scoring, it feels like it's feast or famine. Mm-hmm. They're either knocking the ball all around the ballpark or they're struggling to scratch a run across. And you're looking at, I want to say they've had like 40 games this year where they've scored 3 or fewer runs. That's a little tough. But again, I still feel like, despite whatever deficiencies fans want to complain about when it comes to this roster or this lineup, the fact is they find a way repeatedly to remain competitive, to be entertaining. They try and play the game the right way. And I know playing the game the right way isn't always the most exciting way. In some ways it is. Hey, you get on, you steal second, you're paying attention to what's going on. Maybe you tag up and get the third so you can score on a sack fly. Okay, fine. Like whatever it takes to get it done, they, for the most part, have been willing to do. They kind of like to try and play the smart brand of baseball because they understand, I think, some of their limitations. But I'm telling you, when the weather warms up and they get guys back, I mean, ball's going to fly out of the ballpark. We saw it earlier this year. I covered a game where they hit, I think, there were like 4 or 5 home runs in it.
Listen, I think runners in scoring position, situational hitting, I think can be very fluky. All right? And listen, again, you could get to the end of the season. That's just who they are. But right. I think I tend to think there will be a positive regression of the mean on that front. And overall, what I think is different about this year than other years, there have been years where like they're playing out of their skis. They have no business being as good as they are. And that's based off talent. And yet they've overachieved. This is the first year since maybe 2018 where I've looked at this team and said, oh, you've got the talent to be really, really good at all 4 phases of your game. So they don't have the health right now, which is fair. But like when you start to look at this, and again, I'll go back to it. I think for all the stats that say how bad the offense has been, I think you have real talent to be a good offense. And I think that's something you should expect as the season goes along and you get healthy. I think you have a chance to be a really good bullpen. It might not be 2 years ago's bullpen. Still a really high-level bullpen, top 10 bullpen. You kind of just need to get it's kind of the connective pieces to Cade Smith, and you need to stop pitching in multiple innings. And even the rotation can improve. So I look at this and I'm like, man, if they get all 3 phases of the game, and certainly defense, if that's all firing at any point this season, they're going to run off a rattle of wins here that makes last year's streak look pretty impressive. You know, like I think it can be just on that same level is what I'm trying to say. 216-474-0092. What's your panic level for the Gardos? Their game's just about to get underway. We'll have more reaction when it ends. When we come back, the lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
bring him back, which is fine. There's no real celebration without LeBron and without Kyrie. And neither of them are here right now. Both of them still play in the NBA.
I think those things would happen if LeBron were retired, but he's not. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Nick and Daryl with you here on a hump day. Guardians game going on. Got a lot to get to here in the world of sports. I will tell you, I've made this commentary online. For those Big Lebowski fans, Tanner Bybee's hair is getting to be like Carl Hungus's hair. And I don't know how you tell, Tanner. You're starting to look like somebody that's trying to fix Dinah Cable, but somebody's got to get on that one.
I promise to cut my hair before it ever gets that long.
I'd like to see you with a mullet.
No.
Why not?
I can't. It bothers my neck.
You forgot I have seen you with a mullet. It's just been...
When did I have a mullet?
Oh, when you worked at RO, you had a bit of a mullet.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was that 90s, like...
Yeah.
Gosh, who was it? Was it Snow? No, Informer. Who's the guy that did Me Licky Boom Boom Down?
Oh, gosh.
Because you look just like him.
I let the back get out of hand. Even like now
of your hair.
Of the hair, yeah. I got to see the barber soon here.
Yeah.
Just to clean it up. Just to tighten it up a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, if it ever it's never getting to be like that. No siree, I promise you that.
Now we'll get to the lead here. Chris Mannix of NBC Sports Boston reported that the Celtics could be interested in dealing Jaylen Brown for Evan Mobley.
Jaylen Brown is truly available and what the asking price for him is going to be. But the Celtics, I believe, are listening to those calls and are, thinking up their own trade matches of their own. I spent some time this afternoon talking to different teams about what might the Celtics be interested in. And the name and the team that came back to me a lot was Evan Mobley in the Cleveland Cavaliers. Mobley's one of those guys that could fit the archetype of the type of player that the Celtics are looking for. Now, if it is a deal they're interested in, is a complicated deal to make because the Cleveland Cavaliers are a second apron team and there are a whole bunch of different rules that go with being a second apron team, including the need to match dollar for dollar value with the player that goes out. That's just mathematically impossible, it seems like, in this moment. But that's the name trending.
Yeah, I don't know that I like the idea of giving up Evan Mobley for Jaylen Brown. I certainly understand why the conversation is there. I mean, if we're talking Jaylen Brown from Donovan Mitchell, because I think that would make more sense. So I just don't know that Jaylen Brown, James Harden, and Donovan Mitchell together, I don't know that that's going to work. It sounds good. It looks good on paper. I just don't know, Nick, that it works. I think Jaylen Brown next to Evan Mobley, I'm convinced that would work. I have a lot of questions about those three, though, Brown, Harden, and Mitchell.
I also just don't understand. There's something that I'm a little uncomfortable with about shifting your timeline. I believe in multiple timeline things, by the way. I think you can have an Evan Mobley timeline and a Donovan Mitchell timeline, and I think the only way that you break that up is for a sure thing. I think Jaylen, listen, would I consider it? Yes. Evan for Jaylen, based off what Jaylen does, you have to consider it. Would I seriously consider it? If push came to shove, I probably would do it. I just would rather trade Donovan Mitchell because, again, I think Jaylen and Evan and James Harden fit together much more perfectly. And I feel like you would be taking a team with fit issues and making them a team with just different fit issues by trading Evan for Jaylen. Again, I'm not completely out on it. You really have to consider it. But, I would need, and I thought Lima did a great job of throwing out different scenarios, like maybe Strus goes to Boston and you bring back like a Peyton Pritchard. I think those contracts work out. All of a sudden, I got a point guard of the future for Pritchard. I can start selling this a different way. Still got to figure out that power forward situation. But but straight up 1-for-1, Jaylen for Evan, that's the one I have the hardest trouble really talking myself into of all the different trades you could do.
The power forward's in Los Angeles right now, getting ready for his retirement tour.
He's a big wing. Not a real power forward. A modern power forward. Those aren't real.
Danny Cunningham of Locked On Cavs joined the morning show today. He broke down how the Cavaliers can improve their roster this offseason.
I do think the Cavs need to be aggressive in making this team better this summer. And listen, they're not going to trade Donovan Mitchell. They're going to re-sign James Harden to a new contract, and it certainly seems like they're not going to trade Evan Mobley. So that tells me that everybody else needs to be on the table, and I think that needs to include Jared Allen, who's making $28 million this upcoming year, which I think is a benefit to trading him because he's definitely a player that's worth that. But now it also expands the pool of players that you can use or that you could get back for Jared Allen as opposed to when he was making $20 million, and that kind of was a small pool of guys. So I do think that the Cavs are still going to be a top 4 team in the East. Like, they're going to win 50-plus games, and that gets you a home court advantage seed in the Eastern Conference basically every single year of my life. But I do think that for them to be championship contenders, they need to add a little bit. They need to get better on the wing. And if that comes at the cost of maybe Jared Allen, then I think you have to do that.
I'm not as inclined to give up on Jarrett or Evan as other Cavs fans are. I understand why people feel the way they do. I also think those guys have been dinged more for the Cavs' playoff failures this year. And I'm talking about the Knicks series than Donovan or James. And I think if you want to get to why the Cavs got swept in that round, it was because Donovan and James did not show up offensively. Now, those were the big reasons why you got there. But both those guys, don't give me box scores or whatever the hell Peterlin talks about with his John Hollinger game scores. No, we watched the games. Donovan's the best player on this team, and you got swept. That falls at the feet of Donovan. What I would say, to push back on Danny a little bit, Cavs aren't going to come out and say, hey, we're going to trade Donovan for Jaylen Brown unless the trade's done. So this idea of the Cavs aren't doing anything or Jared Allen's the only one, yeah, I think there's reasons why the Cavs want that out there. I think if the right moves open up, it wouldn't surprise me if the Cavs had everything on the table this offseason. And I think they should.
They should, because they are, as Dan Gilbert said, on X after they got swept. They're nowhere near where they need to be. And I'm not convinced giving Donovan Mitchell $70 million a year is going to get them any closer to that. They've got to do something drastic this offseason to shake this thing up even more.
Mike Flory of Pro Football Talk was also on with the Morning Boys earlier today, and he talked about the public perception of Brendan Sorsby's gambling case.
This isn't about eligibility. This is about whether or not they're ignoring the fact that he's eligible and coming up with some other roadblock. Not enough people are taking a step back and looking at the environment in which Sorsby's behavior happened. This isn't Art Schlichter. This is a guy who grew up in an age where everywhere you turn, it's bet on this, bet on that. Every show you watch, if you're a sports fan, they're sponsored by a sports book. They're touting picks. There's this not so subtle notion that you're not really being a sports fan if you're not betting on these games, that it's cool, that it's fun, and that everybody does it. And I think there's a whole generation of kids that don't think there's anything wrong with it. It's not just legalized, it's normalized. And I don't know why Sorsby's the pariah. There's no evidence that he's bet on a team while playing. Kayshon Boutte, who plays for the Patriots, did that at LSU, but because the NFL didn't know about it, there was never a punishment.
You know what's going to happen?
What's that?
It just kind of hit me here. Just as much as the measurements and the medicals and all that, I think going forward, your betting history is going to become part of the draft evaluation process. I think Mike makes a great point about it's everywhere. The social acceptance of it, the legalization of it, and it's you can't ignore it now. I mean, there's Gilbert Arenas was on a podcast recently talking about how he bet so much he was scrounging the hotel doors of his teammates for leftover room service at times because he was betting. So, while I was not in favor of the Browns having any interest in Brendan Sorsby, I also got to be fair about the actual situation. I think the NFL was wrong to wipe out the supplemental draft to keep him out of the league for a year. That was bogus. And again, I'm curious to see how this is going to be going forward because these these 18-year-olds now coming out of high school and stuff like that, they're going to gamble. I
think Sorsby ends up in the NFL this year. Yeah. I don't think the NFL has a legal leg to stand upon, and I think this comes down to whether Brendan Sorsby wants to take the fight to the NFL, and I think he should. Because I think what the NFL did, even double jeopardy of we're going to suspend you if you get in the NFL, I think is stupid. You know, like, if you want to put him in a diversionary program like you had with Josh Gordon when Josh came into the NFL, okay.
Or like you did with Deshaun Watson, he had to go through a program with his suspension. I know it's completely different scenarios, but the league does have ways of getting guys on the field that are accused of very unsavory things.
And spare me the indignation here. I always find it interesting to see what people get offended by and what they don't get offended by. I have no idea how several of us, and by the way, I've got a jersey of a problematic person that I didn't think about it when I bought it. It's Cam Newton. Not a bad, awful person like some people, but it is not a great person either. He's done some things. I find it really interesting that people can own the jersey of sexual assault, people accused of sexual assault, sued for sexual assault, right? Some jailed for sexual assault or domestic violence. And then when it comes to gambling, when he didn't bet against his own team and didn't bet on his team when he was actually on the active roster, that somehow that's where you draw the line. That is moral relativity at its finest, and it's a little embarrassing that we still have these absolute double standards and these hypocrisies about who we can root for and who we can't and who we should let into the NFL and who we can't in the year 2026. It's way tone deaf to me.
The question I'd ask about him betting on his own team, though, even though he wasn't playing, was did you use inside information to do that?
I still don't care.
Former Cleveland pitcher Cody Allen joined us last hour. He explained why he's not panicking about the Guardians' recent struggles.
There are periods throughout the season where winning is just more difficult, dependent upon performance, injuries, the whole deal, right? And we've seen what this team can do, even when they're down, 15 and a half games, right? You're not banking on coming back from that far, but getting down a couple games in the middle of the year is not, let's sell at the deadline, panic here. All it means is, hey, we're not playing our best brand of baseball. We've got some guys on the injured list that we'd really like to have back. So I'm not panicking. I really like this team, and I do think teams that are built on pitching and defense normally win in August and September. And that's what this team does. This team's going to pitch. They're going to play defense. They're going to score runs when they can. But, pitching and defense, they just really don't stop, and I feel like they really separate themselves down the stretch.
I think this is one of the most talented teams the Guardians have had in a minute. I think the Guardians have been more aggressive this year, and I think some of that has to do with the fact that we do have a potential work stoppage coming at the end of this season, and I think baseball will change with that. We'll just see how extreme the changes will be. They do need to kind of, chop wood and carry water here for the next couple weeks. I still think they're talented enough to get through this, and I don't understand how when the Guardians hit a rough stretch, it just becomes fire vote. Cernetti don't know what they're doing. It's like these guys have a track record that nobody else in town has. By the way, Kobe Altman has a nice track record. He doesn't have what Cernetti has. And he doesn't go up against what Cernetti does. The Browns, none of those guys to this point have the track record in Cleveland. 1/4 of the track record that the Guardians do. So I kind of trust their process. And if it goes that way, okay, but I just don't see it going that way.
And look, I think fans want to see some sort of all-in trade deadline move, big splash move. That's just not how they do business. And it's also...
I think this might be it. This might be the Andrew Miller year.
You think this might be the year where they put the chips in the middle of the table and go for it?
Because they got the ponies. I don't even think just think to make the World Series. If this lineup is healthy, I think you put a bona fide right-handed power hitter and maybe one more arm in that pen, and I think you could beat the Dodgers in a World Series.
Wow.
I don't know that I would pick them in a 7-game series, but I would at least give them a chance to. If you had played them last year, I would have thought you would get swept by the Dodgers. I know because 2 years ago you played the Yankees, who then got almost swept by the Dodgers, and that's pretty much how that one went. But, no, I really do think Bazzana, DeLauder, and Angel Martinez with Hosey, with Manzo if he ever starts hitting again, with Schneemann, with Rocchio, they've got talent on offense. They just need one more power hitter and another arm in the pen. You have a healthy rotation. You could really do some damage this year. That is the lead when we come back. Donovan Mitchell Insurance in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
On the road this summer? Get the most live sports talk in Ohio on 92.3 The Fan. Or binge our podcasts on the Odyssey app.
Back on Afternoon Drive. Nick and Daryl. Almost called you JP.
I've been called worse.
I've called you worse.
Yes, you have.
But obviously the topic today has been the news out of Boston that the Celtics would be interested in Evan Mobley in a Jaylen Brown return. I really do think when Mannix said that, and remember, Mannix was ahead of the James Harden thing. He was one of the first people to have that and put that out there.
That's why I'm really paying attention to this right now.
Yeah.
Because of that fact. This isn't someone just throwing it out there for a hot take. It's Chris Mannix saying it.
But I would love to know if it's from the Boston perspective, if it's Evan Mobley or bust. Because there's something about it where it's I don't think Boston has the leverage. I mean, listen, they could keep Jaylen Brown. And if there's any organization that I think that might do that, it might be the Celtics.
Yeah.
But, if you're looking for one, find me the one for one. I know people have talked about New Orleans with Trey Murphy. Trey Murphy's a nice player, but Trey Murphy has not been a winning player in his career. And, he's a nice player. That's not a one for one. Positionally, it might be. But in terms of Trey Murphy and what he's done on bad NBA teams, he's not been that guy. At least with Evan Mobley, you can say Defensive Player of the Year. You can point to something elite that he's done or an elite skill set. You can also point to him the build here and how that's hurt him.
Yeah.
In a wing league, Trey Murphy's been really good. He hasn't been great.
Yeah. I think that a lot of the criticism that Evan Mobley receives here locally is centered around just the way this team is built, or I should say it's a result of, rather, how this team is constructed and how it's built, how it runs. What he does best doesn't always get emphasized because you have historically had a very ball-dominant backcourt here.
Mm-hmm.
Whether that,
and not just one guy,
right?
Two guys at a time.
That's what I mean. Not just Donovan Mitchell, but whether it was Darius Garland, now James Harden. And even, I think, more so with James because he just loves dribbling the ball, including off his knees and feet. But Evan, the weakest thing for him when I look at his game is that he still struggles creating his own stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? But I think that's something eventually can be worked out. But it's hard to create your own stuff when the opportunity typically is not there for you to create your own stuff.
Or when the opportunity comes with 8 seconds on the shot clock.
Yes.
And you basically have to...
You're in scramble mode at that point.
Yes, exactly. So, it's again, I'm not trying to make excuses for Evan. I just think the conversation has become so lopsided. And, even in hearing Danny and a few other people saying, I don't know how much Jaylen Brown makes you better... Well, one, meaning Jaylen Brown versus Donovan Mitchell as opposed to Evan Mobley versus Jaylen Brown, I think it makes you worlds better because I do think while you still have a ball-dominant player, I think not having two of those guys being guards, I think does change your math a little bit and how you can space the floor and how you can build an offense.
Yeah, and look, he would solve the problem that they have had, and that is finding a wing that can just absolutely dominate. Mm-hmm. Again, I am struggling with the fit of those three. Not because, Donovan's a great player. James Harden sometimes is a great player in my view. He's not what he used to be. And Jaylen is a phenomenal player. I don't know that those three guys fit together. And obviously I think you'd keep Jared Allen at that point. It almost feels like that the conversation amongst fans of moving on from Jared Allen is just by default. Well, they're not going to get rid of Donovan. They've been clear that James Harden's coming back, and Evan's untouchable. At least that's what and so that leaves the only change that you could make of significance this offseason just by default.
Well, and I think though, again, you're taking everything the Cavs have said, which are the things they should have said, by the way.
Right.
but you're taking that to the bank when you shouldn't.
Right.
Like, again, when Kobe Altman said, Donovan's our guy, we're blessed to have him, all those things.
I do think he believes that.
Well, no, I know, but Jaylen Brown wasn't available then.
Yeah.
Right? And you didn't know if
honestly,
they would be willing to accept Donovan for Jaylen.
Yeah, that's the move that I would make, because first of all, Jaylen Brown's locked in for a couple of years. Donovan is not. And Donovan is reaching the point where he's going to be, 31, 32 years old when it's time for him to get $70 million a year. I just think that's just bad math for the Cavs. Not because I don't respect Donovan and appreciate everything he's done. I'm trying to be a little realistic about this situation that, he's not able to carry you now.
Yeah. I'm also not willing to give up my Donovan Mitchell insurance, which is Evan Mobley. Like, there is if a year from now, and this is the thing that kind of kills me, how myopic NBA media can be. There's a pathway here. You get a year in, and either you or Donovan go, well, I'm going to get paid. Donovan's going to get his money regardless. Maybe he doesn't believe in this thing anymore.
Yeah.
Because they've topped down the Eastern Conference Finals again, or maybe they've fallen back to being a second-round team or a first-round team. And that would be disastrous if you didn't have Evan Mobley. Because a year from now, if the worst thing you can say is you trade Donovan Mitchell for a bunch of assets, and then you've started to retool around Evan Mobley, that's another 5 to 7 year runway you're going to have with Evan Mobley. And so in the same way I can say that about Donovan Mitchell, I would also want the reason why the Donovan Jaylen thing is so beautiful to me is they're the same age.
Right.
They each are kind of stuck in their own way. Donovan, I don't think, is the best player on a championship team, and I think that's going to frustrate him. Jaylen wants to be the best player on a championship team, but doesn't have the outlet. If you talk about the actual scoring impact, it is negligible, like the offset between the two of them.
Yeah.
I think Donovan would comfortably fit in the 2 role in Boston with Tatum, and that would take pressure off of him on the court, that he didn't have to be the same guy. And I think you would give Jaylen Brown the opportunity to be the face of a potential championship team. And is Donovan a better three-point shooter than Jaylen? Sure, at least this last year. Yeah, I mean, Jaylen's three-point shooting has taken a hit the last year or two. Okay, that's fair.
His scoring's fine.
He's still a better scorer. And, again, he is a attacking-style big wing player. Like, I really do think that's the one that makes the most sense. Now, Brian Geltzeiler was on with the Morning Boys, and when he wasn't arguing with Anthony Lima.
Was this pre or post argument?
I think this was the first answer, and it was a great answer. And then immediately they got into a Donnybrook caused by Lima. Here was Geltzeiler weighing in on Mobley for Brown.
I'd do it if I was Boston. I'm not sure I'm jumping to do it if I'm Cleveland. If you think that this is the best you're going to get from Evan Mobley, then sure, go ahead and make that deal. If you think there's another level for him to hit, and I happen to think, in spite of the fact that he's flatlined the last 2 years, I still think there's another level for him to hit offensively. I think his lack of production development, so to speak, on the offensive end of the floor has been more about usage and role than about Evan himself as a player. And I think some of this is just the realization of how dominant he can be, but part of that is building the confidence and getting the touches and having the offense run through him. And there just hasn't been enough of that here. Now, you may want to make the case to me that that's not going to happen here at all because of Donovan Mitchell. And you could certainly make that case. But if that is the case when it comes to that, then why turn around and pay $60-some-odd million to Jaylen Brown when you're not going to use him as a number one option when that's where he's comfortable as well? So I kind of look at it from the Cavs way. I don't know that I'm jumping to do that.
So I tend to agree with Geltzeiler. I thought it was interesting, though. Grilling Ka on Twitter, sending in, I'm not sure if he's from Boston or not, Grilling Ka, sending to you and me both on Twitter, at Nick Wilson says, at Right or Wrong FAN, I like Evan, but I drive him to Boston for Jaylen Brown in a heartbeat. I think it's totally fine for a fan to feel that way. That same fan, although maybe not Grilling Ka, that same fan, the second that Evan Mobley hits his ceiling in Boston, and maybe you get bounced out in the second round next year, would have an absolute bleep fit meltdown over Evan Mobley reaching his peak somewhere else and saying the thing that fans tend to do, which is, I always knew he had it in this. They never should have traded him in the first place.
Right. Well, here, and also keep in mind, too, when Evan Mobley was a rookie, right? Your guards were Darius Garland and Colin Sexton. They've obviously since moved off both. Colin was first.
They did?
Yeah.
When? I feel like I would have heard about this the last 4 years.
But, like, it was what? Kevin Love, Isaac Okoro, right? Jared Allen, like, the way that they played back then and that roster composition and the skills of those players, a lot different than now. And I think that when they traded for Donovan Mitchell, that really changed the trajectory and the vision of how Evan Mobley would kind of like fit into things. And it, in some respects, accelerated Evan a little bit because, Donovan didn't come here to be part of a developmental program.
Let's look at the other top 5 picks in the NBA most years. They're going to teams that favor, we're going to develop. And we're willing to take 3 years off that learning curve for you,
right?
If it means that we get you to be the best version of yourself. Again, like Wemby walked into a tanking team.
Yes.
And granted, by the way, he has rounded that curve to becoming the NBA's best player in 3 years in a way that I honestly didn't see coming this quick, right? But, like, he was able to do that because their first year, they had absolutely no reason to think you could win.
Right.
The Cavs never really did that with Evan. They did it with Darius. They did it with Sexton. They did it with Isaac Okoro. But but a year after getting Evan, you were in the Donovan Mitchell things, and that just changed the calculus.
100%.
And I think for some people, the second you traded for James Harden, it changed the calculus. And I do think, like, you became a super team when you made that trade. You became a team that was hell-bent on winning a championship, right? That's the mindset you're trying to get to. But for me, I know what's going to happen when Brown and Mitchell are 33 years old and you're paying them $70 million a year. So what happens, and it's really non-negotiable, because what we do is we throw these things out there and then 3 years from now we'll all be cowards about it. I won't be. If you're going to trade Mobley for Brown, I'll understand it. I really will. I would rather, I would really try and push for Donovan in these talks, but maybe they view that differently. That's fine. You better win a championship in the next 3 years.
Yes.
Because anything short of a championship with Brown and Mitchell is a massive failure because you've officially traded in your, hey, we are a lovable team and we play real hard and we've got this great identity. You've traded every piece that got to this point and it becomes a zero-sum game. I'm okay with that if they're okay with that. I think the problem is I'd be shocked if they were okay with that.
I can't see them being okay with it because I also know what's staring at them in subsequent years when it comes to being in a position where you potentially have to rebuild this thing through the draft again. They don't have a lot to work with. They've spent those assets, which is fine. You've gotten 4 straight playoff appearances. You're among the favorites next year to be in the mix again. Fine. It is worth it. But, Evan Mobley should be the centerpiece of this thing if you go through another organizational transition, because you'll be getting into the sweet spot of his prime years, and that's when he's 27 to 29. So, like, that's the risk you take. If you move on from Evan Mobley, okay, and look, I'd take Jaylen Brown on this team in a heartbeat. The deal I'd rather do, though, would be Donovan for Jaylen, not Evan for Jaylen.
216-474-0092. What would make a hypothetical Mobley for Brown deal worth it? More on this, more reaction on this, and a little bit of concern at the World Cup in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
35 cents per gallon bonus.
If you can't listen to us live, we've got you covered. You can hear the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, Basket and Phelps, an afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin as a podcast. Full hours, full shows. Find it all on the Odyssey app, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
I wouldn't give up Donovan Mitchell in a trade like this, and I understand not wanting to give up Evan Mobley either, and I'm not sure that Jaylen Brown is the guy to give up Evan Mobley for, because I think that if you get to that point, that if you are trading Evan Mobley, which, I do think is something that should be at least thought about, I'm not sure the Cavaliers will think about that, you have to trade Evan for a guy that is no doubt going to make the Cavs better and is no doubt better than Evan Mobley right now and probably for at least the next 2 years. And I'm not sure that Jaylen Brown makes the Cavs that much better in that spot, because I think that they would miss a lot of the things that Evan provides. But I don't know that Jaylen Brown is the answer there. And I do think, too, as far as Donovan goes, he wants to be in Cleveland. He's been a top 10 player in the NBA his entire time in Cleveland. And yes, this postseason was not his best performance, but I think it's difficult to find a top 10 player that wants to be in Cleveland. And I think that you should hang on to that if you can.
That was Danny Cunningham on with the Morning Boys. It's interesting. It matters that Donovan wants to be here. And Donovan, I'm not trying to trade Donovan to the Sacramento Kings for pieces here. I just think when it comes to acquiring what you've been missing for the last 7 years since LeBron left, 6, 7, I think you have to consider it here, as opposed to trading the former number 3 pick in the draft, Evan Mobley, who has things that quite frankly, Donovan Mitchell doesn't, and which includes a much longer runway given his age. Now, again, that was Danny Cunningham for the morning show. Real quick, I want to get to something with Daryl, but Nathan in Cleveland, welcome to the show, buddy. What you got for us?
Hey, guys. First-time caller, long-time listener. I just wanted to say I feel like with Evan Mobley, my biggest issue with him is that he's just never made the physical leap for me. He's been a smaller guy in the league as far as paint defense goes. And I know we see Wembanyama be able to make these shot blocks and all these crazy plays on the defensive end, but he also has the length with him. And I feel like for me, if I want to keep Mobley, it would be more for the physical reason. I wanted to kind of see him make that Giannis-style leap where Giannis came in as a skinny guy and, really bulked up later. It's like sometime in the league later.
I really like the point you made there, Nathan, and I appreciate you. The funny thing is about the Cavs losing to the Knicks is I think the Cavs could throw some really interesting stuff at Victor Wembanyama because you have Mobley, because you have Allen, or because of your layered rim protection in a way that I think if you trade Evan Mobley for Jaylen Brown, that is one wrinkle that you have, one solution that you have, a huge solution that kind of goes off the table. Now, I don't know if people realize this. Daryl is not watching every game of the World Cup, but I think you've become a sucker in your old age.
Why have I become a sucker in my old age?
Because you're watching all these celebration videos and all this World Cup content that has to do with the World Cup crowd, even as you don't watch the games themselves.
Right. It's phenomenal. Watching them take over ballparks. I was watching the reels from Miami last night. People talking about that's the liveliest a Marlins game has been in decades. The Scots in Boston drinking the town dry, the bagpipes going to Fenway, doing the sing-alongs. The fact that all these folks are coming in to our country for the World Cup and they're going to baseball games and they're, cheering pop-ups like you just won the World Series. I'm captivated by it. And it's just people having a good time. And I think maybe that's why I'm captivated by it. There's just so much negativity in our world these days that just the genuine human experience of folks enjoying each other's company, having a good time. It's just refreshing to see, and I'm addicted to it.
I mean, you've told me you've adopted the Scots.
I have. Tartan Army.
Yeah.
I'm behind them.
You should get...
If Team USA can't get it done.
You got to get a kilt.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone wants to see that.
I can think of at least one person who might, but listen, this is about you.
Yes.
It's about you wanting it to be seen, not anyone wanting to see it.
This is true.
Well, then, because you are...
I'll make sure I'm wearing some shorts with it.
Because you are, I would say, an honorary member now of the Tartan Army, I have to bring some distressing news here.
Okay.
Now, anytime you throw big events like any one of these big events here, you got to be concerned about the security stuff. And these towns and these, they take they go to painstaking lengths to make sure that everyone's safe in these.
I mean, even the Miami cops were telling them no cones on statues until they finally got the bit and they kind of backed off. But yeah, you're right. Security's tight.
Well, here's the thing. We're the kind of show that we like to inform people. And a Brazilian psychic has gone viral after claiming aliens will invade the Brazil-Scotland World Cup match in Miami and abduct hundreds of people from the stadium.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah. So you're a member of the Tartan Army here, and your countrymen there.
I'm not concerned because I'm not in Miami.
Well, that's true. But the point is several of your countrymen could be gone off to, I don't know, Xenu 2 or whatever the hell they call it.
Didn't Spielberg just cover all this in Disclosure Day or whatever?
Yeah, but that's a movie. She's saying this is real life.
This is actually going to happen.
Yeah.
Well, the game's tonight, right?
It is. Somebody better get on this, right?
Yeah.
So her name is Vo Bahiana, but her real name is Elisangela de Souza. And apparently her online following has gone through the roof because of this. She's got more than 24 million followers because of this.
It just hit me. Better get Space Force on the case.
I don't think Space Force can contain this story.
Well, I mean, that's kind of that's what they're for, right?
So she claims she's had 2 dreams about UFOs appearing above the stadium during the match, and in the vision, she said players were taken from the pitch before a larger craft came and abducted people from the stands.
Oh, no.
Here's my thinking. You are not going to want to take people from the stands, from the Tartan Army.
Oh, no.
Again, these people went into one of the most alcoholic towns in America and drank them dry.
Yes.
And you want to get into a game of fisty here with a bunch of Scots?
And now they're in Little Havana right now, drinking them dry, too.
Well, I'll tell you right now, you give me 1 Scot against 10 aliens, I'm taking the 1 Scot. Yeah. You give me a couple hundred Scotsmen, they'll take over your planet. You'll be a bunch of alien-ass kilt-loving people before you know it.
The sequel to Braveheart that we never expected to get.
Honestly, you could make an erotica version of it. You could make a normal version of it. I'm just saying there's a lot of ways you could be a great 10-part series, right?
This is distressing news, though. I'm a little concerned for my fellow countrymen. They're down in Miami tonight.
Now, people are concerned about Neymar, right? He's a soccer player.
Neymar.
Him too. All of the Mars, really, except the little men from Mars. But Neymar, Newmar, Julie Newmar, all of the Mars people are very concerned about this. And I will tell you, I don't think aliens, when they finally do say, hey, humans, here it's us, I don't think they're just it's going to be like a random Tuesday in, like an off day for everybody, right? No. If you're an alien and you're thinking to yourself, we're going to go rustle some stuff up, better be during the World Cup, right? This would make sense. They're not just going to kind of soft launch aliens.
Or like a big holiday, like the 4th of July.
Or, 4th of July, you'd at least have people outside. Like if it was Christmas, no one's outside.
As long as we don't have, the whole Independence Day thing where they're trying to wipe us out.
That's true. That's my theory on aliens right now. And this is a real theory. At this point, I don't really care if they're real or not. Right? I just, with the state of politics and everything, if I have to open up a can of whoop ass on ET, you let me know. If ET wants to have a beer on my back porch, you let me know. Those are the 2 scenarios I'm still going to have to come to work tomorrow. Right? The Tartan Army gets abducted, and we're going to have to talk about it tomorrow. My job doesn't change on that one. My mortgage is still due in, 7 days from now. So the point is, beyond that, beyond having to get a little fisticuffs with, and again, I'm choosing to go with the Scotsman. Just so we're clear here, if I get abducted, I want to be abducted with Scotsmen because I'll be the wuss in the group, and that's how I want it. I want to be the guy that they're like, I don't know if he's going to make it, because I'll be surprisingly tough. But again, compared to Scotsmen, still pretty much a wuss.
You'll just bring the beer.
216-474-0092. Got to get your take on this prediction here by a Brazilian psychic who says he's had 2 dreams about UFOs appearing above the stadium before the match between Brazil and Scotland. 1 to 10, how concerned are you? And we come back. I think we might have found what golf needs in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Your mornings are about to change with 92.3 The Fan. We're going local at 5 a.m. It's the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. All the latest from the night before in Cleveland sports and getting your day started even earlier. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Daryl Ryder with you. We do have, in case you missed it, coming up in about 40 minutes here. I don't think we're going to be able to react to the Guardians-White Sox game today, Daryl. About in the 5th inning here, I don't think it's going to happen.
I don't think so either.
And I do want to ask you, before we get to the Wyndham Clark story, I actually want to ask you, because Baker and the Buccaneers are involved in a contract kerfuffle. Stop me if you've heard this one before.
Right.
Do you think that Baker will sign a long-term contract with the Buccaneers before the regular season?
Yes.
I do too. I don't understand why. I understand why people are. I feel like this is a circular kind of thing. This is like a carousel, and we're kind of just back to the people saying, "Well, you can't win a Super Bowl with Baker, so why would you pay him $50 million a year?" And my rebuttal would be because that's the going cost of a Super Bowl or of a quarterback, starting quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah, that's the pay
in
scale.
2026.
Yeah, that's the pay scale. That's the wage. So. No, I think that also, too, it would be smart for Baker to sign a long-term contract with the Buccaneers as well.
Yeah.
I think it's in his best interest professionally to do that. He seems to have found a home down there, okay? The money thing's going to work itself out. That's just all part of negotiations. He said what he said a couple of weeks ago, and obviously the Buccaneers have their position. That's why you have an agent, okay? But I think professionally, it is in Baker's best interest to stay with the Buccaneers. That's a winnable division on an annual basis. There's no superpower down there in that AFC South, okay? And
I'll actually disagree. So I agree with you about the AFC South or the NFC South.
It's a competitive division, but I don't think there's one dominant team.
I think it's in his best interest to actually go to the market. Baker Mayfield, if Baker Mayfield had been on the free agent market, if he had made it to the market any of the last 2 years, he would have been the best quarterback on the market by a wide margin. He would have gotten $55 million a year on the open market. And if the Bucs don't want to at least pay him $50, right? Like, listen, bare minimum, Daniel Jones makes $44 a year.
Right. Baker
Mayfield deserves at least $1 more million a year
100%.
than that slap ass.
100%.
But if they don't want to go to 50, that's fine. Because Baker, a year from now, it's not even a question he would get that on the open market. And by the way, I know people are going to say it's not going to happen. I would be shocked if the Browns weren't in on him at $50 million a year from now, provided they don't have a top 3 pick.
Well,
got to use a caveat.
The team that I was looking at was Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I know you like that take, and it bugs me. I don't want to have to hate Baker. All right?
Oh, so that's why. Not because it doesn't make any sense. It's because you just don't want to have to hate Baker.
A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. But mostly, I don't want to have to hate Baker. Baker can go anywhere but Baltimore, Cincinnati, or Pittsburgh. And I will root for Baker to be that dude.
You're going to put the clause in the contract? You can't end up in the AFC North, or you have to give us a first-round pick?
I know, by the way, that's such a Sophie's choice if in a year's time the Myles Garrett gets traded from L.A., and I'm like, do I hope he gets dealt to one of the teams in this division so we can get a second first-rounder for him? The answer is still no. Bleep those teams.
No, not only that, but it'd be just your luck. You found your franchise quarterback, and it'd be Myles Garrett taking him out.
Okay, stop. You're depressing me. It's June. It's beautiful outside. How do you do that?
I don't know.
How do you think of the most depressing result?
It just came out of my mouth.
It really is your superpower. If you could market this, you would be a billionaire, but you would make Elon Musk look like me. That's how much money you would have.
You know what it is? It's the trauma of witnessing the worst case scenario for about 48 years of my life. I know you're not happy, and just going to have to live with it.
Yeah, if you had gone
dealing with the worst case scenario.
If you had gone I grew up in Cleveland sports, I would argue with you. But you're just talking about life.
I'm just talking my life
has
in
taught
general.
you to be ready for the worst case scenario.
Brace for impact.
And knowing what I know of your life, I think that's fair. Yeah,
Is it too rough on you today?
I had a good time.
Now, while we're talking about Baker Mayfield and his future and whatnot, it should be noted that Wyndham Clark, fresh off winning the U.S. Open, he's doing a big media tour this week. He was on with the Pardon My Take crew on Barstool, and he had a tweet from 2016 saying, "I hate Baker Mayfield," and he include people into why he hates Baker Mayfield.
My girlfriend at the time cheated on me with Baker Mayfield.
Oh!
So
that's a fair tweet.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
But here's what I would say. As I have come to, I'm actually a Baker fan now. I think he's a homie. That's your initial response.
Right.
Screw that guy, but really screw the,
Yeah, your girlfriend, yeah.
But, yeah, so I'm a Baker fan now. But, that's where it came from.
So here's the thing.
Parking lot of a Cheesecake Factory?
I think that's off by about 2 years, but sure, that seems to be a place Baker likes to go.
Maybe that's where he got the idea from.
That's true. So here's the thing. I don't know how Wyndham Clark's girlfriend would have cheated on him with Baker Mayfield, because Wyndham Clark went to Oklahoma State. And then I think 2 years later, he went to Oregon. Now, I don't know if maybe that's why he went to Oregon, because Baker donated his organ to his ex-girlfriend. But, it wasn't my best, but it wasn't my worst. But, I don't know if that's why he left Oklahoma State, but, she's traveling 2 hours to cheat on Wyndham Clark with Baker Mayfield. That's unless she went to Oklahoma, which why the hell are you dating a guy that went to Oklahoma State? You got real men right there. I sounded a personal shot at Oklahoma State, and it was. Pew, 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 pew. I gotta say.
Explains the tweet, though.
I like this guy. The fact that he literally, if you watch the video, he actually looked back at his publicist and he's like, "I'm going to say it." And they're like, "Please don't say whatever you're about to say." And he's like, "No, I get one.
I got it.
Yeah,
we're good. We're good. We're good. I got it."
And I just got to say, this Wyndham Clark guy, he's somehow like a heel in golf, because I think he destroyed a locker room at an event a couple years ago and threw a hissy fit. People have kind of mocked him for needing a mental health coach, which I think is symptomatic of maybe why people hate people that like golf.
So he went Happy Gilmore is what you're saying.
Yeah. I don't remember if it was there actually a video came out of it, but it was a pretty big story in golf. I think it was 3 or 4 years ago. I got to say, admitting on a pretty, let's say, Pardon My Take's about as big of a sports podcast as you can have.
Oh, this story spread like wildfire.
The only part of this that I don't like is him then being like, "But I'm now a Baker fan." No. Nay.
Yeah.
No. Whether Baker knew that was your girlfriend or not doesn't matter. That guy will forever remain, unless he's like Fonzie, unless he's like, I'm trying to think of somebody I actually think is cool, and I really don't think anybody's cool. I'm trying to think of somebody that is cool enough that I might be like, well, you know what? I get it. Right? I'd like McConaughey. No, I'd still want to punch McConaughey in the balls. Screw that. McConaughey balled an ex-girlfriend of mine, I'd still want to fight him. Yeah, I don't think you get over that.
Yeah, I don't know. What happens if he meets Baker Mayfield? Hey, remember that time you hooked up with my girlfriend?
You think Baker knew? I guarantee you Baker had no idea.
Probably not.
I think Baker just assumed he was everybody's boyfriend in college. I mean, think about it. The face of Oklahoma football.
Right.
Won the Heisman. They were in the playoffs. He had some fun.
Absolutely.
But again, still bleep him. From the Wyndham, not from my standpoint, because he didn't sleep with any of my exes or my current wife.
Yeah, I don't know how you could go from being angry about that. I hate Baker Mayfield. Well, now he's cool. I like him.
There has to be some other information we were not privy to.
I have a feeling maybe the publicist stopped him from talking or continuing.
No, they tried to, and he kept waving him off. It was like James Brown with a cape. He just kept coming back to the microphone I got more to say.
Yeah, you said that. Let's leave it at that.
I think the only problem here is that he's now cool with Baker Mayfield. Unless he just found out Baker can't hang, Baker's just not good in bed. That would be oh, I now have sympathy for him. Because then you also feel like a big man, right?
Right.
Oh, he didn't have a stick game. Ah, cool. I'm better than that, right?
Too bad, so sad for you.
Yeah. Now here's the other thing. I think this is exactly what golf needs. There is. You mentioned it.
They need a guy with a big personality.
Thank God you said personality. I didn't know where you're going with that one. Enjoy the bulge. Just after what we just talked about.
Need a guy with a long game.
Are you satiated? No, they need a guy like this. And it's funny because JP disagrees because JP's one of those golf goons. I love him. But his take on, like, the bad boys in golf, it's like Bryson DeChambeau. No, there's a difference between a douche and, like, somebody that you, like, root for because he's kind of a badass. Wyndham Clark, if he's going to go around talking about all the people that balled his girlfriends, I am here for it. Like, give me a little bit of that. Like, I am white trash. I come from Medina County, guys. All right? And I don't come from, like, the nice parts of Medina either. All right? I come from the holler, okay? I am born of the hills, okay? I need something like this. Will I watch a golf tournament because of it? No. But will I watch some highlights so I can act like I watched the tournament and then watch all of his interviews? Absolutely. You've got me in.
Baker, I sunk that putt for you.
I don't like that.
Or
making fun of
you.
a man's situation there. That's just hateful.
I'm not above it.
Does golf need a Wyndham Clark?
Yes, 100%. I mean, I feel like the game has been trying ever since Tiger Woods retired. Hasn't been around, right? I feel like golf has been searching for that next big personality, that next face of the game, and I don't think they have it yet.
I think because of how competitive golf is now.
Yeah.
And what I mean by that is you legitimately have, like it was Tiger, and then a drop-off, and then Phil, and then a drop-off, and maybe one other guy, and then there was a huge drop-off. There's really not that. I know Scotty Scheffler's been killing it, but there's 10 or 15 golfers all within shouting distance of each other. The problem is none of them have personalities, and the ones that have personalities are just a-holes. So, to me, so much of sports is about relatability.
Yes.
And, one of the biggest crimes that I think baseball commits, and I will throw this a little bit at the Guardians with love and respect. I love that organization, respect them. You've got personalities in that clubhouse. Why are you hiding them from people? Seriously, you're hurting yourself. In 2026, people just want to relate to you, right? And here's the thing. I'll gobble up your pro team content that is clearly just a way to sell more tickets on any front if you give me something that is relatable. Golf is one of the last bastions of sport. And baseball to some degree, they're getting better, but still not great. But that just is like, nope, we're just here for the game. All right, well, when you don't have a $1 billion TV deal in 5 years, I don't want to hear about it. You can't just be about the game. These guys have to be the personality. And Wyndham Clark's the first guy that I heard talk from golf in the last 15 years that was like, I would have a beer with that guy.
Yeah.
There is 80% of the country that lives on, do you want to have a beer with that guy or not? And the other 20% are golf purists. 216-474-0092 is Wyndham Clark. What golf needs, that is just, give him credit. 10 years later, probably doesn't sting the same way.
I just want to know how many he had before he did that interview.
Girlfriends?
Beers.
Oh, yeah, that would make sense. Todd Monk and the Maximizer. The media's responded to him, but will the players? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
When you want the latest on the Guardians, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
In case you missed it, coming up in about 20 minutes here, we're just talking about the Wyndham Clark situation. And Nick...
Is it really a situation, though?
Which part? The girlfriend
Exactly.
cheating on him? I think that would be...
Well, yeah, that part of it.
That would be a real situation.
But him talking about it, I don't know that that's a situation.
Yeah, but see, I think that's the funny thing. I think this kind of stuff is talked about by other athletes, like NFL athletes, NBA athletes, all the time.
Yeah.
And it doesn't go viral because we just know about that lifestyle.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Golf is such a anal retentive sport.
That's one way to put it.
And I just think when a guy actually shows a modicum of personality, it's like, whoa, who is this guy? Who is this stand-up comedian?
Whoa, what?
But Nick on Twitter saying the real reason, or he didn't say the real reason, the reason why he thinks people were/are upset with Wyndham Clark is he destroyed locker rooms at Oakmont Country Club, one of the 3 most famous golf courses in the world. And 2, he didn't seem to truly and fully apologize for it until last Sunday. Isn't that kind of the problem with golf? When you're like, oh, but it was one of the 3 most famous golf courses in the world. Who gives a rat's ass? He destroyed a locker room. It's a locker room. It's where they change.
Yeah.
It's where they shower. It's a locker room. That's not where the prestige is. The prestige is on the golf course. Again, I'm not trying to attack Nick on this one. I'm just trying to make the point of golf really just can't get out of its own way when it villainizes people. Even where they were playing in Rhode Island, right? For the U.S. Open, and you had fans booing him because they wanted to see Scottie Scheffler win. It's like, guys, you realize the rest of the country thinks you're jerks, right?
Right.
Couldn't have said it without you.
I just saw how Scotland fell behind in their game. By the way, the aliens have not abducted.
Yeah, they're going to let the game. They're going to give you a false sense of security in this one. Yeah, if aliens are going to invade for this Brazil-Scotland World Cup, you got to wait till the Scots get good and liquored up.
But here's the thing. We were told this was supposed to happen before kickoff.
Oh, I think, again, we're trying to get
them some latitude here.
Yeah.
Well, I think maybe someone might have abducted some of the Scottish defenders on the goal that they just gave up.
Yeah.
There's some decorum. There's a 4-goal lead.
Yeah.
There's a 4-goal rule that they abide by.
I mean, just an absolute brutal way to give up a goal.
Man, how pissed would you be if you're a Scotland fan and you get down multiple goals and then the aliens decide to abduct people? You know?
Well, at that point, you're
drunk.
You're drunk and you've lost, right? Because you're down multiple goals.
I still will say there's a swath of people that I'm not going to abduct if I'm an alien. Drunk Brazilians and drunk Scottish people, not together. Not trying to lose my space colony or whatever the hell they're going to take these people to.
The anger comes in when you're up the multiple goals and you get abducted.
That's a good point. That's a good point out of you.
When you're losing, take me now.
I do want somebody to clip Daryl, take me now, from the YouTube channel. Now, that being said, we referenced this with Ashley Bastock earlier today, that Todd Monken did a full expose with the Baltimore Sun, and there were some fun Todd Monken-esque quotes in them.
No mention of aliens or ex-girlfriends, though.
Yet. He's saving that one for after the first. Can you imagine Todd Monken talking aliens?
Yes, I could. And you know what? I might have to try and make it my mission during training camp to see if I could get him to talk some
I know
aliens.
this is never going to happen, because the last thing they would ever want to do is pair me with Todd Monken on anything. Me and Todd Monken,
I think you'd get
just
along.
cracking some Coors Banquet.
I think you guys would get along
and
well.
just jabbering, just talking world stuff. I think I would have a lot of fun.
I think
he
too.
would have a lot of fun. I don't know anybody would find it interesting, but I think it'd be a real hoot.
I mean, mid-conversation, he'd probably start cussing you out, but that'd be fun,
that's
too.
Fine. Yeah, I'm Hungarian. I'm used to that.
Right.
Yeah, all my uncles ever did is you'd think it's a normal conversation, and then all of a sudden you're like, wait, what did I do wrong here? Yeah, that's why I'm so quick on my feet,
You
by the
should
way.
know, Nick, what you did wrong.
Yeah, or and this was a great joke we told it after Mama's funeral. The how poorly can you handle the flashlight, which I know everybody's had. If you've got a dad that tried to have you help working on stuff, but you never really experienced it until you heard curse words in Hungarian. But some of the quotes coming out, he's saying, I'm very difficult when somebody says, maybe you're brash or you can be hard, whether it's coaches or players. It's a hard business. And he also talked about him thinking he's authentic, but that maybe some coaches or players or whatever don't like that approach. I hate, absolutely hate, with authority, with a passion, when people say old school coaches don't work, or aggressive coaches or brash coaches don't work. Dan Campbell is one of those guys.
I was just about to mention him.
And he's not an anomaly, by the way. Just because they don't do press conferences the way Dan Campbell does doesn't mean that they're not brash or demonstrative or demanding.
Yeah.
Nick Sirianni, I think the guy's a bit of a space cadet. But the guy clearly is more of a demanding, aggressive head coach. Guys, you think the Harbaughs are singing players' lullabies? I don't think they are.
No.
It's just their public personas might be a little different.
Yeah,
and the reason why I say that is, listen, if you go 0-16 this year, good luck for Todd Monken to try and keep 0-17, because it'd be weird if you went 0-16. But good luck.
You could go 0-16.
That's true. And then you get that last one and real sense of accomplishment. But no, I mean, I like, you can go, if you go 0-17, it's going to be hard to keep a locker room.
Right.
Doesn't matter if you are Vince Lombardi, come back from the grave, or if it doesn't matter if you're Todd Monken or anybody else. But beyond that, like the coaches that I have seen failed either had no business being NFL head coaches, meaning they knew football, but they just didn't have the right mix of personality and knowledge. And it's an odd mix you have to have of a lot of different things. I think of Pat Shurmur. I think of Freddie Kitchens. They're opposite ends of that spectrum, but neither guy really belonged to be a head coach.
Yeah.
The guys, now beyond those guys, the guys that I've seen fail, it's been people who losing changed you. Hugh Jackson. Guys, I think Hugh Jackson, if his second spot had come at a spot where they were going to win, I think what happened is the second they started losing at that level, the Hugh's weaknesses became magnified. And I think Hugh changed with the pressure of losing and being associated with that level of losing. That's not entirely on Hugh.
And your overselling ultimately ended up what lost you any and all credibility.
Yes. And so I think
Trust me on this one, Nick.
Mike Pettin, year 2.
Yeah.
I think was a guy who losing changed fundamentally how he interacted with his players. And also, that was just a dog. What happened to him was dog bleep, and we can say that now with 10 years hindsight.
And with Kyle Shanahan leaving the way he did. I mean, it just, Johnny B, that whole thing was a mess.
But, I don't look at Todd Monken and think, okay, this is a 60-year-old guy. If they start the season 1-8, I don't think he's going to change with that. I think one of the benefits of hiring a guy that's 60 years old that has been through a myriad of different, in college, in the pros, as a coordinator, positional coach who's been fired before, on different staffs that have been fired. I think this guy is kind of equipped to do this because he has a wealth of worldly experience, and he has seen people fail around him. Yeah. And he knows this is his one chance. I just would be shocked if, the number one cardinal sin you can't do. The reason why Dan Campbell started out as a laughing stock for the first year and a half while they were losing, and the thing that allowed him to turn the corner and right the ship there and finish strong in his second year, which helped him avoid getting fired, and then they used that as a launching point to his third year where they actually got back to the playoffs, is because he didn't change who he was.
Right.
And I look at Todd Monken, and I really do think, listen, you might not win because you might not have the players. And you might only get 1 year. I don't know. I can't forecast how this is going to go. But in terms of his style of coaching, I think he understands you can be brash, you can be blunt, you can be whatever, as long as you also know how to say you're sorry, or as long as you're also know how to take accountability and leadership for that.
Players know how to sniff out phoniness, okay?
Yeah.
One of the reasons I love Hard Knocks so much is you really can, if you know what to look for when you're watching that series, because it is a very sanitized, or it has become a very sanitized year-by-year look at a team's training camp. But if you know what to look for, you can tell what's legit and what's fake. I remember watching that Lions season of Hard Knocks, and I was like, man, this guy makes me want to run through a brick wall for him, but also at the same time, I wonder how much staying power this is going to have, this shtick that he's doing. And it wasn't shtick. That's just him. Robert Saleh, I'll go the Jets, okay? Oh, thank God that Aaron Rodgers, that was the whole Hard Knocks season, was how happy that they had Aaron Rodgers there, and their season, once Aaron got hurt, the season fell apart. Well, yeah, you never built a team. It was all about Aaron Rodgers. Conversely, that same year here in Cleveland, the Browns went through 5 different quarterbacks. Kevin Stefanski that year actually built a team, and so they were able to overcome all that adversity. And so you're right. I mean, people in general, when it comes to leadership, they want authenticity from their leaders. They don't want to be sold a bill of goods. They don't want to be lied to. They don't want to be performed to or told what they want to hear. Okay, they want that authenticity. And look, whether you like it or not, Todd brings an element of authenticity. I think one of the areas where Kevin struggled, I would tell you guys off the air all the time just what a hilarious guy Kevin Stefanski is. Yeah. But then you get him in front of cameras and microphones, and it puts everyone to sleep, and he doesn't tell you anything, and he doesn't open up, and he doesn't let you in. And I think that's one of the biggest mistakes that Kevin made when he was here, because he wasn't a dummy. Did he? Now, do I agree with everything he did as head coach? No. Do I think he deserved to be fired? Yes. But at the same time, I think that if Kevin was more authentic publicly, I mean, go back to the clip. Remember
even what
the
you're
locker
saying,
room?
real quick, even the players, I think, felt like he could be inauthentic.
Yes, because remember the one clip where Kevin said, and the Browns put it out on their social media, and Kevin, after a win, I forget which one, but he was like, "Have I ever lied to you?" And the look on Myles Garrett's face in the background, his eyes got real big, and then he rolled them and turned and kind of had a little bit of a sly smirk, like, yeah, you have, right? I mean, that little 2-second snippet, I picked up on that on social media. I know some other folks did too, but that goes to when you're inauthentic, you're not going to get the most out of your people when you're a boss, whether you're a boss, a CEO, a coach, a teacher. You have to be authentic and real with people. If you're not, they're going to sniff it out, and you're not going to get the most out of them.
We do have a little bit of news here. Ryan Grigson returning the Browns as senior football advisor. He, of course, was here from 2020 to 2021 as the senior football advisor and senior personnel exec as well back in 2017. So a little bit of Browns news there. I have no idea what it means, but I'm sure it's only good things from here. Let's go ahead and get to Charlie in Sandusky. Charlie, welcome to the show. Charlie?
Morning.
Well, it's evening now, but yes. Hi, how you doing, buddy? Oh, Charlie. Did I scare you away, friend? Oh, no. Charles. Chuck.
Chuck's here. How you doing?
All right, good, buddy. What you got?
I think Ken Carman deserves a raise.
I disagree.
I think he deserves a raise for putting up with Anthony Lima.
Oh, I disagree. I think Lima deserves a raise for putting up with Ken. No, I'm just being contrarian.
I think his takes are asinine. I don't think he's built for sports talk.
All right, listen.
Give it to
Charlie.
me! Give it to me!
If anyone is going to be firing takes off at Anthony Lima and whether or not he's fit for sports talk radio, it's me.
Pew, 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 pew,
All right? If you think I'm going to let you on this show to just take shots while I sit idly by, normally you're right. But this time, that was over the line. Also, my bigger problem was you said Ken deserves a raise. He makes enough money.
I need 100 Cleveland men.
Daryl, your thoughts on the matter?
I'm staying out of this.
Oh, no. Just on the thought. Charlie's thought that Ken deserved a raise.
Yeah, I am saying yes, and oh, yes.
No.
All right. What about his take?
Save some for the rest of us, please.
What about his take?
Ken's not the only one that works here.
Just me. I want to save just a little bit more for me. What about his take that Lima didn't belong in sports talk radio? What do you think about that one?
No, I think Lima's perfect for sports talk radio.
Yeah. And by the way, the asinine takes, that's subjective.
Well, again, isn't that like part of sports talk radio?
Yes, it is.
I just was failing to understand the premise of that phone call that we just took.
I also was. I was also right there with you, but I
was wondering how long you were going to stick with it.
I was going to go a little bit longer, but then I thought we could have some fun on it, and then I kind of brought this entire segment to a grinding halt. So maybe I couldn't. Maybe I could have done another 30 seconds on that one. In case we missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, helping you beat books with Westwood One Sports. Taking a look at the
Visit our website at Amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11.
Final segment of today's show. Want to say a huge thanks to our many guests today, including Ashley Bastock, Cleveland.com. She joined us at 3:20 today. Great stuff on the Sorsby situation and how it might end. Cody Allen, remember him, former Indians reliever, as well as Guardians TV analyst. Really strong stuff about the struggling Guardians at 420. Good, nice little remembrance or two about the 2016 championship team as well. Oh, boy. If you missed a second of today's show, do not forget, even a little bit here, okay? Not even a little bit, not a skosh. That you can watch all 5 hours back on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. You can subscribe. Ring that bell, except you, Cornlito. Suck it, Cornlito. Got a little hot-blooded there. It's okay. I'm Hungarian. But you can subscribe, Cornlito. But as always, like our videos, we like to be liked and follow along with the show all 5 hours long. Let's go ahead and get to in case you missed it.
Well, in case you missed it, Micah Nori finally got his big chance to become an NBA head coach, taking over the Portland Trailblazers, but that's not really the story. The story is the contract that he got. He got a one-year deal with a couple of team options after that, and folks around the NBA, namely head coaches, are not happy about this development. They're really concerned that this particular contract could be precedent-setting for them. J.B. Bickerstaff, who is the president of the NBA Coaches Association, quoted as saying, quote, "From our perspective, it's like someone's taking advantage of your dream and devaluing what we feel like coaches have earned over the years," unquote. Do you agree with J.B.?
I think Tom Dundon, who is the new owner of the Trailblazers, who also owns the Carolina Hurricanes, is a bit of a clown. He's trying to treat NBA head coaches the way you treat NHL head coaches, and it's just not the same. I think when it comes to prolonged success in the NBA, if you're in a small market, you need stability. You don't want to invite less. The fact that they didn't just hire Tiago Splitter in the first place is a massive embarrassment because they didn't want to pay him. I guess it was about $7 million a year. Yeah. That's unexcusable. It really is inexcusable, rather. I'm rooting for Micah Nori. I know he's a Middletown guy, so I'm rooting for him. Seems like a funny guy, too. He also happens to be in a position where, because Tiago Splitter just had this Blazers team in the playoffs, those are going to be the expectations this next year, and I don't know they're built to be back-to-back playoff teams. I really do feel bad for this guy, and if he gets fired, if this is his one chance, he's not even going to have that 4-year bank that these guys have.
Yeah, no real severance package. But yeah, Tom Dundon, he's been shaking it up since taking over the Trailblazers, cutting a lot of staff, accused of cutting some corners when it comes to player travel and things like that. And now you get a story like this. I mean, I certainly understand why NBA head coaches around the league, this catches their attention, because it is a fraternity. Yes, you're competitors and you're competing against each other, but when you have a contract like that contract also says, I have no faith in you whatsoever.
Yeah. Well, and your contract does give you leeway in a locker room if you've got a 1-year deal with team options.
Good luck getting those guys to buy into that.
And so I think it's unfortunate, and I think Tom should have talked to people like Dan Gilbert, who I think has made Cleveland a desirable place, which is not what was said about this town before Dan Gilbert took over. Right. Gordon Gunn was really, the people who played here, they liked Gordon Gunn.
Right.
But this wasn't the same it is now, where it's very clearly like James Harden chose to be here. Donovan Mitchell chose to stay here. That's because of Dan Gilbert.
And what do they cite? The way the organization is run. It's a first-class operation. The way the players are treated, the way the players' families are treated here, it's first class. I mean, Donovan Mitchell's been very open about that's a big reason why, aside from how Cavs fans are, but big reason why he's gotten so comfortable here is the way he is treated, the way his family is treated, and how the organization really does go out of its way to take care of its players. Just look at what they're building down on the river for these guys.
Now, this might be a little awkward for anybody else in this room who might not want me to talk about this, but this is a great forum to say what we think, and obviously, the radio business is a big fraternity. And you mentioned the coaches' fraternity. We're all in the same battle. We're all just trying to stay above the chopping block, as it were, and pursue our chosen passions and dreams. So to anybody affected by the iHeart cuts, not just in Cleveland but beyond, anybody listening, you have our sympathies here. That absolutely stinks. It has gotten harder and harder and harder for the average person to stick in this business, for anyone to stick in this business. I don't even say average business. So our average person, it's just, this is the way the business is now, and that doesn't make it any easier. I feel like I've been able to stick in the business because I've just kind of powered through all the concerns, but it's going to get everybody eventually one day. It's just... But it doesn't make days like today any easier, where you see mass layoffs, and certainly when they affect people locally, names that you would know, names that I know, people that I know, or people that I know that I know. It absolutely stinks, and I feel for those people, and hoping everybody can bounce back and land on their feet.
Amen.
You got another one? Because we got like a minute or two left. It's kind of tough. I can do another minute on the layoffs, but I don't think you or Keith is going to like that, or anybody else that is in this building. Mac, I can see puckering from over there.
Yeah, he is all of a sudden very nervous.
Oh, look at Mac.
He's got a very... We need a camera in there for the YouTube...
No, we don't.
Yes, we do. We need a camera for the YouTube stream, because... Just me saying, he's got to look. If you could see the look on Mac's face right now, it is definitely one of trepidation and nerves.
Yeah, people don't understand when there's like a spicy Cavs take. Mac is like on that. All right, I got to get in on this, right? I got to put my opinion in there. All of a sudden, we're talking layoffs, and all of a sudden, Mac is really the microphone's suddenly moving far away. All of a sudden, Mac's got his hands up like it's a traffic stop. It's okay, Mac. You're safe. For now. Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board.
Can I get you some coffee, Mr. Britton?
You ruined your own. Send up there. On the board, yes. Big thanks to Jake Murren. Big thanks to Matt Crawley. My tribute to all those affected today by doing a bad 6 o'clock hour. Yeah, it was bad. They're going to hear this, and they're like, this won't be the one that gets him into Marconi. And I tanked the 6 o'clock hour in honor of everybody today. You're welcome.
Trying to get in the lottery again, are you?
I do need to win the lottery. Maybe this Friday, it's like $500 million.
You and me both.
No, me more than you.
I'd share. I told you, you're on my list.
And vice versa. But I'd still like to be the person that gets to be magnanimous about that.
Mac's not, though. I don't know. Mac hasn't made the cut yet. He's close. He's close.
I'd have to think about that. I got a big list. A lot of people. All right. Daryl, good stuff today.
Had a lot of fun. Do it again soon.
All right.
I'm in sometime next week. I'm guessing you're on vacation next week.
I'm not going to be here.
I'm with Peterlin next week.
Good luck with that. Meanwhile, I won't care because I'll be in Michigan. Not because JP's fine. That's not what I'm saying.
I'll tell him you said that.
He's great. He's lovely. But we'll be back tomorrow. Fedor's going to be with us talking. Did the Cavs pick somebody? I don't know. We'll see. See you guys tomorrow, too.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.
I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Own your moment. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. So after an abundance of evidence as to why they should